Section 0 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Preface. The reading public may well ask, why another travel book on Mexico? Few countries have been so frequently written up by the traveler. Many books, good, bad, and indifferent, but chiefly bad, have been perpetrated. Most of these books, however, cover the same ground, and ground which has been traversed by many people. Indian Mexico is practically unknown. The only travel book regarding it, in English, is Lumholtz's Unknown Mexico. The Indians among whom Lumholtz worked lived in northwestern Mexico. Those among whom I have studied are in southern Mexico. The only district where his work and mine overlap is the Tarascan area. In fact, then, I write upon an almost unknown and untouched subject. Lumholtz studied life and customs. My study has been the physical type of South Mexican Indians. Within the area covered by Lumholtz, the physical characteristics of the tribes have been studied by Huixquilucan. His studies and my own are practically the only investigations within the field. There are two Mexicos. Northern Mexico, to the latitude of the capital city, is a mestizo country. The Indians of pure blood within that area occupy limited and circumscribed regions. Southern Mexico is Indian country. There are large regions where the mestizos, not the Indians, are the exception. From the time of my first contact with Mexican Indians, I was impressed with the notable differences between tribes and desired to make a serious study of their types. In 1895, the accidental meeting with a priest from Guatemala led to my making a journey to Central America. It was on that journey that I saw how the work in question might be done. While the government of Mexico is modeled upon the same pattern as our own, it is far more paternal in its nature. The republic is a confederation of sovereign states, each of which has its elected governor. The states are subdivided into districts, somewhat corresponding to our counties, over each of which is a jefe politico appointed by the governor. He has no responsibility to those below him, but is directly responsible to the man who names him, and who can at will remove him. He is not expected to trouble the state government unnecessarily, and as long as he turns over the taxes which are due the state, he is given a free hand. Within the districts are the cities and towns, each with its local, independent elected town government. The work I planned to do among these Indian towns was threefold. 1. The measurement of 100 men and 25 women in each population, 14 measurements being taken upon each subject. 2. The making of pictures, portraits, dress, occupations, customs, buildings, and landscapes. 3. The making of plaster busts of 5 individuals in each tribe. To do such work, of course, involved difficulty, as the Indians of Mexico are ignorant, timid, and suspicious. Much time would be necessary in each village if one depended upon establishing friendly and personal relations with the people. But with government assistance all might be done promptly and easily. Such assistance was readily secured. Before starting upon any given journey, I secured letters from the Department of Fomento, one of the executive departments of the federal government. These letters were directed to the governors of the states. They were courteously worded introductions. From the governors I received letters of a more vigorous character to the jefes of the districts to be visited. From the jefes I received stringent orders upon the local governments. These orders entered into no detail, but stated that I had come, recommended by the superior authorities, for scientific investigations, that the local authorities should furnish the necessaries of life at just prices, and that they should supply such help as was necessary for my investigations. In addition to the orders from the jefes to the town authorities, I carried a general letter from the governor of the state to officials of every grade within its limits. This was done in case I should at any time reach towns and districts where I had been unable to see the jefe politico. It was desirable, when possible, that the jefe should be seen before serious work was undertaken. As Governor Gonzalez of Oaxaca once remarked when furnishing me a general letter, You should always see the jefe politico of the district first. These Indians know nothing of me and often will not recognize my name, but the jefe of their district they know, and his orders they will obey. In using these official orders, I adopted whatever methods were best calculated to gain my ends. Success depended largely on my taking matters into my own hands. Each official practically unloaded me upon the next below him with the expectation that I should gain my ends, if possible, but at the same time he felt, and I knew, that his responsibility had ended. In case of serious difficulty, I could not actually count upon the backing of anyone above the official with whom I then was dealing. Upon the Guatemala expedition, which took place in January-March 1896, my only companion was Mr. Ernst Lux, whose knowledge of the language, the country, and the people was of the utmost value. As the result of that journey, my vacations through a period of 4 years were devoted to this field of research. The first field expedition covered the period from November 1897 to the end of March 1898. The plan of work included the visiting of a dozen or more tribes with interpreter, photographer, and plaster worker. The success of the plan depended upon others. Dr. W. D. Powell was to serve as interpreter, Mr. Bedros Tatarian as photographer. At the last moment, the plans regarding the plaster worker failed. Arrived in the field, Dr. Powell was unable to carry out his contract. The photographic work disintegrated, and failure stared us in the face. Reorganization took place. Reverend D. A. Wilson was secured as interpreter. 2 Mexican plaster workers, Anselmo Pacheco of Puebla and Ramon Godinez of Guadalajara, were discovered, and work was actually carried through upon 4 tribes. The second field expedition covered the period of January-March 1899. 8 tribes were visited, and a most successful season work was done. Charles B. Lang was photographer, Anselmo Pacheco plaster worker, and Manuel Gonzalez general helper. The third field season, January-March 1900, was in every way successful, 6 populations being visited. My force consisted of Louis Grabic photographer, Ramon Godinez plaster worker, and Manuel Gonzalez general assistant. The work was brought to a conclusion in January-March 1901, during which period 6 tribes were visited. The party was the same as the preceding year. End of Section 0.
Section 1 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 1, Priestly Archaeology. 1895. While we stood in the Pueblos station waiting for the train to be made ready, we noticed a priest who was buying his ticket at the office. On boarding the train, we saw nothing of him as he had entered another car. Soon after we started, Herman made his usual trip of inspection through the train, and on his return told me that a learned priest was in the second-class coach and that I ought to know him. As I paid no great attention to his suggestion, he soon deserted me for his priestly friend, but presently returned and renewed his advice. He told me this priest was no common man, that he was an ardent archaeologist, that he not only collected relics but made full notes and diagrams of all his investigations, that he cared for live Indians also and had made a great collection of dress, weapons, and tools among Guatemalan tribes. When I even showed no intention of hurrying in to visit his new acquaintance, the boy said, "You must come in to see him, for I promised him you would, and you ought not to prove me to be a liar." This appeal proved effectual, and I soon called upon the priestly archaeologist in the other car. He was an interesting man. By birth a German, he spoke excellent English. Born of Protestant parents and reared in their faith, in early manhood he became a Catholic. Renounced by his parents and left without support, he was befriended by Jesuits and determined to become a priest. Entering the ministry at 29 years of age, he was sent as mission priest to foreign lands. He had lived in California, Utah, and Nevada. He had labored in Ecuador, Panama, and Guatemala. His interest in archaeology, kindled in the Southwest, continued in his later fields of labor. Waxing confidential, he said, "I am a priest first because I must live, but it does not interfere much with my archaeology." For years past, the padre has lived in Guatemala, where he had charge of one of the largest parishes in that republic, with some 18,000 full-blood Indians in his charge. Like most Germans, a linguist, the Padre spoke German, French, Spanish, English, and Quiche, the most important Indian speech of Guatemala. In his parish, he so arranged his work as to leave most of his time free for investigation. Twice a week he had baptisms on Thursday and Sunday. These duties on Thursday took but a couple of hours, leaving the rest of the day free. Sundays, of course, were lost, but not completely, for the Indians often then told him of new localities where diggings might be undertaken. Always when digging into ancient mounds and graves, he had his horse nearby ready for mounting, and his oil and other necessities at hand in case he should be summoned to the bedside of the dying. As the Indians always knew where to look for him, no time was lost. Not only was the Padre an archaeologist, he also gathered plants, birds, and insects. When he was leaving Germany, his nephew, the 10-year-old child of his sister, wished to accompany him. The parents refused their permission, but the uncle gave the boys some money, and they met each day in Frankfurt and started on their journey. They have been together ever since. The Padre depends completely on the younger man, whom he has fashioned to his mind. The plants, bird skins, and insects have supplied a steady income. The plants cost labor, insects were easier to get. All the Indian boys in the parish were supplied with poison bottles and set to work. A stock of prints of saints, beads, medals, and crucifixes was doled out to the little collectors, according to the value of their trophies. To allay the suspicions of his parishioners, the Padre announced that he used the insects in making medicines. One Sunday, a pious old Indian woman brought to church a great beetle, which she had caught in her corn field 4 days before. During that time it had been tied by a string to her bed's leg. She received a medal. One day a man brought a bag containing some 500 living insects. On opening it, they all escaped into the house, causing a lively time for their recapture. The nephew, Ernst, had made a collection of 1,100 skins of Guatemalan birds. The Padre and he have supplied specimens to many of the great museums of the world, but the choicest things have never been permitted to leave their hands. The Padre is a great success at getting into trouble. He fled from Ecuador on account of political difficulties. His stay in Guatemala is the longest he has ever made in one place. During his 8 years there he was successful, but he finally antagonized the government, was arrested, and thrown into jail. He succeeded in escaping, fled to Salvador, and from there made his way to the United States, where, for a little time, he worked unhappily at San Antonio, Texas. A short time since, the Archbishop of Oaxaca was in Texas, met the Padre, and promised him an appointment in his diocese. The Padre was now on his way to Oaxaca to see the prelate and receive his charge. He was full of hope for a happy future. When he learned that we were bound for the ruins of Mitla, he was fired with a desire to accompany us. At Oaxaca, we separated, going to different hotels. My party was counting upon the company of Mr. Lucius Smith as interpreter and companion to the ruins, but we were behind our appointment, and he had gone upon another expedition. This delighted the Padre, who saw a new light upon the path of duty. The Archbishop had received him cordially and had given him a parish, although less than a day had passed since his arrival. When the Padre knew of our disappointment, he hastened to his prelate, told him that an eminent American archaeologist, with a party of 4, wished to visit Mitla, but had no interpreter. Might he not accompany these worthy gentlemen, in some way serving Mother Church by doing so? So strong was his appeal that he was deputed to say Mass at Mitla Sunday, starting for his new parish of Chila on the Monday following. In the heavy, lumbering coach, we left next morning, Saturday, for Mitla. The road, usually deep with dust, was in fair condition on account of recent rains. We arrived in the early afternoon, and at once betook ourselves to the ruins. At the curacy we presented the Archbishop's letter to the Indian cura, who turned it over once or twice, then asked the Padre to read it, as his eyes were bad. While the reading proceeded, the old man listened with wonder, and then exclaimed, "What a learned man you are to read like that!" As we left, the Padre expressed his feelings at the comeliness of the old priest's Indian housekeeper, at the number of her children, at the suspicious wideness of his bed, and at his ignorance in wearing a ring, for all the world just like a bishop's. But he soon forgot his pious irritation amid those marvelous ruins of past grandeur. In our early ramble, he lost no opportunity to tell the Indians that he would repeat Mass on the morrow at 7, and that they should make a special effort to be present. But as we wandered from one to another of the ancient buildings, the thought of the morrow's duty lost its sweetness. He several times remarked that it was a great pity to lose any of our precious morning hours in saying Mass, when there were ruins of such interest to be seen. These complaints gained in force and frequency as evening approached, until finally, as we sat at supper, he announced his decision to say Mass before daybreak. He would call me at 5 o'clock, we would go directly to the church, we would be through service before 6, would take our morning's coffee immediately after, and then would have quite a piece of the morning left for the ruins, before the coach should leave for Oaxaca. The plan was carried out in detail. At 5 we were called from our beds by the anxious padre. Herman and I were the only members of the party who were sufficiently devout to care to hear Mass so early. With the padre we stumbled in the darkness up to the church, where we roused the old woman who kept the key and the boy who rang the bell. The vestments were produced, the padre hastily robed, and the bell rung. The padre was evidently irritated at the absence of a congregation, as he showed by the rapid and careless way in which he repeated the first part of the service. When, however, at the credo, he turned and saw that several poor Indians had quietly crept in, a change came over him. His tone became fuller, his manner more dignified, and the service itself more impressive and decorous. Still, we were through long before 6, and throwing off his vestments, which he left the boy to put away, the padre seized me by the arm, and we hastened down the hill to our morning's coffee. On the way we met a number of Indians on their way to Mass, whom the padre sternly rebuked for their laziness and want of devotion. Immediately after coffee we were among the ruins. The padre had kindly arranged for my presentation to His Grace, Archbishop Gillow. Reaching Oaxaca late on Sunday afternoon, we called at the palace. His Grace is a man of good presence, with a face of some strength and a courteous and gracious manner. He appeared to be about 55 years of age. After the padre had knelt and kissed the ring, the archbishop invited us to be seated, expressed an interest in our trip to Mitla, hoping that it had proved successful. He then spoke at some length in regard to his diocese. He emphasized its diversity in climate and productions, the wide range of its plant life, the great number of Indian tribes which occupied it, the babel of tongues within it, its vast mineral wealth. A Mexican by birth, the archbishop is in part of English blood and was educated as a boy in England. He speaks English easily and well. He showed us many curious and interesting things. Among these was a cylindrical box-like figure of a rain god, which was found by a priest upon his arrival at the Mixi Indian village of Mixtecalan. Footnote: Survivals of Paganism in Mexico, The Open Court, 1899. End footnote. It was in the village church at the high altar where it shared worship with the Virgin and the crucifix. The archbishop himself, in his description of the incident, used the words latria. We were also shown a little cross which stood upon the archbishop's writing table, made in part from a fragment of that miraculous cross, which is found by Sir Francis Drake upon the west coast. That terrible fanatic tried to destroy it according to a well-known story. The cross was found standing when the Spaniards first arrived and is commonly attributed to St. Thomas. Sir Francis, upon seeing this emblem of a hated faith, first gave orders to hew it down with axes, but axes were not sharp enough to harm it. Fires were then kindled to burn it, but had no effect. Ropes were attached to it, and many men were set to drag it from the sand, but all their efforts could not move it. So it was left standing, and from that time became an object of especial veneration. Time, however, destroys all things. People were constantly breaking off bits of the sacred emblem for relics, until so little was left of the trunk near the ground that it was deemed necessary to remove the cross. The diggers were surprised to find that it had never set more than a foot into the sand. This shows the greatness of the miracle. The padre had been assigned to the parish of Chila, a great Indian town near Tehuantepec. Early the next morning he left for his new home. Not only did the padre, while in Oaxaca, urge us to call upon him in his new parish. After he was settled, he renewed his invitation, so we started for Chila. We had been in the Tierra Caliente at Cordoba. From there we went by rail to Esperanza, from which uninteresting town we took a streetcar line 42 miles long to Tehuantepec. This saved us time, distance, and money, and gave us a brand new experience. There were 3 coaches on our train, first, second, and third class. When buying tickets, we struck acquaintance with a Syrian peddler. 3 of these were traveling together. One of them spoke a little English, being proficient in profanity. He likes the United States per se and does not like Mexico, but he says the latter is the better for trade. In the United States, you sell maybe 15, 25, 50 cents a day. Here, $10, $15, $25. The trip lasted 3 hours and involved 3 changes of mules at stations, where we found all the excitement and bustle of a true railroad station. The country was at first rolling with a sparse growth of yuccas, many of which were exceptionally large and fine. On the hills were occasional haciendas. This broken district was succeeded by a genuine desert, covered with fine dust which rose as we rode in suffocating clouds. Here the valley began to close in upon us, and its slopes were sprinkled with great cushion cactuses in strange and grotesque forms. After this desert gorge, we came out into a more open and more fertile district extending to Tehuantepec. Even this, however, was dry and sunburned. Our party numbered 4. We had written and telegraphed to the padre and expected that he or Ernst would meet us in Tehuantepec. Neither was there. No one seemed to know just how far it was to Chile. Replies to our inquiries ranged from 5 to 10 leagues. Footnote: the Mexican League is 2.7 miles. End of footnote. Looking for some mode of conveyance, we refused a coach offered at 15 pesos as the price seemed high. Hunting horses, we found 4, which, with a foot mozo to bring them back, would cost 20 pesos. Telling the owner that we were not buying horses but merely renting, we returned to the proprietor of the coach and stated that we would take it, though his price was high, and that he should send it without delay to the railroad station where our companions were waiting. Upon this, the owner of the coach pretended that he had not understood that there were 4 of us, though we had plainly so informed him. His price was for 2. If we were 4, he must have 40 pesos. A fair price here might be 8 pesos for the coach or 4 for horses, so we told the coach owner that we would walk to Chile rather than submit to such extortion. This amused him greatly, and he made some facetious observations which determined me to actually perform the trip on foot. Returning to the railroad station where 2 of the party were waiting, I announced my intention of walking to Chile. As the way was long and the sand heavy and the padre's silence and non-appearance boded no great hospitality and welcome, I directed the rest to remain comfortably at Tehuantepec until my return on the next day. Herman, however, refused the proposition. My scheme was dangerous. For me to go alone, at night, over a strange road to Chile was foolhardy. He should accompany me to protect me. Consenting that he should accompany, we began to seek a moza as guide to Chile. With difficulty and some loss of time, one was found who would undertake the business for 2 pesos. In vain, a Jew peddler standing by and the station agent remonstrated with the man. 2 pesos was a full week's wages. It was ridiculous to demand such a price for guiding 2 foot travelers to Chile. He admitted that 2 pesos might be a week's wages, but he did not have to go to Chile, and if we wanted him to do so, we must pay his price. We capitulated. The station agent loaned us a revolver. We left our friends behind us and started on our journey. It was now dark. In a mysterious voice, our guide said we must go first to his house. There he secured his serape and a heavy club. As we left his house, he feared we must be hungry and indicated a bread shop. We purchased, and all 3 ate as we walked. A moment later, he suggested that we would need cigarros, of course, and a stock of these were added at our expense. Then at last we came down to business. Plainly, our guide did not enjoy his task. Shortly after we started, the moon rose, and, from its shining full on the light sand, it was almost as bright as day. We were in single file, our guide, Herman, and I. At sight of every bush or indistinct object, our guide clutched his club and crossed himself as he mumbled a prayer. When we met anyone, we kept strictly to our side of the road, they to theirs, and in passing barely exchanging a word of greeting. The timidity and terror of our guide increased as we advanced, until I concluded to be prepared for any emergency, and carried the revolver in my hand instead of in my pocket. Mile after mile we trudged along through the heavy sand, into which we sunk so far that our low shoes repeatedly became filled and we had to stop to take them off and empty them. We passed through San Pablo, left the hacienda of San Andreas to one hand, and finally at 10:10 found ourselves in the great Indian town of San Gabriel de Chile. It was much larger than we had anticipated and almost purely Indian. We walked through a considerable portion of the town before we reached the plaza, the church, and the curato. Our journey had probably been one of 15 miles. All was dark at the curato. An Indian was sleeping in the corridor, but he was a traveler and gave us no information on being awakened. At our 3rd or 4th pounding upon the door, Ernst appeared at the window. On learning who we were, he hastened to let us in. He reported trouble in the camp. The padre had gone hastily to Oaxaca to see the archbishop. Our telegram had not been received. Our letter came that morning. We found that things were packed ready for removal. A good supper was soon ready, but while it was being prepared, we took a cool bath by moonlight in the trough bathtub out in the patio. In the morning we heard the full story. Formerly there was here a priest who devoted his whole life to this parish, growing old in its service. In his old age he was pensioned with 60 pesos monthly from the parish receipts. The priest who succeeded him, coming something over 3 years ago, was a much younger man. During his 3 years of service he was continually grumbling. The work was hard, his health was bad at Chile, the heat was intolerable, he wished another parish. The archbishop finally took him at his word. Without warning, he transferred him to another parish and sent our friend the archaeologist here in his place. This did not suit the man relieved. Chile itself was much to his liking. What he really wanted was to be relieved from the support of his superannuated predecessor. No sooner was he transferred than he began to look with longing on his former charge, and to make a vigorous effort to regain it. Accusations were hurried to Oaxaca. The new priest was pursuing agriculture as a means of profit. He had not paid the dues to the aged priest. He had himself admitted to parishioners that his object in coming to Chile was more to study antiquities and natural history than to preach the gospel. It is claimed that, immediately on receiving this communication, the archbishop sent a peremptory letter to the padre demanding an explanation. This letter, Ernst said, never was delivered, hence no explanation was sent. The prelate acted promptly. Orders were sent to our friend to give up the parish to the former priest, who appeared on the scene to receive his charge. Then and then only, it is said, the delayed letter came to light. The padre had left at once for Oaxaca and his archbishop. From there he sent messages by telegraph. "Pack up and come to Tehuantepec. Wait until you hear further." A third came the morning we were there. "Pack up, meet me at Tehuantepec, ready to go to a new parish." It was really sad to look about the new home to which he had come with such buoyant hopes and of which he had been so soon dispossessed. When he arrived, the place was neglected and filthy. 2 whole days were necessary to clean it. It had contained practically no furniture. He had made it look like a place in which to live. He had improved and beautified its surroundings. He had planted a little corn and set out some young banana trees. He had gathered many species of cactus from the neighboring hills, and had built up a fine bed of the strange plant in his patio. Passionately fond of pets, he had 2 magnificent greyhounds and a pug, all brought from Guatemala, a black collie, doves, hens, and turkeys on the place. And now he was again without a home, and his time, money, and labor were lost. Ernst accompanied us to Tehuantepec. We rented 3 horses, and a man on foot went with us to bring them back to the village. And for the whole, we paid the regular price of 87 centavos, 25 each for the animals, and 12 centavos for the man, something less than the 20 pesos demanded the day before at Tehuantepec. End of section 1.
Section 2 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 2. We start for Guatemala. 1896. The evening we were at Mitla, Senor Cuero came hurrying to our room and urged us to step out to the corridor before the house to see some mixes. It was our first glimpse of representatives of this little-known mountain people. Some 30 of them, men and women, loaded with fruit, coffee, and charcoal, were on their way to the great fair and market at La Colula. They had now stopped for the night and had piled their burdens against the wall. Wrapping themselves in their tattered and dirty blankets, they laid themselves down on the stone floor so close together that they reminded me of sardines in a box. With a blazing splinter of fat pine for torch, we made our inspection. Their broad dark faces, wide flat noses, thick lips and projecting jaws, their coarse clothing, their filthiness, their harsh and guttural speech, profoundly impressed me, and I resolved to penetrate into their country and see them in their homes at the first opportunity. Our friend the Padre never tired of telling how much more interesting Guatemala was than Mexico. He could not understand why any man of sense should waste his time in Mexico, a land so large that a dozen students could not begin to solve its problems, while Guatemala, full of interesting ruins and crowded with attractive Indians, was of such size that one man's lifetime could count for something. His tales of Indian towns, life, dress, customs kindled enthusiasm. But it was only after thinking over the mixes that I decided to make a journey to Guatemala. The Padre himself could not accompany me, being a political refugee, but he had told me Ernst should go with me. After 3 months' consideration, my plan was made. We would start from Oaxaca, overland via the Mixes country. We would everywhere keep in the mountains. In Chiapas, we would completely avoid the usual highway, hot and dusty, near the coast. In Guatemala itself, we would go by Nenton, Huehuetenango, and Nivash. This did not suit the Padre. He had had in mind a journey all rail and steamer, and friends long resident in Mexico shook their heads and spoke of fatigues and dangers. But I was adamant. The Mixes drew me. We would go overland, on horse, or not at all. When the Padre left Chile, he took a letter of recommendation from the Archbishop of Oaxaca to the Bishop of Veracruz at Jalapa. By him, the padre was located at Medellin, a few miles from Veracruz itself. Thither I journeyed to join Ernst and make the final preparations for the journey. Ernst met me at the station at 6:30 in the evening, and we stayed the night in the hot, mosquito-tortured, plague-stricken city. Leaving at 8 o'clock in the morning, we were at Medellin in an hour. Our journey was through low, swampy ground on which the chief growth was of palm. The padre, whom we had not seen since we parted at Oaxaca, met us at the station and took us at once to his house. The town is small, the population a miserable mixture of black, white, and Indian elements. Few of the couples living there have been legally married. The parish is one of the worst in the whole diocese. The bishop warned the padre that it was an undesirable field, but it was the only one then occupied. But the padre was working wonders, and the church was then undergoing repairs and decorations. The actual curato was long ago seized by the government and is now used as a schoolhouse. The priest lived in a rented house close by the river bank. The house is a double one, and the priest occupied about half of it. Those in the other half were hostile to him, and he was anxious to rent the whole place. His neighbors, however, did not care to leave and threatened vengeance. They were behind a mass of accusations filed against him with the bishop. His friends rallied to his support, sent in a strong endorsement, and he remained. The padre had been industrious while here. Behind the house is the little river, with a bathhouse built over it. Crossing it in the dugout canoe, we found his garden flourishing, filled with fresh vegetables. The family of pets had grown. Baldur, Freya, Boran, Doxil. The dogs were here as a chilla, but he also had fantail and capuchin pigeons, hens and chickens, ducks and geese, canary birds, and native birds in cages. Here also were archaeological relics, plants, beetles, and birds for gathering. And here too, for the first time, I had the opportunity of examining his great collection of Ecuadorian hummingbirds and a magnificent lot of Guatemalan quetzal skins, among them probably the finest ever collected. We left Medellin on January 8, went by rail to Puebla, then to Oaxaca. Here we found our friend Dr. Hyde of Silao, who was nursing Lucius Smith in what proved to be a final illness. He aided us in finding animals and completing preparations for our journey. We secured a large bay horse for myself, a roan for Ernst, a little mule for baggage. For my own part, I dislike mules. Ernst and the doctor, however, were loud in their praise of such a beast. Both asserted that a good mule should sell for double its cost on our arrival at Guatemala City. When finally, after inspecting a variety of animals, we found one lively, young one, the doctor was delighted. Taking me to one side, he informed me that such an opportunity was unlikely to occur again. I yielded, and the little mule was ours. We named the three animals Mixe, Zapotec, and Chontal, from three tribes through whose country we expected to pass. The doctor's helpfulness was not confined to advice regarding mules. He insisted upon our buying various supplies such as boxes of sardines, sago, coffee, etc., the utility of which appeared neither at the time nor later. Also, at his suggestion, a quart of whiskey was purchased and carefully divided into 2 flasks, one for each saddlebag. Most useful of all the doctor's suggestions, and one for which we had reason many times to thank him, was the securing from the governor of a letter to all local authorities in the state directing them to supply us with the necessities of life at just prices. We had hoped to start from Oaxaca in the early morning, but it was well on in the afternoon before all arrangements were completed. The doctor and his Mexican friend rode with us to Tule to see us well started. It was out over the old road to Mitla. The afternoon was hot, dust and deep, and a heavy wind blew it up into our faces in clouds. The sun was already setting when we rode into Santa Maria Tule, and we went at once to see the famous cypress tree, which no one in the party, save myself, had seen. It seems now to be a single tree, but was perhaps originally 3. At present it displays a single vast trunk, but rests with heavy irregular projecting columns. So irregular is this enormous mass that no 2 persons taking its girth exactly agree. We measured it 4 feet above the ground and made the circumference 160 feet. The mass of delicate green foliage above was compact, vigorous, and beautiful. Many years ago Humboldt cut a rectangular piece of bark from the old trunk, and on the smooth surface thus exposed carved an inscription with his name. Bark has since grown over the sides and corners of this tablet, but much of the inscription may still be read. Since Humboldt's visit, many lesser men have gashed the old tree to leave their mark. As it was now darkening, we hurried to the maison of the Beleche. The old lady in charge received us with suspicion. She could not feed us and refused to receive us into the house for the night. She would permit us to sleep outside, in the corridor, which we might have done without asking permission. At this moment, the doctor's friend remembered that he knew a man here and went out to reconnoiter. He soon returned and led us to his friend's house, where we were well received. A supper of eggs, tortillas, and chocolate was soon served. Before we had finished, the moon had risen, and by its light the doctor and his friend started on their return to town. We slept on beds made of boards laid upon sawhorses, in a grain storeroom where rats were running around all night long. The next day we were again at Mitla. It was a festival day, that of the conversion of St. Paul the Apostle. In the evening there were rockets, the band played, and a company of drummers and chirimilla blowers went through the town. Senor Cuero had fires of blazing pine nuts at the door. When the procession passed, we noted its elements. In front was the band of 10 boys. Men with curious standards mounted on poles followed. The first of these standards was a figure in strips of white and pink tissue paper of a long-legged, long-necked, long-billed bird, perhaps a heron. Next, stars of colored paper with lights inside. Then were large globes, also illuminated, 3 of white paper and 3 in the national colors, red, white, and green. Grandest of all, however, was a globular banner of cloth on which was painted a startling picture of the saint's conversion. All of these were carried high in the air and kept rotating. Behind the standard bearers came a drummer and a player on the shrill pipe or pito chirimilla. The procession stopped at Senor Quiero's tienda, and the old man opened both his heart and his bottles. Spirits flowed freely to all who could crowd into the little shop, and bottles and packs of cigarros were sent out to the standard bearers. As a result, we were given a vigorous explosion of rockets, and several pieces by the band, the drummers, and the pitero. Beyond Mitla, the valley narrows and the road rises onto a gently sloping terrace. When it strikes the mountains, it soon becomes a bridle path, zigzagging up the cliffside. As we mounted by it, the valley behind expanded magnificently under our view. We passed through a belt of little oak trees, the foliage of which was purple-red, like the autumnal coloring of our own forests. Higher up, we reached the pine timber. As soon as we reached the summit, the lovely valley view was lost, and we plunged downward, even more abruptly than we had mounted, along the side of a rapidly deepening gorge. At the very mouth of this, on a pretty terrace, we came abruptly on the little town of San Lorenzo, with palm-thatched huts of brush or cane and well-grown hedges of organo cactus. Here we ate tortillas and fried eggs with chili. Immediately on setting out from here, we rode over hills, the rock of which was deeply stained with rust and streaked with veins of quartz, up to a crest of limestone covered with a crust of stalagmite. The road up to this summit was not good, but that down the other side was bad. The irregular great blocks of limestone, covered with the smooth, dry, slippery coating, caused constant stumbling to our poor animals. From this valley we rose onto a yet grander range. Here we had our first mixed experience. At the very summit, where the road became for a little time level, before plunging down into the profound valley beyond, we met 2 Indians, plainly Mixes. Both were bareheaded, and both wore the usual dirty garments, a cotton shirt over a pair of cotton trousers, the legs of which were rolled up to the knees or higher. The younger of the men bore a double load, as he had relieved his companion. The old man's face was scratched and torn, his hands were smeared with blood, and blood stained his shirt. We cried an adios, and the old man kissed my hand, while the younger, pointing to his friend, said, "Sangre, señor, sangre, blood, sir, blood." Vigorously they told the story of the old man's misfortune, but in incomprehensible Spanish. While they spoke, 3 others like them, each bent under his burden, came up onto the ridge. They kissed my hand and then, excitedly, pointing to the old man, all talking at once, tried to tell his story. Having expressed our sympathy, we left the 5 looking after us, the old man, with his stern and bleeding face, being well in the foreground. Down in the valley, across a little stream, we struck into a pleasant meadow road leading to the hacienda of San Bartolo. Suddenly, before us, in the road, we saw a man lying. We thought he was dead. He was a young man, an Indian in the usual dress, apparently a Zapotec. His face was bloody, and his shirt was soaked in front with blood, which had trickled down upon the ground, forming a pool in which he lay. We could see no deep wound, but as he lay upon his side, there might have been such. Near him in the road there lay a knife, the blade covered with blood. The man lay perfectly still, but we fancied we could see a slight movement of the chest. In Mexico, it is best not to investigate too closely, because the last to touch a murdered man may be held responsible for his death. So we hurried on toward the hacienda, but before reaching it, met 2 girls about 19 years of age and a little lad, all Zapotecs. We told them what we had seen and bade them notify the authorities. One of the girls cried, "Sí, señor, es mi hermano." "Yes, sir, it is my brother," and they ran down the road. As for us, we hurried onward without stopping at the hacienda in order not to be delayed or held as witnesses. There is no love between the Zapotecs and Mixes. We never learned the actual story, but imagine it somewhat as follows. The old Mixe, carrying his burden, had probably encountered the young Zapotec and had wars with them. Probably there had been blows, and the old man was having the worst of it when his companions came along and turned the tide of battle. The road, after passing the hacienda, ascended almost constantly for many miles. We passed clumps of yuccas. As we mounted, we faced a strong and cutting wind, and were glad when any turn in the road gave us a moment's relief. The final ascent was sharp and difficult, up a hill of red or purple slate, which splintered into bits that were both slippery and sharp to the feet of our poor animals. Just as the sun was setting and dusk fell, we reached the miserable pueblo of Santa Maria Albarradas. It was situated on a terrace or shelf, and its little houses were made of red or purple adobe bricks and thatched with grass. Little garden patches and groups of cultivated trees surrounded the houses. The church was little larger than the dwellings, and was constructed of the same clay, thatched with the same grass. Near it was the town house. We summoned the Presidente, and while we waited for him, the men, women, and children of the town thronged around us and watched our every movement, commenting the while on our actions and words. When the Presidente came, we made known our wants, and soon had supper for ourselves, food for our animals, a shelter for the night, and a mozo as guide for the morrow. The townhouse was put at our disposition. It was sadly in need of repairs, and consisted of 2 rooms, one larger than the other. In the larger room there was a long and heavy table, a bench or 2, and some wooden chairs. We slept upon the ground, and long before we rolled ourselves up into our blankets, the wind was blowing squarely from the north. The sky was half covered with a heavy black cloud. As the night advanced, it became colder and colder, the wind cutting like a knife, and while we shivered in our blankets, it seemed as if we had been born to freeze there in the tropics. End of section 2. Section 3 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 3. The Land of the Mixes. 1896. Santa Maria was the last Zapotec town. We were on the border of the country of the Mixes. Starting at 7 next morning, we followed a dizzy trail up the mountainside to the summit. Beyond that, the road went down and up many a slope. Another was on. Cold wind swept over the crest, penetrating and piercing. Cloud masses hung upon the higher summits, and now and again sheets of fine, thin mist were swept down upon us by the wind. This mist was too thin to darken the air, but on the surface of the driving sheets rainbows floated. The ridge, which for the time we followed, was covered with a thicket of purple-leaved oaks, which were completely overgrown with bromelias and other air plants. From here we passed into a mountain country that beggars description. I know and love the Carolina mountains, their graceful forms, their sparkling streams and springs, the lovely sky stretched above them. But the millionaires are welcome to their land of the sky. We have our land of the mixes, and to it they will never come. The mountains here are like those of Carolina, but far grander and bolder. Here the sky is more amply extended. There the slopes are clad with rhododendrons and azaleas, with a flowering shrub, with strawberries gleaming amid grass. Here we have rhododendrons also, in clusters that scent the air with the odor of cloves, and display sheets of pink and purple bloom. Here we have magnificent tree ferns, with trunks that rise 20 feet into the air, and unroll from their summits fronds 10 feet in length. 50 kinds of delicate terrestrial ferns display themselves in a single morning ride. Here are palms with graceful foliage. Here are orchids stretching forth sprays, 3 or 4 feet long, toward the hand for plucking. Here are pine trees covering slopes with fragrant fallen needles. A striking feature is the different flora on the different slopes of a single ridge. Here too are bubbling springs, purling brooks, dashing cascades, the equals of any in the world. And hither the tourist, with his destroying touch, will never come. We had thought to find our wild mixes living in miserable huts among the rocks, dressed in scanty native garb, leading half-wild lives. We found good clearings on the hillside, fair fields of maize and peas, gourds and calabashes. Cattle grazed in the meadows, fowls and turkeys were kept. The homes were low houses, substantially built, in good condition, in neat enclosures. Men and women, the latter in European dress, were busied with the duties of their little farms. Clearing after clearing in the forest told the same story of industry, thrift, and moderate comfort. After more than 5 hours of hard travel, we reached the mixed town of Ayutla and rode at once to the curato. The priest was not at home. It was market day, and people were in town from all the country round. The men, surprised at sight of strangers, crowded about us. Some gazed at us with angry glances, others eyed us with dark suspicion. Some examined us with curious and even friendly interest. Many of them spoke little or no Spanish. Thronging about us, they felt our clothing, touched our skins, saddles, baggage, and exhibited childish curiosity. The women at the curato spoke Spanish, of course. We told them we should stay there for a day or two and sent out for the Presidente. On his coming, we explained to him our business and asked leave to occupy the curato in the absence of the priest. Ayutla is situated on a high terrace before which opens a lovely valley and behind which rises a fine mountain slope. The village church, while large, is roofless. The townhouse lies below the village, and by it are 2 jails for men and women. The houses of the village are small, rectangular structures of a red-brown ochre adobe brick. The roofs slope from it in front backward and are covered with red tiles they project in front so as to cover a little space before the house. By evening, most of the Indians in the town were drunk. At sunset, a miserable procession started from the church, passed through the village, and then returned to the church. Composed mostly of women, it was preceded by a band of music and the men who carried the santito. Later we heard more disconsolate strains, and on examination found 4 musicians playing in front of the old church. 3 of them had curious, extremely long, old-fashioned horns of brass, while the 4th had a drum or tambour. The tambour was continuously played, while the other instruments were alternated in the most curious fashion. The music was strange and weird, unlike any that we have ever heard before. However, we became thoroughly familiar with it before we had traversed the whole mixed country, as we heard it twice daily, at sunrise and after sunset. It was the music of the Candelaria, played during the 9 days preceding February the 2nd. As we sat listening to the music, the Presidente of the town appeared. His Spanish, at no time adequate, was now at its worst, and he was sadly intoxicated. We tried to carry on a conversation with him, but soon seeing that naught but disaster could be expected if we continued, we discreetly withdrew to our room. There we found the fiscal, and I have rarely seen so drunk an official. When drunk, he is violent and abusive, and it was plain that the women at the curato were afraid of him. More than 150 years ago, Padre Quintana, who was the mission priest at Huixquilucan, translated the Doctrina into Mixe and wrote a Grammatica of the language, both of which were then printed. We wished to secure copies of these old and rare books and asked the fiscal if there were any here. He promptly replied that he had one at his house and invited us to go there with him to see it. We at once started, and our way had to pass the drunken Presidente and the musicians. As we drew near them, the Presidente, with drunken dignity, rose and said, "Where are you going, señores?" The fiscal was for going directly onward without giving an answer. We hesitated and began a reply. Our delay was fatal. Staggering up to us, His Honor said, "I shall not permit you to go. This man is drunk. He will be dangerous. I am responsible for your safety." The fiscal, standing at a little distance, cried, "Señores, shall we go?" We started toward him. The Presidente interfered. "No, señores, you shall not go tonight. The man is drunk. Return to your houses." "Vámonos, let us go," hiccuped the fiscal. "Mañana, tomorrow," hiccuped the President. The fiscal stormed. The Presidente threatened him with jail, ordered him home, and with a bodyguard for our protection led us to our room. Scarcely able to totter, the Presidente assured us that drunken men were dangerous and ought not to be trusted. At the same time he produced his bottle and offered us a drop to warm us. It required tact and time to get rid of him and his court of protectors. Early the next morning, both of these worthy officials, Presidente and Fiscal, still drunk, called upon us with the book, a Doctrina of 1729. With the Presidente were two stalwart fellows, intended, as he whispered to us audibly, to handle the fiscal in case he became dangerous. The audience ended, and the party dismissed. The Presidente stood in the road until the fiscal had started for home, when he left for the townhouse. The fiscal's homegoing, however, was more pretense. No sooner was the Presidente gone than he came staggering into the patio of the curato. The women ran into our room in terror. "The fiscal comes! Bar the door! Do not let him in!" A moment later, a feeble rap at the door, a call, and a mournful request for admission. The barricaded door gave no encouragement. At intervals through the morning, there came the flying maids. "He comes! Don't let him in!" Again and again, the barricade. Again and again, the vain appeal for entrance. We left Ayutla at noon. We had scarcely well started when we heard someone calling behind us. Turning, we saw the fiscal running unsteadily toward us. We waited. He came out of breath. "Ya se va? Now you're leaving?" "Si, señor." "Yes, sir." With a look of despair, he removed his hat and, fumbling in his depths, produced 2 cigarettes. Presenting one to each of us, he waved his hand as we rode away and cried, "Adios, señores." For some distance, our road led up a canyon. Reaching its head, we gained the pass at 2 o'clock. A wonderful sight here presented itself. Above us was a brilliant blue sky, cloudless. Every detail of the rock crest upon which we stood was clear. Forested to its summit, the ridge formed the half of a magnificent amphitheater whose slopes had been vertically furrowed at 100 points by torrents. To the left a spur projected, the crest of which sloped gently downward, forming an enclosing wall upon that side. Before us, beyond the valley, was a boundary line of mountain masses, sharply outlined against the sky. Lower ridges nearer to us paralleled this distant rampart. The only apparent outlet from this valley was around the spur to our left. Looking down upon this magnificent valley, we saw it occupied by a sea of clouds, the level surface of which looked like a lake of water, flecked here and there with whitecaps. The higher hills within the valley rose like islands from the water. To the left, a mighty river seemed to flow around the spur, out into a boundless sea of cloud beyond. The level surface of this lake, river, and sea of clouds was hundreds of feet below us. From this summit, our trail plunged downward into the sea of mists. When we reached its upper surface, which was plainly defined, little wisps of mist or cloud were streaming up along the furrowed channels of the mountain walls. As we entered the lake of cloud, the sunlight became fainter. Brushes of cold mist struck us. Gloom settled. Denser and denser grew the fog. Drops of condensed vapor dripped from the trees under which we passed. At the bottom of the valley we could scarcely see a dozen yards in any direction. We were passing along meadows, like those of New England, with brakes, sunflowers, and huckleberries. Here and there were little fields of wheat or peas. The fog was too dense for us to know whether we lost fine scenery. We saw nothing of the little villages through which we passed. On and on we plunged along the trail, until it began an ascent of a ridge, almost like a knife edge, with steep slopes on both sides. When we had reached the summit of this ridge, we found the trail level, through a growth of oak trees which were loaded with bromelias and orchids. Though still dim, the light had brightened as we rose to higher levels. Graceful ferns and sprays of terrestrial orchids overhung our trail at every cutting or slope. One spray, which I plucked as I rode under it, was more than a yard in length, and its curiously colored brown and yellow flowers were strangely like insects in form. At one level summit of our ridge, we came upon a little whitewashed building of adobe, dome-top, with no windows and but one little door. Pushing this open, I entered through a doorway so narrow that I had to remove my hat, and so low that I was forced to bend, and found myself in a little shrine with a cross and pictures of 2 or 3 saints, before which were plain vases filled with fresh flowers, the offerings of travelers. We added our spray of orchids before we resumed our journey. For 3 hours, during which no distant view had delighted our eyes, we had travelled in the mists. We had almost forgotten that the sun could shine. At the end of a long, narrow ridge, where it joined the greater mountain mass, we found a rest house. Here the trail turned abruptly onto the larger ridge, mounted sharply through a dogway, and then, to our complete surprise, emerged into the first sunlight. The clear blue sky was over us, and directly below us, at our horses' feet, was the flat top of the sea clouds. A moment more and we rose to a point of view from which the grandest view of a lifetime burst upon our vision. Opposite, the evening sun was nearing the horizon. Before and below us lay the valley. We were upon the very edge of a great mountain slope. To our right lay the cloud mass, which was all in movement, precipitating itself down the slope into the profound valley. It was a river of vapors, more than 2 miles perhaps in width, plunging perhaps 2,000 feet into the abyss. Niagara, which I have often seen, is a pygmy cataract in comparison. The cloud mass tossed and heaved, whirled and poured in one enormous sheet over the precipice, breaking into spray as it struck against projecting rock masses. Every movement of whirling and plunging water was there. The rapid above the fall, the plunge, the whirlpool, the wild rush of whirlpool rapids, all were there, but all silent, fearfully and impressively silent. We could have stood there gazing for hours, but night was coming and a stretch of unknown road still lay before us. At the other end of the valley, in the dusk of early evening, we saw a second cataract pouring in. From both ends, the cloud rivers were rushing in to fill the valley, along the edge of which we crept. And presently we plunged down again into the mists. Night fell, our trail was barely visible, and we had to trust to our horses to find it. The air was cold and penetrating. Long after dark, we rode into Huixquilucan. The cura had gone to bed. The maison had no room for us and no food for our horses. Our case seemed desperate. We heard, however, noisy laughter and the loud voices of men drinking. So I begged Ernst to seek the Presidente and tell him our needs while I looked after the animals. The official was at the tienda, drinking with his friends. Ernst made known our wishes, producing our letter from the governor. At this the Presidente became furious. "Who is this with orders from the governor? Let me kill him." And with that he drew his machete and made at Ernst. Some of his less intoxicated friends restrained him, and Ernst, concluding that the moment was not propitious, returned to me. After other fruitless efforts to get food for ourselves and animals, we resigned ourselves to our fate, and lay down upon the stone floor of the corridor outside the maison, with a crowd of sleeping Indians as companions. Very early in the morning, all the town officials except the Presidente came to apologize for the occurrence of the night. They announced that the Presidente, realizing what he had done, had taken to the mountains and asked what they could do for us. We ordered fodder for our hungry beasts, food for ourselves, and a place of shelter. The townhouse was offered to us, and we were moved into those quarters with due ceremony. Although we stayed several days at Huixquilucan, the Presidente did not return during our presence to resume his duties of office. We were, however, well treated. The cura aided us with advice, information, and helpers. While we were here in the village, the Danza de la Conquista took place. It is a popular play with much dancing and music, and little action or dialogue, which celebrates the conquest of Mexico by Cortés. It was rendered in the shade of a great tree near the church. In the first act, 9 men and 2 girls took part. In the second act, there were many others. The 9 men and 2 girls represented Indians. They wore crowns with plumes of snow-white down. In their hands they carried a rattle made from the fruit of a tree and a wand of white down with which they beat time. One man, representing Montezuma, had a crown of brilliantly colored plumes. The other 8 men were warriors. The 2 girls were Malinches. The first act consisted of a series of dances, including a very pretty maypole dance. The play lasted about 3 hours and represented the life of the Indians before the conquest, Montezuma in his skirt, with the amusements celebrated for his entertainment. Hearing of the arrival of the Spaniards, he is filled with sad forebodings, which the amusements failed to dispel. In the second act, Hernando Cortés appears with soldiers. While the costumes of the Indians were gay and more or less attractive, those of these European warriors were ludicrously mongrel and unbecoming. The newcomers demanded that Montezuma acknowledge the authority of the King of Spain and the cross of Christ. Conversations, demands, replies, tableaus, sword dances, etc. ensued. Finally, Montezuma and his warriors yielded and kissed the crucifix. While this drama was being enacted under the shade tree, another amusement in connection with the Fiesta of San Marcos was in progress in front of the church. The musicians with the long horns made doleful music. A dozen gaily costumed dancers took part. They wore dark trousers slitted up the sides. Bright kerchiefs, with the point hanging down in front, were tied about the waists. Crowns of plumes were on the heads. Red vests and kerchiefs crossed at the neck completed the costume. One player, who seemed to be a leader, carried a tricolor flag. Another represented a man on horseback by creeping into a frame of sticks covered with cloth in the shape of a horse. They danced in the full sunlight for hours. Their movements were varied and pretty, quite different too from the figures in the Danza de la Conquista. 2 outside characters played the clown. One of these was a little lad dressed in a garment representing a tiger skin, while over his face he wore a heavy, all-wooden mask imitating an animal's head. The other was older, dressed in a leather suit with a wooden mask like a vacant-looking human face. These 2 were very popular and indulged in many acts that border on the obscene. We got no satisfactory explanation for this whole performance. The cura said that it represented the conflict between Christ and the Jews. This we greatly doubted. Mixed roads avoid no mountains and usually go straight up one slope and down the other. The mixed villages are set upon the very crests, or upon little terraces a few hundred feet below the crest, or the summit of some spur that juts out from the great mountain mass of a long and narrow ridge. The road from Huixquilucan by Ocotepec to Cbteddy was beautiful and typical. The ascent just before Cbteddy was magnificent. We had a letter of introduction from the cura at Huixquilucan to the school teacher at Cbteddy, and therefore rode directly to the school. The 4 boys who were in attendance were promptly dismissed, and the maestro was at our disposition. He was a mestizo and possessed the art of lying in a fine degree, like so many of his kind. This man set us an excellent supper, having asked us beforehand what we would like. We replied that we would be glad to have fresh meat if there was any to be had. He replied, "There is always fresh meat here. Someone kills every day." It really appeared in the dinner, but as we ate it, our host remarked, "Gentlemen, it is indeed lucky that you arrived here just now, because tonight we have fresh meat, and like enough a month will pass before anyone in town kills again." Our teacher friend fully appreciated his opportunity, and we paid a large price for our meal with his fresh meat, our beds on the school benches, and the fodder supplied our horses. The next day, being Saturday, the maestro offered to accompany us to Huixquilucan, where his half-brother, the local teacher, would welcome our coming and arrange for our entertainment. Passing Camotlan, we entered a magnificent gorge, along one side of which we climbed, passing in front of lovely cascades and having magnificent outlooks. While we were on this trail, we encountered the maestro from Huixquilucan, who was on his way to Quezaltepec to spend his holiday. A whispered word with his half-brother, our companion, quickly changed his plans, and he accompanied us. Upon this trail we found our first swinging footbridges made of lianas or vines hanging from trees. These are, of course, only suitable for foot travelers, but are a great convenience where streams are likely to be swollen. 2 or 3 long and slender vines, laid side by side and lashed together, form the footway, which is swung from one tree to another. Other lianas are stretched across as side rails, smaller vines being twined in between and around them to hold them in place. Long vines, pendant from the high branches of the supporting trees, are fastened to the upper rails to steady and anchor these frail bridges, which swing and yield with every weight. Cbteddy is upon one of the most abrupt ridges of this whole district. We went first to the schoolhouse, where our animals were to be guarded in a little open space before it. Then we walked over to the curato, which was being prepared for us. We had ordered zacate, fodder for our animals, and had divided it suitably between them. We ate our own meal, took a turn around the town, and were about to go to our quarters for the night, when Ernst noticed that the fodder, for which we had paid an outrageous price, had completely disappeared from before the 2 horses, although the pile before the mule had diminished but little. No doubt the 2 school teachers could have explained this mysterious disappearance. We could not, however, tax them with theft, but we made so much fuss over the matter that the officials brought a new supply. While I went to our room to write up my notes, Ernst sat in the gathering darkness, watching the animals as they ate to prevent further robbery. I was busily writing, listening now and then to the fierce gusts of a gale that was blowing without, when the door burst open and Ernst, greatly excited, called me to follow, and we hastened to the place where our animals were tied. There we found that the great tree, under which Chantal, the little mule, had been feeding, had been torn by the tempest, and half of it had fallen upon the animal, bearing it to the ground. The crash had come without a moment's warning. Fortunately, the mule was unhurt, though it could not move until the branches which had crushed it to the earth had been cut away with axes. When we had released the beast and were retiring to our quarters, we saw a sight never to be forgotten. Looking down from our crest into the valley and across upon the other ridges and mountains beyond, we saw that the campfires of charcoal burners and wayfarers had been fanned by the winds and spread into the forest until a dozen great lines of blazing trees lit up the landscape in every direction. Our leaving Huixquilucan in the early morning was not agreeable. The teachers were irritated over the affair of the zacate. The town authorities were dissatisfied with our refusal to pay for 2 lots of it. There was grumbling, and many dark looks followed us. We were rather glad to get away from the town without a serious outbreak. We were now on the road to the last of the mixed towns we should visit, Cuicatlán. The road seemed endless, the ascent interminable. The town itself impressed us as exceptionally mean and squalid, and we stopped only long enough to eat a miserable dinner of eggs with chili and tortillas. The women here wore native dress. Several were clad as the Zapotec women from here to Tehuantepec, but a few were dressed in striking huipilis of native weaving with embroidered patterns, and had their black hair done up in great rings around their heads, bright strips of cloth or ribbon being intermingled in the braiding. Literally and figuratively shaking the dust of the mixed towns from our feet, we now descended into the Zapotec country. We were oppressed by a cramped, smothering feeling as we descended from the land of forested mountains and beautiful streams. At evening we reached San Miguel, the first Zapotec settlement, a little group of houses amid coffee plantings. At the first Indian house we asked if we might have shelter for the night. The owner cordially answered, "Como no, señores? Why not, sirs?" He explained, however, that there was naught to eat. After eating elsewhere, we made our way back to our lodging place, a typical Zapotec hut, a single room with dirt floors, walls of canes or poles, and thatch of grass. The house contained a hammock and 2 beds of poles, comforts we had not known for days. I threw myself into the hammock. Ernst lay down upon one of the beds. The man and woman, squatting, were husking corn for our horses. A little girl was feeding a fire of pine splints built upon the floor, which served for light. As they worked and we rested, the man asked that question which ever seems of supreme importance to Mexican Indians. ¿Cómo se llama usted, señor? What is your name, sir? Ernst, replied our spokesman, to whom the question was addressed. ¿Y el otro? And the other? Pointing to me. I replied for myself, Federico. The man seemed not to catch the word, and badly repeated it after me. No, no, said the much quicker woman. Federico, Federico. Sí, señor. Nosotros tenemos un Federico también. Yes, sir, and we have a Frederick also. Ah, and where is he? He will come, sir. We have 4 boys, Luca and Pedrito, Castolo and Federico. Federico is the baby. The little girl here is between him and Castolo. They are working in the coffee field, but they will soon be here. At 9 o'clock, the little fellows appeared. They lined up in the order of age, placed their hands behind them, and waited to be addressed. Castolo, then about 10 years of age, most pleased me, and asked him, among other things, whether he could read and write. His father answered for him that he could not read or write, that the opportunities were not good, but that he believed Castolo could learn, that he had a good mind. At this point, the mother spoke to her husband in Zapotec. Some argument ensued, in which at last she triumphed. Turning to me, the man said, She says you may have Castolo. You may take him to your country, and there he can learn to read and write, and whatever else you wish. It was not altogether easy to refuse this gift. Finally, I replied that we had a long journey ahead, and that Castolo would weary on the road, that he had better wait until some later time. It was now time for the family to dispose of itself for the night. I was already in the hammock, and Ernst had one of the pole beds. The man, his wife, and little Federico occupied the other bed. The little girl and the 3 older boys climbed, by a notched log, up to a loft constructed of poles or canes, on which they laid themselves down. After all were located, the woman barred the door, and we were soon asleep. All rose early. Not only did we wish to make an early start, but the boys, too, were to make a journey. Our friends had agreed to make us some coffee and tortillas. We had made our preparations for starting, and were waiting for our breakfast, when a shriveled and wrinkled old woman tottered up to beg the strangers to visit her sick son and prescribe some remedio. On our consenting to go with her, she caught up a stick of fat pine, lighted it in the fire, and with this blazing torch to light the way, preceded us to her house. Her son had been a strong and robust man, but 4 months of lying upon his pole bed had sadly reduced him. He was thin and pale, coughed sadly, and suffered with fever, chills, and dreadful headaches. He was taking medicines brought from Tehuantepec, but these seemed to have no effect, and we were begged to suggest treatment. We advised continuance of the remedy she had been using, but also prescribed hot water taken in the morning and at night, hot water applications for the headaches, quinine for the chills and fever, and a digestive for the stomach trouble, and furnished these remedies from our own supplies. Having lighted us back to our lodging place, the old lady asked our charge. When we refused to receive payment from the poor creature, we noted an increased activity on the part of our host and hostess. A bit of cheese was promptly found and added to the waiting coffee and tortillas, and when we called for our own reckoning, we received the hearty response, Nada, señor, nada. Nothing, sir, nothing. And when you come this way again, come straight to us. Our door is always open to you. We were now ready and found that the 3 boys, Luca, Pedrito, and Castolo, were waiting to accompany us as far as our roads were the same. They were to go on foot 5 leagues into the mountains to bring back some mules from a camp. They expected to reach their destination that day, to sleep on the mountain, and to bring in the animals the next day. The little fellows, from 13 to 9 or 10 years old, seemed to find nothing extraordinary in their undertaking. Each carried his little carrying net, with food, drinking gourd, and an extra garment for the chilly night upon his back. Pedrito buckled to his belt the great machete, which men here regularly carry for clearing the path, cutting firewood, or protection against animals. They were very happy to accompany us for the distance. We soon rose from the low, malarial coffee fincas onto a fine mountain, which was the last of its kind that we saw for many days. It was like the mountains of the Mixes, with its abundant vegetation of ferns, begonias, and trees loaded with bromelias and orchids. Our bodyguard kept up with us bravely until we had made one half of the ascent, where we fell behind and we saw them no more. Reaching the summit, we saw before us a distant line of blue, interrupted here and there by some hill or mountain, the Great Pacific. From here on, the beauty of the road disappeared. We descended and then mounted along dry slopes to Santiago Gebea, then hot and dusty. Our friends of San Miguel really live in Gebea, and are at San Miguel only when the coffee needs attention. From Gebea, the road was hard and dry and dusty to Santa Maria. The mountain mass over which we passed was a peak, the summit of which was covered with masses of chalcedony of brilliant colors, which broke into innumerable splinters, which were lovely to see, but hard upon the feet of horses. The surface of this part also gave out a glare or reflection that was almost intolerable. We descended over granite, which presented typical spheroidal weathering. We went onward, up and down many little hills, reaching Santa Maria at noonday. The village sweltered, the air scorched and blistered. There was no sign of life, save a few naked children playing in the shade or rolling upon the hot sand. It was so hot and dusty that we hated to resume our journey, and tarried so long that we had to ride after nightfall before we reached the rancho of Los Cocos, where we lay in the corridor and all night long heard the grinding of sugarcane at the mill close by. We had just such another hard, hot, and dusty ride the next day on through Auyuga and Tlacotepec, where we stopped for noon, until Tehuantepec, where we arrived at evening. End of section 3.
Section 4 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rick Vina. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 4. Through Chiapas, 1896. Tehuantepec is meanly built. It is hot and dusty, and the almost constant winds drive the dust in clouds through the streets. But its picturesque market is a redeeming feature. Every morning it is crowded, and presents a brilliant and lively spectacle. All the trade is in the hands of women, and the Tehuantepec women have the reputation of being the handsomest in the world. They are large, finely built, and in their movements exhibit an indescribable freedom and grace. Their natural attractions are set off by a characteristic and becoming costume. The Huixquilucan is a little, sleeveless waist, loose at the neck and arms, and so short that it rarely reaches to the waistline, to which, of course, it is supposed to extend. It is of bright cotton, red, brown, purple, with stripes or spots of white, and is stitched at the neck with yellow silk. The enagua, or skirt, is a strip of heavy cotton cloth, less than a yard wide, which is simply wrapped around the figure and hangs from the waist, being held in place by a brightly colored belt or girdle. The enagua is usually a rich red, but it is sometimes a fine violet purple. It reaches but little below the knees. It generally fails to meet the huipilili above, so that a broader or narrower band of fine dark brown separates the two garments. Nothing is worn on the feet, which are exposed, as are also the finely shaped and beautifully developed arms. But the most striking article in the Tehuantepec woman's costume is her huipil, which travelers usually describe as a headdress, although it is nothing of the kind. It is, in reality, a waist garment with sleeves. It is made of lace or cotton or linen, and is bordered at the neck, the sleeves, and the lower margin with broad ruffs of pleated lace. Only at church or on some important or ceremonial occasion is the huipil worn as it was meant to be. Usually at church, the wearer draws the garment over her upper body, but does not put her arms into the sleeves, nor her head through the neck opening, simply fitting her face into this in such a way that it appears to be framed in a broad, oval, well-starched border of pleated lace. Usually, however, the garment is not even worn in this manner, but is turned upside down and carelessly hung upon the head, so that the broad lower fringe of lace falls back upon the hair, while the upper part of the garment, with the sleeves, the collar, and cuff ruffs, hangs down upon the back. The whole effect is that of a fine crest rising from the head, coursing down the back, and moving with the breeze as the woman walks. These Zapotec women are fond of decoration, but particularly prize gold coins. In the past, when Tehuantepec was more important than now, it was no uncommon thing to see a woman in this market with several $100s in gold coins hanging to her neck chain. In these later days of little trade and harder times, these once prized decorations have been spent, and it is rare to see any woman wearing more than $20 to $50 as display. Resuming our journey, we struck out upon the highway which parallels the coast. Almost immediately, the road changed from a fair country cart road to a road remarkable at once for its straightness, breadth, and levelness. It was, however, dreadfully hot and dusty, and was bordered on both sides with a tiresome and monotonous growth of low, thorn-bearing trees, with occasional clumps of palms. We ate dinner at Huixquilucan, in a little eating-house conducted by a Japanese. A little beyond that important Indian center, we saw a puma pace forth from the thicket with indescribably graceful and slow tread. It crossed the dusty road and disappeared in the thicket. In the morning, we had startled flocks of parrots, which rose with harsh cries, hovered while we passed, and then resettled on the same trees where they had been before. In the evening we saw pairs of macaws flying high, and as they flew over our heads, They looked like black crosses, sharp against the evening sky. At evening we reached Govino, a dreadful town, in the population of which there seems to be a Negro strain. We stopped with the Presidente, in whose veins flowed Spanish, Indian, and Negro blood. In his one-roomed house, besides ourselves, there slept the owner, his wife, 2 daughters, one with a 6 weeks baby, a son, and 2 young men, friends of the family. Turning north the next day onto the Niltepec road, we wandered from our trail, losing 5 leagues of space and more than 3 hours of time. The country through which we passed was terribly dry. There were no running streams. We crossed a bed of one dried river after another, streaks of sand and pebbles. The people in the villages near these dried riverbeds dug holes a foot or 2 deep into the sand and gravel, and thus got water. At the place where we camped for the night, Suspiro Ranch, a new house was being palm-thatched. All the men and boys of the neighborhood were helping. The labor was carefully divided. Some were bringing in great bundles of the palm leaves. Others pitched these up to the thatchers, who were skillfully fitting them under and over the poles of the roof framework, and then beating them firmly home. Many of the helpers had come considerable distances and spent the night, so that we shared our room with quite a dozen men and boys, while the women and children slept in another house. Passing through Zanatepec, we stopped for Sunday at Tanatepec. Here we found ourselves again upon the low coast road. It was, however, our last point of low altitude, as from there we struck inland over a higher, cooler, and more interesting mountain road. At Zanatepec, we first saw the marimba played. This musical instrument, unquestionably African in name and origin, is hardly found north of Chiapas, but is extremely common through Central America. It consists of a wooden frame supporting keys made of wood and metal, each of which gives forth its own note when struck with small hammers. Below the keys of lowest tone are hung tubes, pipes, or gourds as sounding boxes to increase the sound produced by striking the key. Usually, 4 players perform at one time, each using 2 or more little hammers. The music is rapid and brilliant, somewhat resembling that of the piano. The instrument usually has some fanciful name which is painted upon it. The one at Tanatepec was La Azteca, the Aztec lady, while our next one was La Reina de las Flores, the Queen of the Flowers. At Zanatepec, La Azteca was an advertising part of a traveling circus. The troupe consisted of 3 men and 3 women, the latter of whom seemed to be mulattoes. The men were ridiculously garbed and painted to represent wild Indians. The real, live Indians who followed these clowns in delighted crowds, enjoyed thrills of terror at their whoops, fierce glances, and wild antics, and assured us that these actors were, if not the real thing, at least wonderfully accurate impersonations of the natives of the Estados Unidos, United States, the land of the Apaches. From Tehuantepec, we were in Chiapas, the southernmost state of the Republic. We struck out over a fine mountain road, passable for carts, all the way to Tuxtla Gutierrez, the capital of the state. Our first ascent was over a magnificent mountain mass of syenite, which at some places seemed to be as fine as our own quincy stone. The road, with many short zigzags, made a remarkably abrupt ascent, and having reached the crest, wound like a vast serpent along the summit. As we descended into the following valley, we encountered a beautiful deer, which stood in the middle of the road, eyeing us with curiosity, until we were almost upon it, when it dashed into the thicket and then stopped to again eye us. Upon attaining the second summit, we were amid pines. All day we had had a wind in our faces, cold, and so strong as to almost blow us from the narrow ridge. Yet the sky was cloudless. Looking back from our summit, a magnificent view to the ocean was spread before us. Below us were the mountains over which we had come, then a valley broken with mountains of a lesser size. Beyond was the dry coastal plain, and yet beyond it the sea. The dark green pines, the blue sky, the brown hills, the gray plain, the stretch of blue-green waters, made a wonderful color combination. The next 2 days were most uninteresting. We were often reminded of the recent threat of war between Mexico and Guatemala, the disputed border line between which we were now nearing. We met marching bands of soldiers who were returning to Huixquilucan. Officers were on horses, common soldiers on foot. Pack mules were laden with luggage. The women, accompanying their husbands, were weighed down with coffee pots, bundles of clothes, and babies, all strapped on their backs together. They were a motley crew. At Huixquilucan, a company was encamped in the plaza. Our mule, Chantal, took particular delight in running into such bands of marching soldiers as we encountered, causing no end of trouble. On one occasion, as a group approached us, he ran forward at a lively pace into their midst and tangled himself up with a party of prisoners, apparently soldiers in disgrace, who, tied together with ropes, were under guard. As we rode up to capture him, I felt a hand at that coat pocket which contained our money bag, and, turning suddenly, found one of the guard trying to draw the bag of money from my pocket. I struck at him with my whip, and he slunk away. The last day of travel, before reaching Tuxtla Gutierrez, we passed one of the few pretty places on this dreary road, Agua Bendita. At this point, the road makes a great curve, almost like a horseshoe. At the middle of this curve, there rises to the right of the road a wall of a limestone rock, the plainly defined strata of which are thrown into a gentle anticlinal fold. The upper layers of this arch were covered with shrubs clinging to its face, while the lower layers were tapestried with a curtain of delicate ferns, which hung down over the open arch below, under which the road passed. Water trickled through this limestone mass, and dripped and collected in little basins, which had been excavated in the ledge close by the roadside. Some grateful passer had set up little crosses by the water pools, and they were gay that day with purple orchids plucked from a nearby tree. In this tree, amid the brilliant clumps of yet unplucked blossoms of the orchids, were a number of toucans, with their enormous, brightly colored bills, the picos de canoa, canoe beaks, of the people. Tuxtla Gutierrez is a town of some thousands population, with a central plaza where the local band plays almost every evening, and a marketplace of exceptional interest. Here, as nowhere else, we saw crowds of the purest Indians in native dress. Chiapas is the home of at least 13 tribes, each with its own language. Among the most interesting Indians we saw in the market were the Tzotzils from Chamula, who wore heavy, black woolen garments. The Indians of the town and its immediate vicinity are Zoques. Few Mexican governors possess the breadth of view and the intelligent enterprise of Governor Leon, whom we encountered here. A man of middle age, of fair stature, though slight in build, with dark complexion, iron-gray hair, beard and whiskers, carefully trimmed after the French fashion. His appearance creates a favorable impression. He did everything in his power for our comfort and assistance, and supplied us with letters to the jefes políticos of the districts through which we were to pass. We congratulated him upon the cart road over which we had come from Cbteddy, an important public work for this part of the world. He told us he began it 3 years ago with a force of but 9 men, that it would be extended to San Cristobal and San Bartolome, that he was no engineer, but that he could tell quite well when a road was passable for a cart. We found him greatly interested in a congress which he had called of persons interested in labor questions. Among the questions which he hoped to see considered was the abolition of the system of peonage, which still exists in full development in the state. Less than 3 leagues from Tuxtla Gutierrez is Chiapa, famous for the brightly painted gourds and calabash vessels there manufactured and sent out to all parts of the Republic. Toys, rattles, cups, and great bowl basins are among the forms produced. We visited a house where 5 women were making pretty rattles from little crook-necked gourds. The workers sat upon the floor, with their materials and tools before them. The first one rubbed the body of the dry gourds over with an oil paint. These paints are bought in bulk and mixed upon a flat slab with a fine-grained, smooth, hard pebble as a grinder, with aje and a white earth dug near the road between Chiapas and Tuxtla Gutierrez. The aje is a yellow, putty-like mass which gives a brilliant, lacquer-like luster. The white earth causes the color to adhere to the surface to which it is applied. The second woman rubbed the neck of the gourd with green paint. The third painted the line of junction of the two colors with white using a brush. The fourth brought out the luster of the before dull object by rubbing it upon a pad of cotton cloth upon her knee, giving a final touch by careful rubbing with a tuft of cotton wool. With a brush, the final worker rapidly painted on the lustrous surface delicate floral or geometric decoration. Though representing so much delicate and ingenious labor, these pretty toys were sold at the price of 2 for medio, 3 cents in United States currency. The aje, which gives the brilliant luster to this work, deserves more than a passing notice. It is made chiefly at San Bartolome, and is secured from an insect, a sort of plant louse, which lives upon the blackthorn and related trees. The insect is found only in the wet season, is small, though growing rapidly, and is of a fiery red color, though it coats itself over with a white secretion. It lives in swarms, which form conspicuous masses. These are gathered in vessels, washed to remove the white secretion, boiled, crushed, and strained through a cloth. An oily matter mixed with blood and water passes out, which is boiled to drive off the water and to concentrate the oily mass. This is then washed in trays to rid it of the blood and made up into balls, which are sold at 10 or 12 centavos, 5 or 6 cents a pound. It is a putty-like substance with a handsome yellow color. We have already stated that it is ground up with dry paints to be rubbed on the object which is to be adorned, and that the brilliant luster is developed by gentle and rapid friction. Pinto, a spotting or discoloring of the skin, is a common disease in many parts of Mexico. 3 varieties are recognized: white, red, and blue or purple. The disease is particularly frequent in the states of Guerrero and Chiapas, and we had heard that it was very common in Chiapas. Perhaps 20% of the population really has the disease. At San Bartolome, perhaps 75% are affected. In some towns, an even larger proportion is reported. The white form appears the commonest. One subject examined at Tuxtla Gutierrez was a woman some 60 years of age. At birth, she showed no symptom of the trouble, but spots began to appear when she was 7 or 8 years old. She was naturally dark, and the white spots were in notable contrast to her normal color. The spots increased in number and in size until her face and arms looked as if they had been white and become brown spotted, instead of vice versa. After she was 40 years of age, her spots varied but little. The cause of this disease is still obscure, although several treatises have been written upon it. Authorities do not even agree as to the sequence of the forms of the disease, if there be such sequence. Some assert that the white form is the early stage, and that the disease may never progress beyond it. Others assert that the white spots are merely the permanent scars left after the disappearance of the disease itself. Maps of distribution seem to show a distinct relation of the disease to altitude and character of water supply. The common herd attribute it to an insect sting, to drinking of certain water, or to bathing in certain pools. Usually, there is no pain or danger connected with the trouble, except in the red form. But if the person affected changes residence, itching and some discomfort may temporarily ensue. The Presidente at Chiapas took us to the jail, where the prisoners were filed before us and made to hold out hands and feet for our inspection. Such cases of pinto as were found were somewhat carefully examined. All we encountered there were of the white variety. Later, at private houses, we saw some dreadful cases of the purple form. Very often, those whose faces were purple blotched had white spotted hands and feet. We had not planned to stop at Acala, but after a hard ride over a dreary road and a ferrying across a wide and deep river in a great dugout canoe 30 feet or more in length, our animals swimming alongside, we found our beasts too tired for further progress, and it was a sad town. How strange that beautifully clear and sparkling mountain water often produces actual misery among an ignorant population. Scarcely had we dismounted at our lodging place when a man of 40, an idiot and goitrous, came to the door with sadly imperfectly coordinated movements, gestured a message which he could not speak. Almost as soon as he had gone, a deaf-mute boy passed. As we sat at our doorway, we saw a half-witted child at play before the next house. Goiter, deaf-mutism, and imbecility all are fearfully common, and all are relatedly due to the drinking water. To us, sitting at the door near dusk, a song was borne upon the evening breeze. Nearer and nearer it came, until we saw a group of 12 or 15 persons, women in front, men and children behind, who sang as they walked. Some aided themselves with long staves. All carried burdens of clothing, food, utensils, All were wearied and footsore with the long journey, but full of joy and enthusiasm as they were nearing their destination, a famous shrine. Passing us, they journeyed onward to an open space at the end of town, where, with many others who had reached there sooner, they camped for the night. The next day, we constantly passed such parties of pilgrims, coming or going to this shrine, which lay a little off the road between Alcala and San Bartolome. In one group, we counted 90 pilgrims. We had been told that San Bartolome was full of goiter, and we really found no lack of cases. It is said that 40 years ago it was far more common than now, and that the decrease has followed the selection of a new water source and the careful piping of the water to the town. In the population of 2,000, it was estimated that there might be 200 cases, 50 of which were notable. None, however, was so extraordinary as that of which several told us the late secretario of the town, who had a goiter of such size that when he sat at the table to write, he had to lift the swelling with both hands and place it on the table before he began work. The former prevalence of the disease is abundantly suggested by the frequency of deaf mutes, a score or more of whom live here, all children of goitrous parents. Bad as was San Bartolome, it seemed to us surpassed by San Antonio, where we found the disease in an aggravated form, while at Nentan, our first point in Guatemala, every one appeared affected, although we saw no dreadful cases. San Bartolome is an almost purely Indian town, where for the first time our attention was called to the two sets of town officials, Indian and Ladino. The Indian town government consisted of 4 Indians of pure blood, who wore the native costume. This here is characteristic both for men and women. The men wore wide-legged trousers of native woven cotton and an upper jacket shirt, square at the bottom, made of the same stuff, with designs, rosettes, flowers, geometrical figures, birds, animals, or men, wrought in them in red, green, or yellow wools. About the waist was a handsome, brilliant native belt, while a bright kerchief was twisted about the head. The men were well built, but the alcalde was a white pinto. Women wore huipilis, waist garments, sometimes thick and heavy, at others thin and open in texture, but in both cases decorated with lines of brightly colored designs. Their enaguas, skirts, were of heavy indigo blue stuff, or of plain white cotton, of 2 narrow pieces sewed together, and quite plain except for a line of bright stitching along the line of juncture. As among other Indian tribes, This cloth was simply wrapped around the figure and held in place by a belt. The town is famous for its weaving and dyeing. The loom is the simple, primitive device used all through Mexico long before the conquest. We were surprised to find that the designs in colored wools are not embroidered upon the finished fabric, but are worked in with bits of worsted during the weaving. From San Bartolome to Comitán, the road passes over a curious lime deposit, apparently formed by ancient hot waters. It is a porous tufa, which gave back a hollow sound under the hoofs of our horses. It contains moss, leaves, and branches, crusted with lime, and often forms basin terraces, which, while beautiful to see, were peculiarly harsh and rough for our animals. But the hard and far more ancient limestone onto which we then passed was quite as bad. At the very summit of one hill of this, we found a cave close by the road. Entering it, we penetrated to a distance of perhaps 75 feet, finding the roof hung with stalactites and the walls sheeted with stalagmite. Just after leaving this cave, we met a tramp on foot, ragged, weary, and dusty, and with a little bundle slung upon a stick over his shoulder. He accosted me in Spanish, asking whence we had come. On my reply, probably catching my foreign accent, he winked and said in plain English, "Yes, and where are you going, pard?" After a hard day's ride over a shut-in road, destitute of fine views, we reached the crest overlooking Comitán. The descent was almost precipitous. The town, better built and more compact than most, was situated near the foot of the hill. Near it, on a terrace, was the cemetery. On the level road, stretching to a long distance from the town, we saw lines of hundreds of pack mules, dwarfed by distance. South from the town stretched a grassy plain, bordered here and there with pine trees. Back of this plain rose round-topped hills, and beyond them were again the blue mountains. Far in the distance, behind these, towered the mighty crests of the Guatemalan Sierra Madre. The town was crowded, as the annual feria, fair, was in progress, and it was with difficulty that we found a room to sleep in, going for our meals to one of the many temporary eating places in the plaza. Comitán is the last town of consequence in Mexico, and has wide fame on account of its spirits, known as comiteco. This drink, of enormous strength, distilled from coarse brown sugar, panela, is a favorite in Guatemala, and its smuggling across the border, though risky, is a lucrative business. There are scores of little distilleries in the town, many of them belonging to and conducted by women. Mexican paper money is useless between Tuxtla Gutiérrez and Comitán, At the latter city, it may be exchanged for silver, but with difficulty. From here on, we found no copper in circulation, and before reaching Comitan, we had begun to receive Guatemalan silver in our change. Fully 30 leagues from the border, we ceased to receive Mexican silver from anyone. This notable displacement of Mexican currency seems curious, because Guatemalan money is at a heavy discount in comparison with it. At San Bartolome, we sent a soldier police to buy zacate, giving him Mexican money. He brought back 2 Guatemalan pieces in change, and, on our objecting to receive it, assured me not only that the money was good, but also that here the people were Guatemalans. "Here," said he, "not Mexico. Here we are all Carrera's people." This, of course, was sheer treason. Carrera, the pure-blood Indian, who in the stirring days of 1839 seized the power in Guatemala, a strange and wild being who had a real love for his country, has left a profound impression. At times an exile, he had lived at Comitan, where his name was familiar to all the Indians around. His coins are much prized by the Indians for necklaces and earrings, and even at Tehuantepec we had seen women wearing his little gold pieces in their ears. It should have been an easy matter to go from Comitan to Nenton in Guatemala in a single day. As it was, we made it with great difficulty in 2, our mule Chontal apparently being completely worn out. We crossed the llano, passed through patches of pines, and then came out upon a terrible country of limestone hills. In our last day's journey, we had to coax, threaten, beat, drag, and push that mule until our voices were gone and our arms were tired. Immediately on passing the line into Guatemala, we found the telegraph wires cut and poles down, a result of the late unpleasantness with Mexico. The mountain mass before us, which had been in view for 2 days past, loomed up frightfully before us. Would our little mule be able to pass it? We remembered what an American tramp, whom we had met at Tuxtla Gutierrez, and who had walked on foot from Guatemala City, had said: "Between Nenton and Huehuetenango, you will pass over a mountain that will make your heart sick. May God help you." Just at dusk, we looked down upon Nenton in a little valley, with a fine stream crossed by a pretty bridge, where mountains rose steeply on every side. Having been registered by the custom officials, we slept that night, our first in the new republic, in the municipal house. Next morning, we started bravely, the whole town having assembled to see us off. We safely reached the foot of the mountain, where the mule stopped and braced himself. We spoke kindly, coaxed, dragged, but all to no effect. Finally he started, but 3 times within the next few minutes he and we went through the same procedure. Patience had ceased to be a virtue. We held a serious consultation. Ernst asserted that by placing the rope over the nostrils of the animal and then leading, he must move. We tried the experiment. The beast gave a snort, a groan, lurched, fell over, kicked convulsively, closed his eyes, and lay, to all appearance, dead. The town below, which had been watching progress, came running up. We removed the halter. The animal lay quiet. The pity of the bystanders was maddening, their remarks exasperating. "Poor little mule, he dies." They pointed to his rubbed sides. "Ah, poor creature, what a heavy load, how thin he is." It is certain that the best mule in the town was in far worse condition. And as for food, Chantal had eaten more the night before than our 2 horses put together. Having exhausted their vocabulary of sympathy, our friends left us, as the poor little animal showed signs of coming to. We concluded to engage a man on foot to carry the burden across the mountains and to lead Chantal. After some delay, a man was found who readily agreed to carry the burden and pack saddle, but when he found he was to lead the mule besides, he defied the town authorities and refused to go. Unfortunately, he was a carpenter, and by law could not be made to go against his will. Hours passed while another carrier was sought. Declaring that I would not return to town, I waited on the road with the mule, while Ernst rode back and forth. As soon as he had left, the beast began to mend. He coughed, raised his head, and opening one eye, gravely winked. Taking his halter and encouraging him to rise, I led him a few yards up the hill, when he again braced himself, and I desisted. There he ate zacate. Presently we took another turn, mounted a little higher up the hill, where he stopped again. A little later we made another journey, and again halted. Just then I heard an Indian boy of 14 years calling from the cliff above me in great excitement. "Señor, un animal." "An animal, sir." Clambering over rocks, I came up to the boy, with his machete in his hand, standing at the foot of a tree, upon the leafless branches of which was a fine iguana, lizard, 2 feet or more in length. Visions of iguana steak, which I had long desired to try, rose in fancy. The boy was disgusted when he found I had no pistol with which to shoot his animal, but grunted, "If we but had a cord." I directed him where to find a cord among our luggage, and on his return he made a slip noose, cut a long and slender pole to which he tied his snare. Then, handing me his machete, he raised his pole and tried to slip the noose over the lizard's head. The iguana gave a leap, and as it shot by me, I struck at it with the machete, which hit it and threw it on the rocks below. However, before we could reach it, it had made good its escape. Returning to the mule, I found it eating grass contentedly by the roadside. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon when our human beast of burden finally arrived, took up his burden, and was ready to start. Then suddenly I took a new resolve. Before us rose the appalling mass of the Sierra Madre. To get that mule across it would wear us out in mind and body. I regretted that he had not died, and determined to have no further trouble with him. Quickly, we sent back word to Nenton that a mule and saddle were for sale. The crowd gathered. We demanded $15 for the mule, 10 for the saddle, and were offered 10 and 5 respectively. But we declared we would kill the mule and burn the saddle before we would take less. We triumphed. Our account stood: cost of mule, $45. Cost of saddle, $6. Total, $51. Selling price of mule, $15. Selling price of saddle, $10. Total, $25. Loss, paid for experience in mules, $26. End of chapter 4.
Section 5 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 5. At Huixquilucan, 1897. Our serious work was to begin with one of the most conservative and reserved of Mexican Indian populations. If we could do what we planned to do with the Otomis, we were likely to have but little greater trouble with any tribe. In ancient times, the name of Otomi was synonymous with stupidity. When an Aztec was particularly stupid or clumsy, his fellows in derision called him an Otomi. They still are ignorant, suspicious, and unprogressive. Huixquilucan, which we had chosen as our field for labor, is situated on a high ridge within sight of the National Railroad at a distance of perhaps 1.5 miles from the station of Dos Rios. A crowd of Indian women and children are always at the station when trains pass to sell tortillas, chalupas, and pulque to passengers. Few travelers from the United States passing over this road have failed to notice the dark and ugly faces of these sellers and have received their first impression of the Indians of Mexico from seeing them. Our party, 3 in number, reached Dos Rios in the morning and began work at the station with the women who were selling there. Dr. Powell, as our interpreter, undertook the personal dealings, and our material, as was to be expected, was chiefly women. When we came to record the names of our subjects, we found that every woman's first name was Maria, the differentiation between them being first found in the middle name. They were little creatures, scarcely larger than well-grown girls of 11 or 12 among ourselves. Some old women, with gray hair and wrinkled faces, who piously kissed our hands when they met us, were among the smallest. Now and then some young woman or girl was attractive, but usually their faces were suspicious, sad, and old before their time. The skin was a rich brown, the eyebrows heavily haired, often meeting above the nose. The hair grew low upon the forehead, and in young women the forehead itself was covered with a fine downy black growth. The nose was flat, broad, and depressed at the roots, while its tip was flat and wide. The eyes were dark brown, and the hair was black and coarse. If we were to judge the population by the women only, we might call the Otomis true pygmies. The average stature of 28 subjects was 1,435 millimeters, while Sir William Flower's limit for pygmy peoples is 1,500 millimeters. Many of the women whom we measured and photographed carried babies. The disposition of the children while the mothers were being examined was something of a problem. When given to another woman, they usually cried lustily, and so conducted themselves as to distract the attention of their mothers and interfere seriously with our work. In the crowd of lookers-on, there chanced to be a little girl, surely not more than 10 years old, who seemed to be a born caretaker. Upon her back, supported by her ayate, she carried her own baby brother. We quickly found that really refractory babies were best committed to her charge. No matter how loudly they might have been crying beforehand, when transferred to the arms of this little creature, they became instantly quiet. The poor little thing was kept busily employed the greater part of the afternoon with the 2 babies, one upon her back, the other in her arms. Almost all the women wear the ancient costume, which consists of the huipil, enagua, faja, and ayate. The huipil is a cotton blanket with a slit through which the head passes. On each side of this slit are bands of patterns embroidered in bright colors. Much of the remaining surface of the garment may be similarly decorated. Sometimes it becomes one mass of designs. The patterns are usually geometrical figures, but may be representations of animals, birds, or human beings. They may be regularly arranged or jumbled together haphazard. The enagua skirt consists of 2 strips of cloth of different kinds and colors, sewn together side by side, and then wrapped horizontally about the body. These strips of cloth are native spun, native dyed, and native woven. The favorite colors are dark blue, brownish purple, or Indian red, horizontally banded with narrow black stripes. The 2 strips are usually joined by a line of color stitching. The enagua is simply wrapped around the body, sometimes thrown into pleatings in front and held in place by a broad cotton belt of bright color, into which are woven birds, animals, human figures, and geometrical forms. These belts are called by the Spanish name faja. Both men and women carry ayates. These are square or rectangular blankets made of ixtli, the strong fiber of the maguey. Like the enaguas, they usually consist of 2 pieces, side by side, stitched together with some bright color. The fiber, which is gathered from the leaves, partly by maceration, partly by beating, is spun in a primitive fashion. Almost every woman one meets upon the road, no matter what burden of babies or goods she carries, has a hank of the fiber thrown over her shoulder and keeps her little spindle whirling, spinning the strong thread as she walks. Her spindle consists of a slender stick thrust through a whorl of baked pottery. Such whorls are no longer made, but the ancient ones, called by the Aztec name malacates, are picked up in the fields and reapplied to their old use. Usually, the ixtli thread is left of its original gray or white color, but sometimes the fiber is dyed, a fine shade of orange being favored. The ixtli thread is woven into ayates, which are used for carrying burdens. Vegetables, charcoal, babies, anything are put into them. 2 ends are tied together to hold the burden in place, and the other 2 are passed across the breast and tied in front. These blankets are astonishingly strong and unyielding. At evening, after a fair day's work, we made our way on foot across the valley and up the long slope to the summit of the ridge on which lay Huixquilucan, the official center of a municipality of 11,000 persons. Of these, 3,000 live in the village, while the remainder are clustered together in hamlets like San Bartolito, San Francisco, Agua Bendita, or are scattered in single-house settlements over the mountains. Of the 11,000 persons, more than 3/4 claim to be full Otomis. There are no truly poor in the whole town. Every family has its field, its house, its bit of woodland. All the people still speak the native tongue, and many speak no other. The town is picturesquely situated upon the crest and flank of a long, narrow ridge, which is enclosed by a grand sweeping curve of lofty mountains. The flanks of the enclosed ridge and the whole slope of the surrounding mountains are occupied by the little fields of the Indians, long narrow patches separated by lines of maguey or century plants. The houses are built of adobe bricks with thick and solid walls, which are usually plastered on the outside and tinted white or pink. The roofs are pitched, but with a gentle slope. They consist of frameworks of poles upon which long narrow shingles are laid and pegged in place with wooden pegs which project both above and below, for several inches in a formidable bristling way. Sometimes the shingles, instead of being pegged in place, are held by stones, which in some cases weigh several pounds and are laid in regular horizontal lines. When we were there, great stacks of corn husks were to be seen in almost every yard. These were placed on floorings raised by posts some distance above the ground to keep them from animals. A long ladder usually leaned against one side of the stack, and a light cross of sticks stuck into the top of the stack kept off evil influences. Sometimes this cross was cut in relief on the smooth, carefully trimmed end of the stack itself. More striking than these stacks, and quite characteristic of the Otomi country, were the queer corn bins or granaries called by the Aztec name Zincalote. They rose in all directions like great square columns. The floor of boards was slightly raised from the ground by stones and measured some 4 or 5 feet on the side. From its corners rose 4 poles, sometimes to the height of 20 feet. These were connected at the top and held firm by ropes. The sides of the bin were built up of a cobwork of slender staves laid horizontally. The vertical bin thus formed was filled with ears of corn, roofed about with a light thatch or shingled roof. Later in the season, as the corn was taken from these bins, the sides would have been removed piecemeal to keep progress with the diminishing horde. When the time of planting should be near, the whole structure but the floor and upright poles would have disappeared. Next to maize, the chief culture among the Otomis is maguey. This form division lines between the cornfields and the village yards, and is sometimes, though not commonly here, planted in fields. The maguey is an agave very close to the century plant. Manifold are its uses, but to the Otomi its value is chiefly in 2 directions. It furnishes ixtli fiber for ayates, and it yields pulque. For a dozen years, the maguey plant stores away starchy food in its long, thick, sharp-pointed leaves. It is the intended nourishment for the great shaft of flowers. Finally, the flower bud forms amid the cluster of leaves. Left to itself, the plant now sends all its reserve of food into this bud, and the great flower stalk shoots upward at the rate of several inches daily. Then the great pyramid of flowers develops, but man interferes. The flower bud is cut out, and a neat deep cup is fashioned amid the bases of the cluster of leaves. The sap which should produce that wonderful growth is poured into this cup. The pulque gatherer, with his long gourd collecting tube and a skin-carrying bottle, goes from plant to plant and gathers the aguamiel, honey water. Fermented, it becomes the whitish, dirty, ropey, sour-tasting, bad-smelling stuff so dear to the Indians. And the Otomi are fond of pulque. We were compelled to do our work in the mornings. In the afternoons, everyone was drunk and limp and useless in the operator's hands. We slept at 8 at the house of the Presidente, an old mestizo of rather forbidding manners, but kindly spirit. Our cases came rather slowly, and a deal of coaxing, argument, and bribes were necessary to secure them. Here we gave a trifle, a few centavos to each subject. The policy was bad, and we abandoned it with reference to all subsequent populations. Naturally, the natives were hostile to our work. They thought that we were measuring them for their coffins, that they would be forced into the army, that disease would result, that an uncanny influence was laid upon them, that witchcraft might be worked against them. After having had a lot of trouble with many of our subjects, we were surprised one day to have the oldest man of the village, Antonio Calistro, born in 1813, still so hale and hearty that he works his own fields, come in for measurement and photographing. He still wears the old style of dress, a loose jacket with white sleeves made of dark blue woolen cloth, gathered around the waist by a closely woven cotton belt, short, wide-legged trousers of buckskin. He is the only man left in the village who wears his hair after the old fashion. That on top of his head in front was combed together and braided into a little tail, while that of the sides and back of the head was made into a longer braid. When we asked him how it was that he was not afraid to undergo our measurement and photographing, we learned that someone had told him that the purport of our work was to send information to the Pope in Rome as to how his Oromi children looked, and from respect for the Holy Father, the old man of 80 years had walked in from his distant farm to be measured and photographed. A curious fact in respect to the Otomis resulted from our study. The men, apparently of pure blood, presented two quite different types. There are many who are as little as the women. They present almost the type already given as that of the women, but are a little lighter in color. The second type is tall, sometimes over 1,700 millimeters. It is lighter in color, presenting at times a light brownish yellow shade. Some Indians of this large type have white skins, blotched with disagreeable red or purple. The eyes of these large men are usually widely spaced, and the face appears rounder than in their smaller brethren. All the Oromis of both types, men and women, have astonishingly big heads, and many dwarfish individuals were required a 7 1/4 head. One night during our stay we had a grand illumination. It was St. Martin's Eve. During the afternoon the men and boys planted dead trees in the plaza and streets, and filled the branches with bunches of dry brush. At dusk we walked up to the crest before the church. All through the valley the men and boys had been busy, and as darkness settled down, blaze after blaze sprung forth until every hillside was dotted with flaming heaps. On every church and farmhouse of large size, straight lines of little bonfires were built along the edges of the roof. There must have been many hundreds of fires in sight at once. Meanwhile, all the churches of the little hamlets around clanged their bells discordantly. Then the church close by us burst into illumination, and its bells joined in the clangor as we started down the hill. The villagers were putting torches to the piles, and children were dancing in the glare, shooting off their little rockets and adding their full share to the general confusion. In the older time, Huixquilucan had a bad reputation for highway robberies. A great hill overlooking the town is called the Hill of Crosses, and here a cross by the wayside usually signifies a place of murder. Many a traveler in the not distant past found his way from here as best he could to the capital city, minus burden and money, minus hat and shoes, and sometimes minus clothing. They used to say that from Toluca to the city a man was robbed 3 times. The first time they took his money, the second his watch and valuables, the third his clothes. We were told that the church here, the chief church of our Oromi friends, is called the Church of the Thieves, and that it was even lately a favorite resort of ladrones who prayed for blessing upon their thieving expeditions and for release in case they should be taken captive. And not so long ago, among the little silver-bottom offerings, eyes, legs, arms, hands, all given in fulfillment of promises for the cure of ailing members, one might see little chains and manacles, visible evidence that Saint or Virgin had kindly released some fellow taken in his misdeeds from a well-deserved punishment in answer to his pious prayers. Below the station of Dos Rios, a little ravine borders the main valley. There, within sight of the track, on one side of the ravine, lies the stone which long ago fell from the moon. It is a great boulder, with flat lower surface and round upper surface, sufficiently large for a considerable party to camp on. The earth is washed away somewhat from below it, and on its underside are rude figures painted in imitation of suns and circles and symbolic designs. It is said that the Indians throughout the country around respect this rock, making prayers and offerings to it. One of Huixquilucan's pretty hamlets is Agua Bendita, blessed water, near the upper narrowing end of the valley. A dozen or so houses compose the settlement. Near it, upon a little side gorge, 2 lovely springs burst forth from the rock. From them a bubbling stream of sparkling water flows, in which, in the bright sunshine, women wash clothes and lay them out on bushes or grassy banks to dry. Little naked children play about while their mothers labor. Hither dusky maidens come to perform their toilets. Here women fill their ollas with water. Here pulque gatherers wash and scrape their skin bottles. In the little tank below, where the water lies so clear that everything is visible upon its bottom, one may see axolotls creeping. They are water salamanders, but they have a strange history. Like frogs, they pass through a series of changes, and the larval is very different from the adult form. In some Mexican lakes of genial temperature, the little creature goes through its full history from the larva to the adult, but in cold mountain lakes, the adult form is never attained, and the larva, elsewhere immature, lays eggs that hatch its like. Our last evening at Huixquilucan, I went out to purchase native garments. We rode from house to house and were quite away from the town in a district where houses were few and far between. It was nearly dusk and our search must end. We were at the last house on a slope near the bottom of a valley on whose opposite slope were but a few houses. The people were primitive in appearance, dress, and language. They could not understand all we said, but were anxious to please the padrecito, whose hand they kissed. Having no clothing to sell us, they tried to help us procure some. Orders were given to a shy and wild girl with deep-set, shining jet-black eyes, raven hair, and dark brown skin, dressed in rags. Stepping to a little out-jutting mass of rock, she gave a wild cry, looking across the valley to the nearest house on the opposite slope, fully half a mile away. We could see the people of the house turn out to hear. Then, in a high, clear voice, strangely penetrating, but without harshness or a break or pause for breath, with rising and falling intonation, she cried her message. There was a moment's pause, and then we saw the answering crier take her place, and in the same clear, penetrating, unbroken, up-and-down voice came back the reply. It was not favorable, and the old man apologized for the failure as he kissed the padrecito's hand in parting. Some weeks later, we were again at Huixquilucan, this time to secure some busts. Having reached the house of the Presidente, we sent out our drunken friend Agustin, who had been useful to us during our mission experiences, to find subjects. He finally appeared with a man who agreed to submit to the operation for 1 peso. Everything went well until the moles were removed. It is true that in the removal a good deal of hair was pulled out, but no serious damage was done. When the peso agreed upon was offered, the subject indignantly refused to receive it, demanding 5. I replied that he well understood our agreement. There was his peso. If he cared to take it, good. If not, I would keep it. But that to pay 5 pesos was out of the question. He thereupon grew angry and boisterously demanded the increased sum. Several of his friends gathered and backed him in his demand. The noise they made attracted a still greater crowd until at last we were surrounded by 40 or 50 angry Indians. The man continued to demand his 5 pesos, the other crying, "Pay him 5 pesos." I was firm, declaring that the man should receive no more than had been promised. Again the peso was offered, again to be rejected. At that moment, some brilliant genius cried, "If you do not pay 5 pesos, we will break your molds." And the cry was caught up by the angry crowd, "Yes, we will break the molds unless you pay 5 pesos." At this threat, I told my 2 companions to stand back out of the way, and then, speaking to him who had suggested the breaking of the molds, said, pointing to them, "Yes, break the molds." His ardor cooled. Turning to another, I said to him, "Come, break the molds." He began to back away. Turning to the cause of the disturbance, who had joined in the cry about destroying the molds, I said to him, "Come, come, we are waiting for you to break the molds." No one made the move toward destroying our plaster work, so I said, "No, you know quite well you will not break the molds. If you did, you know what would happen. I should take you all as prisoners to Toluca." At that moment, catching sight of the old Presidente, who was passing on the road, I clapped my hands and beckoned him. When the old man came, I laid the matter fairly before them, telling him the agreement that had been made, the time taken for the work, and the fact I had offered the man the peso promised, that he now demanded 5 pesos, refusing to take the proffered money. The old man looked a moment at me, then at the angry Indian, then at me, and again at the Indian. Then, stepping up to him, he patted him on the back as a father might a spoiled child, saying, "Come, come, son, don't be a fool. 3 good days' wages for an hour's time. Take your peso and be gone." We had feared the incident would cast a damper on our work and hinder other subjects. Far from it. We were supplied as rapidly as our men could work at the same price we paid our first subject. End of section 5. Section 6 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 6. Lake Pátzcuaro. 1897. Mexico has few large lakes, the largest, Chapala, having an area of only 1,685 square kilometers. Pátzcuaro is much smaller but far more picturesque. The form is something like a fat horseshoe. Fine hills rise around it on all sides, behind which are mountain heights with jagged outlines, pretty islands dot its waters, and 22 villages or towns of Tarascan Indians are situated on its borders. The Indians of these villages rarely use the land roads in going from town to town, commonly journeying by canoes of a somewhat peculiar type. These are dugouts made from single tree trunks and range in size from those intended for a single hunter to those which will carry 10 or 12 persons. At the stern they are cut almost squarely across. At the bow they are trimmed to slope. They are flat-bottomed and considerably wider at the bottom than above. They are dug out in such fashion that the walls are thin and almost vertical on the inner side. Buttressing pieces are left at the bottom at 2 or 3 places, extending across the canoe and no doubt strengthening the sides. They also serve as squatting places for the passengers. The prow narrows as well as slopes upward, and a buttressing piece left in it serves as a footrest for the steersman, who sits in the bow instead of in the stern. He steers by means of a long-handled paddle thrust through a loop of wood fastened to one side of the canoe. The paddles used for propulsion have handles 3 or 4 feet long with round blades. The paddlers sometimes make their stroke on but one side of the canoe, sometimes on both. When they paddle over one side only, the stroke of the oar through the water is oblique, maintaining a steady course. In such canoes, the Tarascans of the lake villages go from place to place. In such a canoe, we started one morning before 6 o'clock for Santa Fe de la Laguna. Our force consisted of 3 persons, an old man named Felipe, his wife, and a young man. All 3 had paddles, but only 2 really paddled, the third one steering. The sun rose shortly after we started, and the light effects of early morning on the water and surrounding mountains were fine. Though we had made an early start, many had started earlier, and in the first part of our journey we met scores of canoes, the paddlers of which were on their way to Pátzcuaro. It was a beautiful sight to see 6 or 8 paddlers in some great canoe, keeping exact time in their movements, singing as they went. Sometimes 2 canoes were raced, and laughter and excited cries accompanied the contest. Here and there along the shores we saw little huts of fishermen, with nets hung out to dry, or groups of men seining or dropping deep nets. Upon many slopes were little terrace garden spots, where modest crops were cultivated. Here and there were mats lately finished, or heaps of fresh-cut rushes for their fabrication. 5 hours of good paddling brought us to Santa Fe de la Laguna, just opposite the far more famous Tzintzuntzan, and but a little distance from the much larger town Quiroga. Santa Fe is quite a town, stretching for a considerable distance along the terrace, but little elevated above the water level. The houses are built of rather large, dark brown adobe bricks. The walls are usually white plastered. The roofs of all the houses are tiled, and the supporting rafters of the roof extend out far beyond the front wall of the house, so that the passer on the footpath is sheltered against rain and the noonday sun. The outer ends of these rafters are cut to give an ornamental effect. All the houses are surrounded by fruit trees, orange, lemon, lime, aguacate, and chirimoya. Each little property is surrounded by a stone wall or some height. The gateway through this, giving entrance to the yard, is surmounted by a pretty little double-pitched roof of thatch. A crowd of pure Indians had gathered at the landing by the time we were unloaded. 40 or 50 men and women of medium stature, dark brown skin, and broad, expressionless faces watched our every movement with curiosity, but none was ready to assist us in carrying our luggage to the curato. Taking it ourselves as best we could, we found a boy to direct us and made our way to the house. The cura had gone to Quiroga, and his suspicious household would not receive us until his return, although permitting us to leave our goods. Going to the plaza, we succeeded in getting bread and cheese at a tienda, and after eating, loitered until 2:30, the Padre Ponce made his appearance. We showed him our letters and asked his interest and aid. He at once made us at home in his house, summoned the officials, read the governor's letter aloud to them, and told them it was their duty to assist us in every way. We at once began our work, and before nightfall had measured and photographed a number of cases. The next morning, Saturday, all started merrily. After breakfast, however, Padre Ponce left us, going to Quiroga for celebrating Christmas. The moment he was gone, work slackened, and it was with difficulty that we could procure subjects. Early the next morning, the Padre appeared to say Mass, after which he stirred up the people and we were again at work. But as soon as he left for Quiroga once more, the interest diminished. Finally, as no one came and the officials had disappeared, we started out upon a tour of investigation. We found the whole town drunk. The juez, the chief of police, the mayores, all were too drunk for measurement. We experimented upon 2 or 3 subjects, but soon gave up in despair. Padre Ponce need not have gone to Quiroga for Christmas celebrations. We had them also. For example, we had Los Viejos. One afternoon, we saw a band of 6 persons singing in the street. All but one of them were men or boys dressed in long robes of brilliant red, purple, or green, which were buttoned down the front. Their heads were covered with white cloth, over which were fitted little masks of clay. The last one in the company was a woman, dressed quite in the usual fashion, but barefoot and with her rebozo covering her face and a man's sombrero on her head. 2 of the party had guitars of local manufacture. This company strolled through the streets, singing and dancing. Some of the dancing was cloak dance, some the jarabe, a man and woman taking part. Having noticed this group, we saw that the whole town seemed in movement toward the corral connected with the shrine behind the church. Following with the crowd, we found the corral already filled with people. The men were seated on benches or squatting against the walls. Women and children were sitting on the ground. We noticed that all the women brought burdens, which proved to be pots full of hot atole, bundles of large tortillas, trays heaped high with tamales, or sacks full of little cups. Various bands of dancers made their way around, delighting the crowd with their performances. The group we had already seen was the least interesting. Those that really represented Los Viejos, the old men, were the best. These wore large, comic wooden masks, many of which showed signs of long-continued use. One represented a long, warty, bearded face and was painted purple. Others were painted red or brown, but most of them were of the natural color of the wood. Great wigs of corn husk or of matting were worn over the back of the head. The clothing was ragged and dirty, and in some cases was really of ancient style. Some wore roughly made garments of the skin of the tigre. Each band had its leader, and each tried to outdo the others in the oddity of performance, vigor of dancing, and coarseness of jest. Much fun and laughter were caused by their antics. Meantime, boys and young women were busied as waiters. Cups of steaming atole, delicious tortillas, hot tamales were distributed until everyone, including the strangers, were supplied. No one ate until the whole company had been served, when the town officials set the example and all fell to feasting. Dancing, music, laughter, and fun followed and were kept up until some time after nightfall. On the 2nd day after Christmas, a strolling band of pastores from San Jerónimo passed from house to house singing their Christmas songs. The company consisted of 2 or 3 musicians, a carrier, who was an Indian boy about 15 years old, and 6 other youngsters, wearing new palm hats and carrying long staves ending above in a loop from which streamed strips of brilliantly colored tissue paper. The carrier bore a cushion upon which was stretched a figure of the infant Christ. At each house, he passed before the spectators, allowing them to kiss the figure and to deposit gifts of flowers or of money for the little church of San Jerónimo. The music then struck up, the leader began to sing, and the little shepherds, pastores, marched around and round, singing in chorus. We lost quite 2 days on account of the drunkenness of the town. When it was passed by a vigorous indulgence in wheedling and threatening, we got to work again under way and were just finishing with our 100th man when Padre Ponce returned for good and all. We had nearly starved during his absence. His old housekeeper had done her best with the poor materials which we were able to secure, but the best was bad. With Padre Ponce came another priest, Padre Torres of Pátzcuaro, who used to be located at Santa Fe and was much loved by the natives. With the assistance of the 2 padres, we were able to secure and deal with our female subjects in less than a day, and were ready to bid adieu to the padrecitos and leave for Tzintzuntzan. All the tourist world that goes to Pátzcuaro visits Tzintzuntzan to see the Titian. Padre Ponce was anxious to have us see the famous picture and photograph it. It was late when we reached the town, which consists in large part of mestizos and Indians who speak little but native Tarascan. We found the cura was not in town, but were taken to the curato. Arrived there, we discovered that the good man had taken his keys with him. We arranged with some difficulty for something to eat, and after supper were shown into the open room with an unfinished roof, without a door, and with no hint of bed. Here we shared a lumber pile with 2 or 3 young men, and suffered frightfully from cold all night. We were up early, as sleep was impossible, and filled our time as best we could until it was light enough to photograph the picture. We had our letter from Padre Ponce to the cura, in which he recommended the priest to have us photograph the painting. This letter and the governor's letter we had shown the town officials the night before, telling them that we should make the picture. They replied that they could not give permission to do so during the padre's absence. After we had breakfasted and the light had become sufficient, we made our way to the old church, in front of which are some beautifully gnarled and irregular ancient olive trees, amid which the old bells are quaintly hung. Entering the church, we soon found the Titian, a descent from the cross. The figures are boldly painted and skillfully grouped. The action and lighting concentrate upon the figure of the Christ. Padre Ponce had told us that the proper place from which to photograph was the pulpit, and he was right. The sacristan was looking on with doubt. When he saw us making preparations for the picture, he hurried to us and said it was against all rule for anyone to take a photograph when the cura was not present. We told him our time was short, that we must return to Pátzcuaro that day to arrange our further journey. We showed the governor's order and Padre Ponce's letter, but all in vain. We must wait until the cura came. With this I put some centavos in his hand and told him I was certain his duties called him outside the church, and that we would not detain him, that we should stay a while to gaze upon the picture, which deserved close and pious examination. He at once withdrew, locking the door behind him. The instrument was quickly placed in the pulpit and the picture taken. Curiously, the sacristan duties ended just as we were ready to leave the church, and the door opened as if we had said, "Open sesame." By 10:30 we had secured the canoe and boatmen, 2 young and vigorous pure-blood Indians. Though a wind was blowing squarely against us, we made good time. We stopped at the picturesque fishing village of Janico on its rock island. Its houses cluster on a little terrace near the bottom of the hill, which rises behind it as a fine background. The steps of rock lead up the stony slope from the water's edge to the houses. In every yard mattings are laid, upon which little white fish are drying. As they walk through the streets or stand talking together, the men are ever tatting at nets. Long lines of net cord are reeled out for many yards along the wayside. Hundreds of feet of seines are hung out in the sun to dry. The houses, with their pretty red tiling, are regularly clustered along narrow winding streets. The people are purely Indian and wear the characteristic dress. No town in all the region makes so much use of the tzupuacua, or spirit thrower, a wooden stick cut to fit the hand and support the shaft of a spear or long dart, the end of which rests against a peg near the tip of the thrower. By means of this instrument, the long, light darts of cane with iron points are thrown more directly and forcibly than by the hand alone. These spears are used in hunting ducks. Anciently, a spear-throwing stick was widely used through Mexico. Today, it lingers in few places, the best known of which is here on Lake Pátzcuaro. End of Section 6.
Section 7 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. To Uruapan before the railroad. 1898. We easily arranged at Pátzcuaro to leave for Uruapan the next morning. Although delayed beyond our proposed hour of starting, we were off at 6. It was early enough, indeed, for the morning air was cold. Heavy frost coated the leaves and grass and lay upon the soil. In spite of our heavy blankets wrapped closely about us, we shivered as we rode along upon our horses. The ride, however, was a lovely one. At first we seemed to leave the lake behind us. Mounting for some time, we reached the summit, from which it again broke upon our view. Descending, we constantly caught glimpses of it, with its sinuous shores, its lovely mountain backgrounds, its islands, and its pretty Indian towns. Finally, we again left it and rose into a magnificent mountain region, covered chiefly with pines. Passing through a huno, which lies upon a steep slope, we overtook a party of police, mounted on horses, taking a group of prisoners to Uruapan. At Escondidas, itself a miserable village, we were impressed by the mercantile spirit of these Indians. In all these villages the houses are constructed of heavy logs or timbers, closely and neatly joined. The roofs are shingled with long and narrow shingles, and are abruptly foresloped. At every house there was something for sale, food, drink, or cigarros. All these houses were built close to the edge of the road, and in the middle of the front was a little square window in which the goods were shown. Window trade was solicited. These windows were closed with solid wooden shutters. Not only, however, was every house a store, but on the highway between towns, we passed many places where, beneath brush shelters, women offered fruit, food, or drink for sale. Usually, several such shelters would be near together, and the vendors had gay times, chatting, laughing, and singing. Such houses and roadside selling are common throughout the whole Tarascan region. Soon after passing Escondidas, we began a descent, which seemed absolutely endless. Time after time we thought we had reached the bottom, only to find that we were on a terrace, from which another drop led us still further down. On and on into this bottomless pit we descended, to Ziracuaratiro, a striking town. Banana plantings surrounded the houses. Orange trees, covered with their golden spheres, reared themselves to the unusual height of 30 feet or more. Memes, with their strange nut-brown fruits, and coffee trees, loaded to breaking, were abundant. Amid this luxuriant mass of tropical vegetation, houses were almost invisible until we were directly in front of them. Notwithstanding the enormous descent we had made, it appeared to us, when we crossed the stream and began the ascent, that we had not really been to the bottom of the great valley. For a long distance we mounted through a district of sugar canes and passed a little settlement of rude huts spread out over a reddish space, then by a gentle but circuitous ascent to a rugged trail which brought us to the summit and the edge of the great slope to Uruapan. At the further side of the valley, and to our left in a mass of green, we saw smoke rising from the factories of Uruapan. Crossing one of the characteristic bridges of the district, with a pretty shingled roof, for slope like those of the houses over it, and with benches at the sides, where passers can sit and rest, while looking at the dashing, gurgling, foaming water below. We followed a level road between blackberries, wild roses, and other shrubs, to Uruapan. No town in Mexico is more beautiful. Perpetual spring reigns. Although several thousand feet above sea level, it is so situated, with reference to mountain slopes and funnel valleys, that it has a genial climate, where plants nourish which are usually found only at lower altitudes. Its fruits, and the finest coffee in the world, have rendered the town long famous. The houses, bowered in dense groves of green, are of the picturesque Tarascan type. The four-sloped roofs, now covered with long narrow shingles, now with the dull red tiles, suggest the prettiest pictures in Japanese towns. The streets are clean. Through the center of the town dashes a mountain stream of clearest water, with the hue of sapphire. This pretty stream furnishes power for mills, factories, and lighting plant, and is crossed several times by picturesque roof bridges, in the shelter of which one may spend hours in watching the dashing water, foaming cascades, curious potholes worn in the rocky banks, and the passing Indians. Most Mexican towns are contented with one plaza. This one has 3, following each other closely, separated only by single lines of narrow buildings. They are neatly planted and supplied with bandstand and monuments. The town is electric lighted, and several hotels had been lately put in readiness to receive the crowd of visitors expected with the completion of the railroad, a matter of a few months later. The prefecto of Uruapan and jefe politico of the district is the son-in-law of Governor Mercado, and to him we bore a special letter from his father-in-law. The old gentleman had been insistent that we should return by Pátzcuaro and Charan, Indian towns. He said that at the former we should find a magote, mound or heap of stones and dirt, which every traveler should see, while at the latter Lumholtz had secured some skulls of exceptional interest, and that we should do the same. As our time was short, we asked the prefecto to send a messenger to Charan with orders to dig some skulls and have them ready against the time of our arrival. That official expressed delight in doing our bidding, and we saw the messenger summoned and the order placed in his hands, with full direction as to its delivery. Meantime, there are objects of interest for us in Uruapan itself. The town is famous for its lacquer work, made with eye, like that of Chiapas. Gourds are ornamented, fruit forms are colored after nature, bowls made from fruit shells are elaborately decorated, all quite like the Chiapas work. What is characteristic of Uruapan are the plaques and tabletops of wood, decorated with floral designs in brilliant colors, upon a background of dark green, pink, blue, yellow, or black. This art is in the hands of a few persons, some pure Indians. Visiting them, we found the wooden plaques and tabletops are brought from one of the mountain villages of the Tarascans. They are first covered thickly with the background color. Upon this the pattern is penciled and then cut out in the lacquered surface. The color, mixed with oil and aje, as with other substances, is then applied with the fingertips to fill the cut patterns. The luster is then brought out by careful rubbing. The work is striking and is prized throughout the Republic. In the same quarter of the town where this local industry is carried on are many goitrous persons. The disease seems to be confined to the one district, but there perhaps 1/2 of the people have it, most of them to but a slight degree. Occasionally the swelling is notable, and in the families affected we find, as usual, deaf mutism. On the morning of New Year's Day we left for Pátzcuaro and Charan. As we rode out from the city, we were more than ever impressed with its verdant beauty and picturesqueness. The road to Pátzcuaro was unexpectedly level and good, and we reached a town, which is purely Indian, by 9 o'clock. Women, almost without exception, wore the native dress. Goiters were common, and some among the men were really enormous. Riding through the long town, we drew up before the house of the jefe de policía, chief of police, and summoned the village officials. On their appearance, we found that all but the jefe himself were drunk, the secretario in particular being almost useless. When we handed him the letter from the prefecto, he was quite unable to make aught of its grandiloquence. Having looked through it in a dazed way, he declared that we were gringos, like the one who was here last year, presumably Lumholtz. With some severity, I told him he did wrong to call visitors to the town by the opprobrious name of gringos, and ordered him to read the letter and make known its contents to the jefe. He made another effort, and then helplessly said, "Who can make anything of such a letter? It is in their idioma." Sternly pointing to the signature, I said, "The letter is from your prefecto, and is written in his idioma. You see the firma." Helplessly shaking his head, he said, "Oh yes, the firma is that of Silvano Martinez, but the letter is in your idioma." Seeing that he was of no earthly use, I took the letter from him, and turning to the crowd which had gathered, rebuked them for their drunkenness, asserting that it was disgraceful for a whole town government to be intoxicated at the same time. that someone ought always to be sober enough to attend to business, that we had been insulted by being called gringos, and that our order had not been read to them because the secretario was too drunk to do his business, that there were two ways of dealing with such town governments, and that unless something was done promptly, we would see how they would like to go back with us to Uruapan, whence we had come. The Jefe, who was really not drunk, thereupon begged to know what we desired, and the drunken secretario was somewhat frightened. The remainder of the official body expressed the wish to do only what we wanted. I then read the prefecto's letter in my best manner, and added we had come to Pátzcuaro only at the desire of the governor himself to visit their magote, and that we ought to wait no longer for guidance. At once all was commotion and bustle. Bidding the disgraced secretario go to his house and stay there, the jefe de policía summoned the rest of his company about him, seized his staff of office, buckled on his great machete, and took the lead. 3 policemen with their machetes followed, 2 others unarmed followed, and with this escort we started to hunt our ruins on the mountain. They proved to be 2 heaps of rubbish, from constructions of stone. Had we the time for serious investigation, they might have proved of interest. As it was, we spent but a few minutes in their inspection, and then, bidding our drunken escort goodbye, we continued our journey. We had planned to go first to Nahatsan, thence to Paracho, and after visiting Chiran, back again to Nahatsan. At the Magote, however, we were already near the Paracho highway, and at once struck into it. Our journey led through forests, chiefly of pine, with open glades at intervals. On many of the trees we saw great bunches of a parasite that bore honeysuckle-like yellow flowers. Paracho we found lying at the base of mountains at the very end of a long stretch of level. It is an unattractive town, our only reason for visiting which was to see something of the manufacture of its famous lerbosos, which differ from others in the wide border of white and azure blue silk, which is attached to the netted foundation to form decorative patterns representing birds and animals, or geometric figures. Work is curious, and I am inclined to see it as a surviving imitation of the ancient featherwork for which the ancient Tarascans were famous. From Paracho, our road led through Aranza to Chiran. Just beyond Aranza, we passed over the astonishing wash from some summer torrent. During the wet season, a single rain may fill the gorges, sheet the mountain slopes with water, tear great trees from their hold, break off mighty rock fragments, and carry them onward like wooden blocks, with hundreds of tons of finer gravel. At this season there was not a sign of water, not a trickling thread was visible in any of the gorges, but from their now dried mouths there spread fan-shaped deposits, many rods in length and breadth, containing quantities of blocks of rock measured from 4 to 10 feet in diameter, trunks of trees up to 2 feet in thickness, all in the greatest confusion, and at places completely covering our road to a depth of several feet. We could trace the tailing out of the fans of deposit from their thicker, heavier part at the base of the torrent to their margin on the plain, from heavy rock masses weighing tons through smaller masses into sand and gravel. The way to Chiran seemed endless, but at last we reached that interesting, great Indian town when the afternoon was nearly spent. It was the New Year, and the street celebration of Los Negritos, the Negroes or the Little Negroes, was in progress. As we rode through the streets, however, we attracted much attention, and the performance was neglected. We rode directly to the town house, entered, and asked for the Presidente. He was slow in appearing, and long before he arrived, scores of people were crowding around the doors and windows to see us and know our business. When he arrived, we greeted him in a most friendly way, and told him we had come for the skulls. He looked aghast. "The skulls? What skulls, sir?" "The skulls the prefecto ordered you to dig for us." By this time the crowd outside, which had increased with every minute, showed uneasiness. The Presidente declared he knew nothing of any skulls. After we had explained the matter more fully, he assured us that no messenger had come from the prefecto. This, which at first we thought to be a lie, was no doubt true. He was plainly scared. He begged us to be careful, lest the people, who were ignorant, should overhear us. He told us that a year before, Don Carlos Lumholtz had been there, that he, too, had wanted skulls, and that the town officials had given him permission to dig some from the graveyard. That this caused so much excitement and so many threats that the permission had to be revoked. He feared the people had already heard our wishes, and were even then in an ugly mood, a thing which seemed likely from an inspection of the faces in the doorway and windows. He said, however, that Don Carlos afterwards secured some skulls from an ancient burial place not distant from the village, and if we pleased to wait in Charan through the morrow, as it was now too late, 5 in the evening, to do aught, he would gladly show us the burial place of the ancients, where no doubt abundant skulls could be secured. Not yet certain that the man was telling truth, we spoke to him severely, saying that we should report him to the governor for not having obeyed the order of the prefecto. At the same time we demanded an official document signed by himself as presidente and by the secretario, and duly sealed, stating that no messenger had come to him from the prefecto. To our surprise, this document was promptly furnished, good evidence that the prefecto had played us false, only pretending to dispatch the messenger whom we had seen started. With profuse apologies and expressions of regret from the officials, we left Charan, hurrying on to Methausen for the night. Our chief reason for doing so was that everyone who knew of our intention to visit Charan had shaken their heads, remarking, "Ah, there the nights are always cold." Certainly, if it is colder there than at Methausen, we would prefer the frigid zone outright. Methausen is famous as the town where the canoes for Lake Pátzcuaro are made. We had difficulty in securing food and a place to sleep. The room in which we were expected to slumber was hung with an extensive wardrobe of female garments. These were added to the blankets we carried with us, but suffered all night long from the penetrating cold. The 2 Indian boys, who accompanied us as guides and carriers, slept in the corridor outside our door, and when day broke, they were so cramped and numbed and stiff with cold that they lighted matches and thrust their cold hands into the flames before they could move their finger joints. We had planned to leave at 5, but it was too cold to ride until the sun should be an hour high, so finally we left at 7. There was heavy frost on everything, curved frost crystals protruded from the soil, and we broke ice a half-inch thick in water troughs, unfinished canoes by the roadside. For 10 hours we rode, without even stopping for lunch, through Sabina and Picataro, San Juan Tumbia, and Ajuno, back to comfortable Pátzcuaro. End of Section 7.
Section 8 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 8. Tlaxcala, 1898. We have always loved the state of Tlaxcala and its quaint little capital city of the same name. For more than a dozen years, its governor has been Próspero Cahuanci, a pure-blood Indian whose native language is Aztec. He is a large, well-built man with full face and little black eyes that are sunken deeply into the flesh. He is a man of some force and energy. The population of his little state, the most densely populated in the Republic, is almost entirely Indian, and it at once fears, hates, and respects him. Having made several previous visits to the city, and having always been graciously received by Don Próspero, we thought it hardly necessary to carry with us our usual letters of recommendation from the federal authorities. Just before we were ready to visit Tlaxcala, while we were in the City of Mexico, we learned that Governor Cahuanci was there on business. We thought it best to call upon him, explaining our proposed work and asking his interest. So to the Hotel Sands, where he always stops when in the capital, we went. We called twice without finding him, and our third call appeared to be as unsuccessful, but just as we were leaving, resolved not to try again, we met the governor alighting from his carriage at the door. Intercepting him, we asked a moment's interview, which was granted, though with ill grace. It was plain that he was sadly out of humor. Apologizing to him for our intrusion at so late an hour, and so immediately after his return to his hotel, we told him of our projected visit, described the measurements, photographs, and other data we were gathering, reminding him that 2 years earlier he had heard our plans and promised his assistance. In a somewhat gentler mood, he told us we might visit Tlaxcala and that he would aid us, but he must have a little time for preparing the soil, that all his people were Indians, and that our work would necessarily be considered with suspicion. Upon our asking him how much time would be needed to prepare the soil, we received no definite reply. He himself planned to leave for home the following morning, Friday, so we suggested that we would go first to Puebla and reach his capital on Monday. He plainly considered this somewhat hasty, but granted his assent, and we left him somewhat surprised at his unusual gruffness and lack of interest. Early Monday morning, we appeared upon the scene. After breakfast, we betook ourselves to the State Palace. The governor was already in his reception room, but instead of being ushered promptly into his presence, as had always happened in our previous visits, we were left to sit 2 hours in the outer office. Finally, on our displaying some impatience, a message was again taken to His Excellency, and a few minutes later, the Jefe Politico of the district bustled past us into the carefully guarded reception chamber. He did not long remain there, and on coming out into the office where we were waiting, brusquely asked, "Are you the persons who want to measure heads? Well, they're waiting for you out there in the corridor. Why don't you go to work?" Seizing our instruments, blanks, and camera, we hurried to the corridor and began operations. 3 or 4 were measured in quick succession. Then, when I cried, "Otro," another, the Jefe's eyes began to bulge. That one measured and another called for, he seemed half distracted. Desperation seized him as he faintly repeated, "Otro." He looked wildly around in search of subjects, and it was plain that he had not begun to realize what demands we planned to make upon him. Before the noonday rest, we had measured 14 subjects, but the Jefe's personal interest had ceased, and he had completely disappeared from the scene of action. When we returned at 3 o'clock to resume work, only the guards were there to help us. One and another subject, invited to be measured, showed no interest in advancing science. So Mr. Wilson went to see the Jefe in his office. The old man was furious and actually ran out with the statement that he had actually plenty of his own work to do. When this scene had been reported, it in no wise increased the readiness of subjects to undergo the operation. Finding that we were accomplishing nothing, we decided upon desperate measures. Going to the office of the governor's private secretary, we insisted on his telling the chief executive that we were losing time, that no one was assisting us, that subjects were obdurate and stubborn, and that something must be promptly done. We waited but a few minutes. The fiat went forth. The Jefe Politico appeared, puffing and bluffing and wildly excited. He was closeted a moment with the governor. On his reappearance, we greeted him cordially and told him that the people present would not be measured, and indicated one particularly stubborn subject, who was dealt with promptly and without gloves. The Jefe remained long enough to re-establish order, though under his breath he muttered curses and threats and expressed his feeling to any official who chanced to pass. He said the business was driving him clean crazy, that he was doing what he did not for love of us, but from respect to the orders of his chief. Having set the ball rolling, he left us, and there were no more delays. When the labor of the day was over, we stopped at the Jefe's office to inform him that we should continue work the following day, and emphasized the fact that we wished 100 cases and, as yet, had less than half that number. We suggested that systematic arrangements would not only facilitate our labor, but would lessen his own task. The result was evident. On the following day, delegations ordered by the Jefe, and consisting of from 6 to a dozen persons each, began to come in from the outlying villages. This made our work easy indeed. In one respect, Tlaxcala differs from all the other Mexican states with which we were acquainted. Most of the people live in very little towns, which cluster around the larger places. Thus, around the capital city, Tlaxcala, there are some 17 of these small pueblos. Working at the palace, we have secured almost no women for measurement. Asking the advice of the cura in the matter, he recommended that we should go to some one of the neighboring Indian villages, that he would give us a letter to the juez, and that thus we would secure our subjects easily. He suggested San Esteban and wrote the promised letter to the juez of that village. San Esteban is a pretty village near the summit of some low grey hills of tufa, behind which rises a background of higher hills of the same material. The slope is terraced for the houses, which are all built of adobe bricks and have flat roofs. The 3-part house of the ancient Aztec type, god house, kitchen, and granary, is better shown in this state than almost any other part of the republic. The granary, or cuescomate, is particularly characteristic. It is built of clay in the form of a great base or urn open at the top, above which is built a little thatch to shed rain and to protect the contents. The cuescomate is often 10 feet high. One or more of them is found in connection with every house. The juez lived in a comfortable house of 2 rooms, half of which is used at present for the boys' school, of which his son is teacher. He received us graciously and was pleased to receive a letter from the padre, though he stated it was not a government order and carried no actual authority, that if the women cared to be measured, well and good, but if not, no force could be employed. The appearance of the camera, however, interested him. Plainly, he desired to have a family group photographed. He hinted at this so broadly that, taking him to one side, I whispered that it was, of course, impossible to take family groups for everyone, but if we secured the 25 women without delay, notwithstanding the fact that we had no more authoritative document than a cura's letter, the group should be taken. The effect was immediate. The police were summoned and sent through the village to bring in women for measurement, and naught was said about their right of refusal. When, toward evening, we returned from San Esteban, tired but quite satisfied with the day's work, we found a delegation of more than a dozen men waiting for us in the plaza. We did not need so large a number to complete our work, and it was nearly dark. We would gladly have dismissed them and run our chances of securing others the next day, but neither they nor the jefe politico were to be bluffed. So we marched into the corridor, lighted candles, and got to work. When those lacking to make our full 100 had been measured, we proposed to let the others go, but they were not to be thus got rid of, and insisted on being measured, as such were the orders of the governor. We were not through until long after dark, and we were ravenously hungry. The delegation was one of the most attractive, clean, and intelligent with whom we had dealt. It was from Los Reyes, a little town at a distance of about half a league. It was headed by the village juez. After we had completed the measuring, they stood, shifting their sombreros from hand to hand and plainly wishing to say something further. Finally, mustering courage, the juez and secretario advanced and stated that it was the town's desire to have a picture taken of the church, with the saint and people of the village before the door. Would it be possible for us to make the picture, and on what conditions? We replied that time was precious and that the trip, if it involved a loss of time, was quite impossible. But if they supplied carriers to take the instruments to and from their village, and had all ready before 7 in the morning, we would make it. Delighted, the officials then inquired what we would wish for breakfast. We answered French bread and red wine. When we looked out of our window, a little before 7, we saw our party ready and waiting. The juez, the secretario, and 2 others made the company. A basket, carefully carried by one, was suspected to contain our breakfast. The burdens were shouldered, and we started out in the cool, fresh morning air for the village, where we arrived in about half an hour. It is a town of less than 100 people, situated upon a little mountain, hidden, to one looking from Tlaxcala, by intervening hills. We were received in the town house, which is a portion of the old church building. Mass was in progress, and we told those who received us that we had no wish to interfere with their religious duties, that those who wished might go to service. Most went, but 2 or 3 were left as a committee of entertainment. They took us to a viewpoint from which there was a magnificent valley to be seen, and here we found one of the finest echoes possible. Rockets were exploded, and the noise was echoed from hill to hill around the great amphitheater. It was like a long reverberation of thunder, but it sank and swelled repeatedly until it seemed that it would never stop. Service over, the procession formed, and the Santito was brought out before the church. The townspeople were arranged and the view taken. We were then invited in to breakfast, which was fine. There were plenty of French rolls and the red wine brought from town, and a great heap of enchiladas, fresh lettuce, and eggs. After eating, we expressed the wish to hear the village drum, a great huehuetl. This musical instrument is a reminder of the olden times. It is not found everywhere, but a number of Indian towns possess one, which is kept to be played on festal occasions. The one at Los Reyes was some 3 feet or so in height, a hollow cylinder of wood with a membrane stretched across the upper end. It was painted blue. A chair of state was placed for me in the little patio. After I was seated, the 3 musicians took their places. One played the great huehuetl, a second beat the tambour or ordinary drum, the third performed upon the chirimilla, a shrill wooden pipe. It was the first time we had really heard a huehuetl. The player used 2 sticks with padded heads, beating with great force in excellent time. The booming of the instruments was audible to a great distance. The whole village had gathered, and in a momentary lull in the music, I told the people of the ancient use of the huehuetl, that Bernal Diaz, in his History of the Conquest of Mexico, tells us what feelings filled the hearts of the Spaniards when they heard the great huehuetl in the temple of the ancient city of Tenochtitlan. Then it was chiefly beaten when human victims were being sacrificed to the gods, and the soldiers knew that some fellow countryman or a Tlaxcalan ally was dying. Never have I given a public lecture that was listened to with more attention or greater appreciation. The day we measured women at San Esteban, we found an Indian mason there at work, whom we had measured at Tlaxcala, and with whom on one occasion we had some conversation. He was disgusted at the conduct of the women while undergoing measurement, and at evening said, "Sir, it is a pity for you to waste your time in a town like this. These people are little better than animals. In my town there is great enthusiasm over your work, and by going there you might do your will and find people with minds, not beasts." There was really no work left to be done, but we desired to see a town where there was great enthusiasm over our investigations. Hence we arranged with Ignacio Sempoalteca to visit his pueblo of San Nicolas Panotla. Accordingly, on the afternoon of the day when we visited Los Reyes, we went across the valley to Panotla. Ignacio and an older brother, Jose, met us at the hotel, where, excusing himself on account of the mason work at San Esteban, which could not wait, Ignacio left us, assuring us that Jose would do everything for us. This was quite true, and we found Panotla all that it had been painted. Jose led us directly to their home. The walls were well built of stone set in adobe mortar. They were smoothly coated with a snowy plaster. The supporting walls of the little terrace on which the house was built were also well constructed, and it was with some pride that Jose told us that the work had all been done by himself and Ignacio. Jose is married and has a wife and 3 children. Ignacio is a bachelor. A younger brother, Carmen, is also unmarried. He has taught himself freehand and architectural drawing and showed us examples of his work. The old father and mother owned the home and received us hospitably. Jose guided us through the village, where we photographed whatever took our fancy, entered houses, examined all that interested us, and really found enthusiasm for our work everywhere. Before the churchyard stands a quaint old cross of stone dated 1728, upon which are represented all the symbols of Christ's Passion. A long inscription in Aztec is cut into the base. Close by the church, we visited the boys' school, where we found some 40 dark-skinned, black-eyed youngsters whose mother speech is Aztec. We proposed to photograph them, so they were grouped outside the schoolhouse, but not until a pair of national flags and the portrait of the governor Prospero Cahuansi were fixed upon the background wall. After the picture had been taken, we told the maestro we would like to hear the boys sing. It was plain that he did not consider singing their strong forte, but our wishes were met. One boy, standing, wielded the baton, beating time. When the singing was done with, the maestro said he would like us to see the class in arithmetic if we had time. Accordingly, 14 or 15 boys, from 10 to 14 years of age, stepped out upon the dirt floor. We were told that they could work examples in percentage, interest, bonds and mortgages, discount, allegation, which we did prefer. Truth to say, it was so long since we had studied allegation that we had really forgotten what it was, and so expressed a preference for it. "Very good, sir," said the maestro. "Will you not propound the problem?" From this quandary we escaped by stating that we could not think of doing so, that we had every confidence in his fairness, and that he had better give it, as the boys were more accustomed to him. We had visited many classes of the same grade and age in the United States, and have never seen one that would surpass them in quickness, accuracy, and clearness of explanation. After our trip through San Nicolas Panotla, Jose took us back to his house, where meantime a dinner had been made ready. Weeks later, we learned the probable reason of the governor's gruffness, which was in such marked contrast with his previous treatment that it puzzled us considerably. At about the time of our visit, a number of wealthy hacienderos of the state of Tlaxcala had been arrested for counterfeiting silver money. They were men whose maguey fields brought them enormous incomes. One would suppose their legitimate sources of wealth would have contented them. But such was not the case, and they had gone into wholesale counterfeiting. The fraudulent coin had long been known, and diligent efforts were made to find the criminals, efforts at last crowned with success. The guilt was fixed without a doubt, the parties were arrested, tried, and sentenced. Every attempt was made to secure their pardon, in vain. Governor Cacuanzi is an old friend of President Diaz, believed to have great influence with him. Men of wealth, interested in the release and pardon of the criminals, promised Cacuanzi $10,000 in case of his successful intercession with the President in the matter. These details, not generally known, were received from a source respectable and trustworthy, and we believed them true. Anxious to gain the reward and probably feeling certain of his influence with Diaz, the old man made the journey to Mexico. It was the very time when we called upon him. When we had our interview, he had just seen the President, and it is hinted that not only did Don Porfirio refuse to pardon the counterfeiters, but showed a dangerous inclination to investigate the reason of the Indian governor's intervention. No wonder that the old man was gruff and surly to his visitors after the loss of $10,000, which he had looked upon as certain, and with uncertainty as to the final outcome of his unlucky business. End of section 8. Section 9 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 9. Zamora and the Once Pueblos. 1898. The morning train from Guadalajara brought us to Negrete at about 2 in the afternoon, and we had soon mounted to the top of the clumsy old coach, which was dragged by 6 horses. The road to Zamora runs through a rich farming district. For the greater part of the distance the road is level and passes amidst great haciendas. The corn crop has been abundant, and carts were constantly coming and going from and to the fields. These carts were rectangular, with side walls some 4 or 5 feet in height, made of corn stalks set close together and upright. All were drawn by oxen. Most of the carts had a light cross made of corn stalks, set at the front end to protect the load from adverse influences. Great numbers of men, dressed in leather trousers drawn over the cotton drawers, in single file lined past us, with great baskets full of corn strapped on their backs. Here and there, in the cornfields, groups of such men were cutting the ripened ears from the plants. We now and then met groups of men bringing great timbers from the mountains 50 or 60 miles away. These timbers were many feet in length and trimmed to a foot square. From 4 to 6 made a load. The cart upon which they were carried consisted of a pair of wheels and an axle. One end of the timbers was attached to this, and the other was fastened to the yoke of oxen. It was rare that we met with a single timber cart, as 4 or 5 usually went together. The drivers who were in charge of them were pure Tarascans. For a considerable distance, a fine slope rose to our left, strewn with loose rock masses, and covered with a growth which was chiefly pitahaya, some of the plants attaining the size of grown trees. Many of them presented an appearance which we had not seen elsewhere, the tips and upper part of the upright branches being as white as if intentionally whitewashed. The simple explanation of this strange appearance was that the branches in question had served as buzzards' roosts. Our journey of 25 miles was made with 2 relays of horses. After perhaps 3 hours' riding, we reached the Zamora River, which we followed for some distance. From the time when we began to follow this stream, our road was almost a dead level. At many places along the river, we saw a peculiar style of irrigation machine, a great wooden scoop or spoon with long handles swung between supporting poles. The instrument was worked by a single man and scooped up water from the river, throwing it upon the higher land and into canals which carried it through the fields. Sometimes 2 of these scoops were supported side by side upon a single frame, and were worked in unison by 2 persons. At the only town of any consequence upon the road, we found numbers of interesting hot springs which might really be called geysers. They were scattered at intervals over the flat mud plains for a distance of a half-mile or more. We could see jets of steam of more or less vigor rising from a score or so at a time. At some of these the water really boiled, and we saw it bubbling and tossing to a height of a foot or so above the margin of the spring. Groups of women, laughing and talking and singing snatches of songs, were washing clothes at several of these hot springs, and the garments were spread out over the bushes and trees to dry. At one little geyser, bubbling up in the very middle of the road, as we passed we saw a boy pelting the water with stones and mud in order to make it mad and see it spout. The plain was sprinkled here and there with thickets of acacia and mesquite. In the early evening the breeze came loaded with the fragrance of the golden balls of the acacia. There was bright moonlight, and we could see the country even after sunset. The latter portion of the journey was through low swampy ground, much of the time over causeways. There are few towns in central Mexico not on a railroad to be compared with Zamora. It is large, clean, well built, and presents an air of unusual comfort. The main plaza is large and finely planted with palms, orange trees, roses, and flowering shrubs. The orange trees were in full bloom, and the air was heavy with their odor. The town is electric lighted and has a good system of waterworks. The great church, with 2 slender towers, fills up the whole of one side of the plaza, while the other 3 are occupied with business houses. The amount of life in the town at night surprised us. Even after 10 o'clock, many were on the streets, and the dulce stands, coffee tables, and lotto hall were doing a large business. Few towns in Mexico are so completely under priestly influence, but few again appear as prosperous, progressive, and well-behaved. 2 distinct types of houses predominate, the older and the newer. The old-style house is such as is characteristic of many other Tarascan towns, but is here more picturesquely developed than in most places. The low-sloped, heavily tiled roof projects far over the street and is supported below by projecting timbers, which are trimmed at the end to give a pleasing finish. So far do these roofs project over the sidewalk that the water is thrown into the middle of the street, and the footpath below is well sheltered. The new style of houses, which is required by the recent laws, has an almost flat roof, which ends squarely at the sidewalk, and from which long thin pipes project to throw the water into the streets. Here, as so frequently, the old-fashioned is at once more comfortable and more artistic. We spent the morning in efforts to secure horses, but finally secured a man, Don Neighbor, who agreed to accompany us with 5 animals. The party consisted of myself, my interpreter, my plaster worker, and Don Neighbor. Each of us was mounted, and a 5th horse carried the plaster and other luggage. Leaving at noon, we took the long road past Chacona, a little town famous for its fruit. Having passed there, after a long journey, we looked down from the height almost directly upon the place whence we had started. The scene was of unusual beauty. The wide-spreading flat valley, with its fields of wheat and clustered trees, presented a mass of rich green coloring, in the midst of which stood the pretty city. After a long climb, we descended into a valley in which lies Pátzcuaro, a large town with a plaza full of fine, great trees, where we ate at a quaint little maison. From here we pushed on to Chilchota, the head town of the Once Pueblos. From the crest, just above the town, we looked down upon a level valley, green with new wheat. Entering the town a little after 5, we rode up to the Maison of San Francisco, near the little plaza. It was with difficulty that we secured a room containing a single bed, with mattress and 2 mats. There was nothing at all to eat at the Maison, but on strolling out to the plaza, we found some Indian women selling atole on bread. With this we were compelled to be content until morning, paying 7 centavos for our 4 suppers. Hunting up the presidente of the town, we found him sitting, with his skirt, on benches in the plaza. He was a pleasant, rather dressy young man, but at once took interest in our work, and told us that Juancito was the best town for our bust work, as the population there is primitive and purely Indian. The Once Pueblos, 11 towns, are famous through this portion of the Republic. Several of them are purely Indian, Chilchota is largely mestizo. The towns lie in a long line on the side of the little valley at the foot of the bordering hills. Between some, spaces of considerable extent intervene. Others are so close together that, in riding through them, one sees no line of separation. All consist of adobe houses of a rich brown color roofed with tiles. Some of the churches are of considerable size, but are also built of brown adobe. The Pueblos are famous for their pottery, and in some of them almost every house has its little kiln or oven. Fruit is cultivated, and the houses are frequently embowered in trees. In many jars are beehives. The valley is abundantly watered with little streams of perfect clearness. The Presidente had insisted that the school teacher at Juancito would prove invaluable. He gave us a letter of introduction to him and an order upon the authorities. We were at once given possession of the schoolhouse for our work, and I started out to find the subject. Almost the first person encountered was a young man of 23 years who presented the pure Tarascan type. I at once told him that he was the very man we wanted, that we planned to make a picture of him in plaster. At the same time, I described the method of work, and while talking, holding him by the arm, drew him over toward the schoolhouse. Almost before he realized it, we were ready for the task. As he removed his shirt and prepared for the operation of oiling and the application of the plaster, he looked somewhat somber. After seeing the work well begun, I stepped outside and sat in the portico until it should be done. The first piece of plaster had been applied, the subject had been turned, and was lying ready for the second application. At this moment, an Indian maiden, with disheveled hair, came rapidly running across the plaza toward the schoolhouse. Rushing past me, she entered the schoolroom, and seeing the subject lying on the floor, clasped her hands and cried, "Florencito, my Florencito, why wait here? Stay not with this cruel man, flee with me." Seizing him by the hand, they dislodged the plaster from his shoulders and started for the door, but catching sight of me, cast a glance around, saw the open window, and leaping through it, dashed off home. Up to this time, the local authorities had shown an interest in our work and a willingness to aid. Calling the chief of police, I bade him and the teacher seek our subject and bring him back for the completion of the operation. "But, sir," said the chief of police, "suppose he does not wish to come?" "Why are you chief of police?" was my reply. The teacher, who is himself a mestizo and despises the poor Indians in his charge, was loud in his complaints. He vigorously declared that what these people needed was a second Cortes, that they had never been properly conquered, and, with the chief of police, he started out for the new conquest. After an hour or more of waiting, we saw them reappear with Florencito, but humanity is ever loath to admit defeat. As he passed us, he grumbled that he saw no good reason for such a fuss, as he had simply gone to eat his breakfast. Having completed the work with this subject, we suggested that others should be brought, but met with a prompt refusal. The judge and the chief of police both declared that the people did not wish to have busts made, and that they would bring no more. In vain, I suggested that a meeting of the townspeople should be called together in order that we might address them and explain the purpose of our visit. It was impossible to move the officials. Finally, I told the judge that I should send a mounted messenger who had accompanied us from the Presidente to Chilchota to report the failure of the town officials to do their duty. He promptly declared that he was going to Chilchota himself to see the Presidente in the matter. Sure enough, when my messenger was ready, he had made his preparations and the two departed together to present the different sides of the question. Neither returned until we were through for the day. During the afternoon, we secured 2 more subjects, and by nightfall had 3 good busts as a result of the day's labor. Then we faced new difficulties. Carriers could not be had for love nor money. What was wanted were 3 men, one to carry each bust back to Chilchota, where we planned to spend the night. Finally, after loss of time and temper, each of us shouldered a bust and rode back on horseback with our trophies. We soon discovered that the 11 towns were in a ferment of excitement. Most dreadful tales were rife with regard to us and our work. Some asserted that we cut off heads and hung them up to dry, then in drying they turned white. Others reported that, with knives made for the purpose, we sliced off the ears of unfortunate Indians close to their heads. Still others reported that we had a frightful instrument which was fitted into the nose, and by means of which we tore strips of flesh and skin from the face of the subject. It was said, and quite likely truly, that they were arming in all the houses, that machetes, guns, pistols, and clubs were laid convenient to hand. The next day was Sunday, and we made no attempt to continue work. It was market day, and Indians from all the pueblos had gathered in the plaza to buy and sell. All were pure in blood and spoke Tarascan. Fruits, sugar cane, corn, tortillas, atole, coffee were the chief staples. Stocks of pottery were attractively displayed. Two characteristic wares are both pretty. Most typical, perhaps, is the black and green ware, which is made into bowls, plates, mugs, and pitchers. The clay of which it is baked is local and dark brown in color. A white earth applied to this, on baking, gives rise to rich metallic green glaze. Designs are painted upon this in black. This black and green wares goes far and wide, and everywhere is recognized as coming from the 11 pueblos. At Juancito and some other pueblos, they make little canteras with a red ground and decorative designs in black and white. One thing offered in the market was new to us: dishes full of ucuares, long, irregular, swollen, dry, brown objects that looked like stewed worms with thick and fleshy skins. 1 centavo bought far more than any person would be likely to eat. Even after having been stewed in sugar, they were bitter and had a foul smell that was most unpleasant. They appeared to be roots or tubers of some plant. Naturally, our work had attracted much attention in Chilchota. No one of the many dozen visitors who came to see us at the Maison was so profoundly impressed as a boy of 14 named Ignacio. Appearing early in the morning, he remained with us almost all the hours of the 24. Thinking that the effect on the villagers might be good, I decided to ride in the afternoon through the pueblos. When the Presidente discovered my intention, he insisted upon supplying a mounted unarmed escort, and at the same time gave me a general letter to the 11 towns, in which strict orders were given that my wishes should be respected, and dire threats made in case anyone should show me aught but the greatest consideration. Ignacio accompanied me. Riding through the towns, we passed far enough beyond Juancito to see the most remote of the 11 pueblos. They are separated somewhat from the rest and lie rather higher up in a bend of the valley. Everywhere I took some pains to talk with the people, to visit their houses, to examine their pottery, their bees, and their growing crops, as I felt that such an interest would help us in our work. On our return, Ignacio told me that he should stay to dinner with us, as he much preferred to do so to going home. He also told me that it would be a great pity to lose the theater which was to take place that evening. Accordingly, after dinner was over, we went to see the play. I expected that at any season of the year it would be a pastorela, and in fact it had been so announced. It was, however, a true drama, and one of the funniest, unintentionally imaginable. The stage was set in the middle of the patio of a large house. The boy insisted that we would be late, and so we went at 7:15, although the bill announced the hour at 8. The spectators brought their own chairs with them. Except a few youngsters, no one arrived before 9, and the curtain at last rose at 11:15. Among the last to arrive was the Presidente and his party. He was resplendent in a cape of crimson velvet, with brilliant yellow facings. Hardly was his party seated when we were politely invited to sit with them. 3 acts were rendered, and while waiting for the 4th, one of the party declared that there would be 11 more. This gave the Presidente an opportunity to relate an experience of his own. On one occasion, after watching a play from 7 in the evening until 4 in the morning, the stage broke down. The management appeared and apologized regarding the accident, particularly since some 20 acts were still to have been rendered. Our play, however, turned out to have had but 8 acts, and one of these was omitted. When it should have been given, the whole troupe appeared upon the platform. The manager announced the reason why the act would not be given, but promised that on the following Sunday, in another play, an extra act should be inserted, in order that all might receive the full value of their money. Our play ended at 1, when the audience dispersed. Needing but 2 more subjects, we looked about Chilchota the next day, hoping to find Indians from the more remote villages who might permit their busts to be made. 2 excellent cases were found. The last was a man from Carapan, the most remote of the 11 towns. He was a man of 40 years whose father accompanied him, and both were for a long time dubious about the operation. Finally, however, consent was given and the bust was made. As he arose and dressed to go, I said, "Did I tell you the truth? Did the operation hurt you or did it not? Was there a reason why you should not have your bust made?" He promptly answered, "Sir, you told me the truth. The operation did not harm me, and there surely is no harm in it. But, sir, you can hardly believe what an excitement this work has caused in our town. Yesterday, in the marketplace at Chilchota, there were more than 20 men from Carapan who carried weapons in their clothing. We had selected leaders and arranged signals, and at the first sign of an attack from your party, we were prepared to sell our lives dearly." It was a work of time to fill the molds and pack the busts. Before we were ready to start upon our journey, it was 4:30 in the afternoon. True wisdom would have suggested waiting until morning. Time, however, was precious, and I hoped to make Cheran that night. Consequently, though against the advice of many, we started out with 8 leagues to go over a road with bad reputation and at some points difficult to traverse. For a little distance, we followed the familiar trail down through the Pueblos, but at Tanaquillo we turned up into the mountain. The ascent was steady until we reached the pass, through which an icy wind drove down upon us. We could hope to make the distance in 6 hours. At first we met many persons, all of whom warned us that we would be late in arriving and recommended that we should stop at Rancho Seco. We had no intention of so doing, but knew that we must turn at that point into a new road. Between sunset and bright moonlight there was an interval of darkness, and in that interval we must have passed the turning which led to Rancho Seco. At all events, we presently found ourselves entirely at a loss, wandering over a rocky hill covered with brush, amid which the trail had entirely disappeared. Retracing as well as we could our road, we finally found ourselves upon another trail, which we followed until 9:30, when we met a little band of Indians, the first whom we had seen for a long time. From them we found that we were not upon the road for Cheran, but at the edge of a slope at the bottom of which was a little Indian town, Tanaco. Descending to it, we found a house where they agreed to shelter us for the night, and in the tienda nearby we bought hard bread and old cheese. We were sheltered in a substantially built room into which the cold air did not penetrate. The Indians with whom we were staying were unusually intelligent. A number of books, including a large dictionary, lay upon the table, and the men who crowded in upon us were anxious to learn the English words for common things. This was an experience which rarely happened to us in Indian Mexico. The people, however, were not quite sure of our intentions, and neighbors said that when he went to water the horses, a committee of village folk waited upon him, asking whether we were the party of white men who had been skinning live Indians over in the 11 Pueblos. There were 4 leagues between us and Cheran, and many more beyond it to Pátzcuaro, where we hoped to arrive the next night. Accordingly, we made an early start. Our host agreed to pilot us over the indistinct and tortuous bridle path to the high road. Many little mountains, almost artificially regular, arose in the otherwise plain country. As we rode along the trail, we saw the church of Paracho far behind us in the distance. The latter part of the road, after Cheran was once in sight, seemed hopelessly long, but a little before 10 o'clock we pulled up at the Maison. We at once made arrangements for food for ourselves and the horses, and determined to rest until noon. Our reputation had preceded us. I asked the child at the Maison to bring me a mug of water. When he brought it, I noticed that the mug was of a characteristic black and green ware of the 11 Pueblos, but asked the boy where it was made. With a cunning look he answered, "Oh yes, that comes from where you people have been, up at the 11 Pueblos." And yet we had not come over the road from the 11 Pueblos, but by the main highway from Paracho. Rested and refreshed, we started at 12:30 for the long 14 leagues of journey. We passed Pichataro, where the round paddles for Pátzcuaro canoes are made, and where the apple wood, so prized as material for spear throwers, is procured. We passed Sabina, where the canoes themselves are hollowed out miles from their launching place, to which they must be carried over mountains. Each town we passed made me more and more uneasy, as I knew that neighbor contemplated revolt. He did not like the idea of too long a journey for his horses. He wished to stop long before the goal that I had fixed. When we left the last of the important towns behind us, I felt for the first time secure. It was now dark, and we found the roads far worse than we remembered them. They were worn into deep gullies, into which our horses fell and over which they stumbled. Long before reaching Ajuno, I felt convinced that we had missed the road, but we floundered on, and never was sight more welcome than the lights of fires shining through the decaying walls of the wretched huts of that miserable town. Here there was a final council regarding resting for the night. The whole party, except myself, considered Ajuno as the capital resting place. All yielded, however, and we continued on our way. It was almost midnight when we rode up to the hotel upon the plaza in quaint old Pátzcuaro. All were cross and tired. Neither crossness nor weariness were helped when we were told that there was no room for us at the inn. We made such vigorous representations, however, that the doors were finally thrown open. An old storehouse was cleaned out and supplied with decent beds, and a good supper was served. End of section 9.
Section 10 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anthony Will. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 10. The Boy with the Smile. 1898. It is doubtful whether the common people of any country are so rarely surprised or taken unaware as those of Mexico. At a moment's notice, the commonest Indian, who may have scarcely been outside of his own town in all his life, may start to go across the country. Astonishing incidents appear to create no more surprise in their minds than the ordinary affairs of every day. In January 1898, we revisited Cholula. As we alighted from the streetcar, we noticed a boy, some 14 years old, whose most striking characteristic was his smile. He wished to serve as guide, to show us the pyramid, the convents, the chapel of the natives. On assuring him that we knew far more about the lions of his town than he was in no wise abashed, but joined himself to us for the remainder of the day. He accompanied us to see the blessing of the animals in the great churchyard. He displayed an interesting knowledge of English, answering yes quite perfectly to every sort of question, and repeating the two words which are well known the whole world over as American English, on all conceivable occasions. When at evening he saw us safely on the streetcar, he left us with the same smile with which he had received us. On our next visit to Cholula, much the same thing happened, but learning that we planned to stop at Cuautlacinco on our way to Puebla, he stole a ride upon the car for the sake of accompanying us. He was a rather handy boy, good-natured and anxious to please, so that, later in our journey, we hired him for several days and let him do what he could to help us. Much later, when at home planning the details of our next extensive journey, the thought struck us that it might be well to make the boy with the smile a member of our party. It seemed as if, in going into districts rarely visited by strangers, it would be well to have a party as largely Mexican as possible. If, however, the boy were to accompany us, it was necessary that he should first learn something of our work and needs, and perhaps of English. Accordingly, I decided to go to Cholula and bring the boy up to the States. The resolution was so hastily taken that there was no time to send word to the boy himself. Going straight to Cholula, I had some difficulty in finding his abode. I knew that the boy had no father, that his widowed mother had but one other child, a girl younger than the boy himself. I had once seen the mother and the little sister. I also knew the street on which they lived. Arriving at the street, however, no one apparently had ever heard of the boy. One and another through the whole length of the street was questioned, but none knew his name or recognized his description. Expecting that I knew that trait of Mexican character which assists acquaintances to seclusion when they are sought by strangers, I should have despaired. As it was, I kept on asking, and finally from a child who could hardly speak on account of youth, I discovered the house which I sought. It was a little hut set back behind a yard of growing corn. I had inquired at the houses on either side and at the house across the road, as also of a man working in the corn in the yard itself. But everyone had been profoundly ignorant of the boy's existence. Walking up to the house, I found the door open, and the mother and the little girl within. The moment the woman saw me, she said, "Que milagro, señor!" "What a miracle, sir!" and rising gave me a warm embrace. The little girl did the same. "And where is Manuel?" I inquired. "Ah, sir, he is gone to Puebla on an errand for a gentleman. He will be back on the streetcar at 10:30. Pray wait, sir, till he comes." The house consisted, like most of its class, of a single room. The walls were built of sun-dried bricks of adobe. Entrance was by a single door. There were no windows. The floor was clay. The flat roof was scarcely 6 feet above the floor. The furniture, though ample, was scanty. A little earthen brazier for heating and cooking, a stone metate, a rubbing stone for grinding cornmeal, a table heaped with bundles and boxes containing the family clothing, and a chair were all. There were no beds, not even the mats which so frequently among the poor of Mexico take their place. Several pictures of saints and of the Virgin were pinned against the wall, and there were signs of tapers which had been burned before them. A bird or two in wooden cages, a rooster and a little dog lived in the house with the family. After answering various questions from the good woman and the little girl, I finally stated that I proposed to take Manuel with me to my country. He would stay with me there for 6 months, after which he would come back and accompany me for 3 months longer on a journey into southern Mexico. "If I have your consent," I said, "we leave today." Immediately the woman answered, "Sir, it is for you to say." Just then, however, the little girl Dolores began to cry. "Tut, tut, Dolores," said I am sure you want Manuel to go away and visit a strange country and have a fine time, and think of the pictures that he can bring to show you what he has seen. And more than that, it is already 10:30, and you shall go down to the streetcar to meet him, and tell him that he must come straight home, for fear that he will loiter on the way. But do not tell him that I am here, nor say anything about his going away, for we wish to surprise him." Drying her eyes and smiling almost as the boy himself, Dolores started to run to the streetcar line, and presently fetched Manuel home in triumph. As he entered and saw me, he said, "Que milagro, señor," and kissed my hand. Having asked, as Mexican politeness requires, a variety of questions about his welfare, I finally said, "Well, Manuel, how would you like to go to Puebla with me for the day?" "Sir, it is for you to say." "Very good," said I, "and if I should conclude that it is best to take you to Mexico for a few days, what would you say to that?" "I am entirely in your hands, sir," he replied, "to do your orders." "Well," said I, "suppose I took you to my country and kept you there for 6 months?" And the boy replied, "Sir, you are my owner. It is for you to command." "Very well," said I, "get ready, and we will go on the streetcar at 12 o'clock to Puebla." Telling his mother that she should put together the few articles of which there might be need, we started for the noonday car. As we left, I suggested that she and the little girl come to the city during the afternoon or evening to bid the boy goodbye, as we should leave on an early train the following morning. They came at nightfall. She had his small possessions tied in a carrying cloth, and her mind was stored with bits of excellent advice and admonition as to his conduct and behavior in his new surroundings. After Dolores and her brother had given each other a farewell embrace, the mother said a few words to the boy, who knelt upon the floor of the room and crossed his hands upon his breast. The mother then gave her parting blessing and set him forth into the outside world. End of section 10.
Section 11 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 11. In the Mixteca Alta. Part 1. 1898. Of all railroad cities in the Republic, Oaxaca is the most completely Indian. It is the capital of a state the population of which is 9/10 of native blood. 15 native languages are spoken in the state today. While some of these are related to each other, they are distinct languages, not dialects, even those which are related being as unlike as the French, Italian, and Spanish. The Indians commonly seen on the city streets are Zapotecs or Mixtecs, but at times mixes come from their distant mountain homes with burdens on their backs, or parties of Tehuantepecanas attract attention by their fine forms and striking dress as they walk through the streets. The market is crowded even late in the day. Ox carts from the Indian towns for miles around are constantly seen in the streets. Most of the sellers in the market are Indians. They bring fruits and vegetables, dried fish from the Pacific, jicaras and strainers of gourds, beautifully painted and polished gourds from Ecotepec, honey, sugar, both the crude brown and the refined yellow cakes, and pottery. The Indian pottery here sold is famous. 3 kinds of wares are well known: a dull plain red, an unglazed but highly polished black, and a brilliant glazed green. The black ware is made into useful vessels and also into a variety of toys, chiefly whistles and bells. Pottery would seem to be one of the least suitable materials for bells. Here, however, bells of pottery in many shapes are found. Little bells with handles like the upper part of a human figure, larger bells with curious flat handles set transversely, others still larger, like cowbells in size and tone, and curious cross-shaped bells, really a group of 4 united. Among the whistles, some are made into the shape of animals and birds and curious human figures. Among the latter, some closely resemble ancient whistles from the prehistoric graves. This blackware is made at Coyotepec, and when the objects are first taken from the kiln, they are almost white. Before they are cold, they are exposed to dense smoke, and thus assume their black color. The brilliantly glazed greenware is the most attractive. Vessels made from it are thin, and in the parts which are unglazed, resemble common flower potware. The larger portion of their surfaces, however, is covered with a rich, thick, emerald green glaze. Cups, bowls, saucers, plates, sugar bowls, teapots, flasks, and censers are among the forms commonly made in this ware. The shapes are often graceful and the prices low. Most beautiful, however, and relatively expensive are the miniature vessels made in this ware, scarcely an inch in height, but formed with the greatest care, and in such variety of dainty forms that one may seek some time to duplicate a piece which he has found. These little pieces are completely covered with a rich green glaze both outside and inside. Our plan of journey for the year was first to make an expedition from Oaxaca to the northwest into the Mixteca Alta, returning to Oaxaca to strike eastward by way of Mitla and the land of the Mixes to Tehuantepec, from which place we should make a brief trip to the Juaves. Returning to Tehuantepec, we should take the high road by way of San Carlos back to Oaxaca. Our first duty in the city of Oaxaca was to procure letters and orders from the governor. No governor in Mexico more completely realizes his importance and dignity than Governor Gonzalez of Oaxaca. It is ever difficult to secure an audience with him. Appointment after appointment is made, only to be broken when the inquiring visitor presents himself and has been kept waiting an undue length of time. We had been through the experience before, and therefore were not surprised that it required 4 visits, each of them appointed by the governor himself, before we really had our interview. Governor Gonzalez is, however, an excellent officer. While we were waiting for our letters, after having explained to him our errand and plan of procedure, we had the opportunity to see a somewhat unusual and interesting sight. Like all public buildings and better-grade houses in Mexican cities, the governor's palace is built about patios or inner courts. A wide balcony surrounds the court at the level of the 2nd story, and upon it the rooms of that story open. Having given orders that our letters should be prepared, the governor excused himself for a few moments, as he said that certain of his local authorities were ordered to meet him. We were seated where we could watch the reception. As we had entered the palace, we had been impressed by the great number of Indians carrying official staves who were waiting near the door. We now found that they were official delegates from the different towns, and that they had been sent from their homes to give the governor New Year's greetings. Having carefully arrayed himself for the meeting, the governor took his position in the wide balcony already referred to, with 2 officials of the palace stationed near, one on either side. The Indians represented perhaps 25 different towns, the delegation from each town varying from 3 or 4 to 15 or 20 persons. All were dressed in their cleanest garments, and all carried their long staves of office, most of which had ribbons of bright colors streaming from them. The secretary of the governor arranged these delegations in their order, and they were presented one by one to the chief executive. As each delegation was presented, its members scraped and bowed, and the presidente and secretario kissed the governor's hand. A word or two of greeting having been exchanged, the spokesman from the village made a speech, sometimes read from a written copy, after which he presented a bouquet of flowers, real or artificial. The governor received the bouquet with a bow, placed the flowers on a little table nearby, or, if the gift were a large bouquet of real flowers, handed it to one of the attendants standing near, and then made a polite speech of response, emphasizing it with vigorous gestures and plainly expressive of much interest and earnestness. The delegation then took its leave, always bowing reverently, and each man kissing the governor's hand as he passed out. As he received this mark of respect, the governor would make a playful remark, or pat the persons on the head, or otherwise treat them as a father might his little children. Instantly the flowers were cleared away, the next delegation ushered in, and the same ceremony gone through with. Finally, all was ready for our leaving. The party consisted of 5 persons: myself as leader, Mr. Lang, my American photographer, Don Anselmo, my Mexican plaster worker, Manuel, and the mozo. All but the mozo were mounted on horses, more or less good or bad. The mozo, Mariano, a Mixtec Indian, went on foot, carrying the photographic outfit on his back and our measuring rod in his hand. It was well on in the afternoon before we started, and hardly were we outside the town before Mr. Lang's horse showed signs of sickness. His suffering was plain, and every person we met volunteered the information that unless something was done promptly, we should have a dead horse on our hands. Going to a little shop on the roadside, where strong drinks were sold, we stopped, and after preparing a remedy with the help of a passing Indian, threw the horse down, wedged his mouth open, and gave him what seemed to be an unsavory draught. More than an hour was lost out of our already short afternoon by this veterinary practice, and long before we reached Etla, where we were compelled to pass the night, it was dark. Leaving Etla in the morning, looking down as we passed out from the city upon a wonderful group of mounds, we passed rather slowly through the town of Huixquilucan. Don Anselmo and I loitered, as we found the whole country to be rich in ancient relics, examples of which were to be found in almost every house. As the afternoon passed, we found that we were likely to be completely left by our companions, and were forced to hasten on. The latter part of the daylight ride was up a continuous and at times steep ascent. As the sun neared setting, we reached the summit and found ourselves close by the station of Las Sedas, the highest point upon the Mexican Southern Railway. We had there expected to overtake the others of our party, but found that they had hurried on. It was a serious question whether we should try to overtake them. It had been wisdom to have stayed the night where we were. In this uncertainty, we met an Indian boy driving mules towards Oaxaca, who volunteered the information that he had met our companions, who were just ahead, and that we would soon overtake them. This decided us, and we started down the trail. A heavy wind was blowing, and the night air was cold and penetrating. In a few minutes we met a half-breed Mexican who, accosting us at once, urged us to go no further. His manner was somewhat sinister and disagreeable. He warned us that, if we attempted to make the descent in the darkness, we would at least lame our animals. He asserted that our comrades were fully 3 leagues ahead when he had met them, and that we would never overtake them. He also hinted darkly as to other dangers of the road if we should succeed in making the descent without breaking the legs of our horses. Refusing his invitation to stop with him for the night, we pressed onward, and as we did so, he called out derisively after us. The descent would not have been an easy one even in the daytime, and in the gathering darkness there was really an element of danger in the journey. We left the following of the trail almost entirely to our animals. We were finally down the worst of the descent before night had actually set in. From here on, although the road varied with little from a level trail, we were obliged to go slowly, and it was with a feeling of true relief that after floundering for a while in a brook in which our road seemed to lose itself, we heard ourselves called by name from an Indian hut situated a little way up the bank. As usual, the house consisted of a single room of no great size and was slightly built of cane. 2 men, 3 women, a boy, and 3 little girls were the occupants. Our companions were already resting, their horses were unsaddled, and were eating contentedly, and we were told that supper was being prepared for us. Entering the house, we found the women busy making tortillas, and fresh goat's meat, hanging from the rafters, gave promise of a substantial meal. When all was ready, we sat down to the finest of corn cakes, beans, eggs, and tender kid meat. We spread our blankets under a little shelter which stood in front of one side of the house. None of us slept well. It was very cold, dogs barked all night long, now and then a sudden outbreak of their barking, and curious signals and whistles, which were repeated in various parts of the mountain, gave us some uneasiness. At 3 o'clock in the morning, just as we were napping, Don Anselmo startled us by the statement that our mule was dead. In a moment all was excitement. Mariano examined the animal and reiterated this statement. As for us, we were in the mood to care but little whether the mule was living or dead. Half frozen and very weary, our frame of mind was not a cheerful one. Just before daybreak, we could stand the cold no longer, and gathering some dry wood, we started a fire and crowded around it. The report about the mule proved to be false, and when morning came, there was no sign that anything was the matter with him. It was 9 o'clock before we started on our journey in the morning. We had 3 long hours of clambering up and down heavy slopes, and much of the way through a stream the bed of which was filled with slippery boulders and pebbles, over which the horses slipped and stumbled frightfully. Our horses slid down small cascades, but when we came to larger ones, we had to mount the banks by ugly bits of road, descending below the falls. After much labor and weariness, we reached El Parian at noon. Having rested through the hotter portion of the day, we took the road again at 2. We followed up the brook bed to the point where another stream entered it at an acute angle. Up this stream we turned, and after following it a little, struck suddenly up a steep hill, and then climbed on and on over a good road cut in the limestone rock, up and up, until we reached the very summit. The vegetation here was a curious assemblage. Palms, cedars, oaks, and a mimosa-like tree formed the chief types. The limestone rock upon the summit was curiously eroded, as if by rain rills. The masses presented all the appearance and detail of erosion shown by the great mountain mass of the country itself. Looking at one of these little models, only a few feet across, and then gazing out upon the great tangle of mountain peaks around us, one could almost imagine that the one was the intentional reproduction of the other in miniature. For a long time we followed the almost level summit. Then a little climb and a slight descent brought us to Huixquilucan. At the Maison we found real rooms and true beds, and decided to stay for the night. The supper was less attractive. A brief walk about the village brought to light 2 cases of smallpox, and on returning to the Maison, we were charmed to find a 3rd one in the building itself. Still, we slept well, and were up betimes next morning. The country through which we were passing was Mariano's País, native land. Assuming that his knowledge was adequate, we left our Maison early, with the intention of breakfasting at San Pedrito, where we were assured that everything was lovely. We were also told that it was but a short distance. The road thither was through a high open country, planted to wheat and oats, and with some maguey. The road was discouragingly long, but after at least 3 hours of constant riding, we reached precious San Pedrito, chiefly notable for the amount of pulque drunk there. It was with the greatest difficulty that we succeeded in getting anything to eat. The breakfast was certainly worse than the supper of the preceding night. With the prevalence of maguey as a cultivated plant, the appearance of the houses and other buildings changed, as all of them were thatched with the broad, long, sharp-pointed leaves of the famous plant. Everyone in the district carries tinajas, or little sacks woven from splints of palm. Here, for the first time, we noticed that many of these had decorated patterns worked in black splints on the lighter ground. The blackness of these splints is given by exposure to the smoke of burning pine. Carrying straps, also made of palm, are used for adjusting these tinajas to the back. From San Pedrito, the road is over a soft rock which produces, when worn, a white glittering trail. The country through which we passed was fertile. Everywhere were fields of grain, wheat, oats, and, as we were descending into the lower land, corn. The little watch houses for guarding the newly sown fields are a striking feature of the landscape. In the higher districts, they were small, conical, or dome-shaped structures made of the leaves of the maguey and hardly large enough for a man to lie down in. Lower down, these were replaced by little rectangular huts only a few feet across, with thatched roofs, the whole construction being raised on poles 10 or 12 feet above the ground. It was scarcely more than noonday when we reached Nochixtlan, where the jefe of the district lives. Telling him that we desired to visit Yodocono and Tilantongo, he wrote orders for us and charged some Indians of Tidaa to show us the road, so far as they were going. The country through which we passed was a continuation of that preceding Nochixtlan. The road was nearly level, with both slight ups and downs, until a little before we reached our destination, when we had an abrupt upturn to Yodocono, a pretty town on the border of a little lake which has but recently appeared and which covers an area which a few years ago was occupied by cultivated fields. Our letter from the jefe introduced us to Don Macario Espíndola, a mestizo, owner of the chief store in the village, who showed us gracious hospitality. We were guests of honor. The parlor was surrendered to our use. The chairs were placed in such a way that, when supplied with mattress, sheets, and blankets, they made capital beds. Our meals were good. Don Macario, on hearing the purpose of our visit, placed himself entirely at our disposition. Unfortunately, he gained the idea that the people whom we wanted for measurement and photography were old folk, and the most astonishing collection of aged men and women was summoned from every part of the village and surrounding neighborhood, and all had to be measured, although the measurements were afterwards discarded. Leaving Yodocono at 10 the following morning, we rode to Tilantongo. Though assured that the road was over the district as level as a floor, we found a good deal of uphill riding. Tilantongo itself, with 2,266 inhabitants, is located upon the further slope of the hill, and but a few houses were in sight until we were actually in the town. The public buildings surrounded a small open space, in the center of which is a stone sundial. One side of this little plaza is occupied by the schoolhouse, the townhouse and jail occupy the rear. The town is built upon a horseshoe-shaped, sloping ridge, and the church is at the edge of the town at one of the very ends of the horseshoe. Riding to the townhouse, we presented our documents to the Presidente and ordered dinner for ourselves and food for the horses. We had letters to the priest, but he was not in town. The schoolhouse was placed at our disposal, and we moved 2 long benches close to each other, side by side. Rush mats were brought, and these were laid upon the benches and upon the teacher's table for beds. Mr. Lang and Don Anselmo took the table, Manuel and I the benches, and Mariano had the floor. The cold was so intense that none of us slept much. We were astonished, in the middle of the night, and at intervals in the early morning, say at 2 or 4 o'clock, to hit snatches of songs. At first we imagined it might be some religious festival, but on inquiring, we found that it was nothing but bands of drunken Indians making night hideous. We waited some time in the morning before beginning work, hoping that the cura might come and assist us with his influence. Finally, weary of delay, we explained to the Presidente the work we planned to do. We told him we must have subjects for measurement, photographing, and modeling. He showed no great enthusiasm in the matter. One and another came to be measured if they chose, but a number entirely refused. It was plain that something must be done. Quitting my work, I sent orders for the Presidente to appear, and after an intolerable delay, he presented himself. I told him that we were losing time, that subjects were not presenting themselves, that some of those who did present themselves refused to be measured, that I wished a mozo at once to carry a report from me to the jefe that my wishes were not regarded by the authorities, and that his orders had no influence, that the mozo must be ready at once, as there was no time to lose, and we should shortly leave his town without accomplishing our work. The effect was instantaneous. The official air of arrogance disappeared. He replied quite humbly that subjects should be at once supplied as rapidly as they could be brought in. I replied, "Here are 2 persons now who have refused. Why wait while others shall be brought?" The fiat went forth. The 2 obdurate and not good-humored victims were marched up. As I measured them, they whispered to me that the Presidente himself had not been measured, and begged that he be ordered to undergo the operation. The request was reasonable, and when they were through, they waited to see what would happen. Great was their delight when, turning to the chief man of the town, I said, "It is best for you to be measured next. It will set a good example to the rest." And without a word, and although I knew that he had stated that he would not be measured, he stepped under the road. From then on, there was no lack of material. Our subjects were measured, photographed, and modeled as rapidly as we could do the work. At noon the priest had come. As he passed where we were working, he gave us an extremely distant greeting and rode on up to the curato. From his castle he sent immediate complaint because our horses had been put into his stable without his permission. I went to the good man's house and found him hearing confessions. Leaving with him the letters from the archbishop and the jefe, I returned to my work, leaving word that the horses would have to stay where they were, as there was no other suitable place for their keeping. After a hard day's work, the night started very cold, and we hurried to bed early. All were sleeping but myself when a rap came at the door. It was a message from the cura begging us to come to the curato, where we would be more comfortable. Sending back a word of thanks, I stated that we would be there for the following night. The cura had been away from home for several days. The result was that on his return, the parishioners turned out in force to greet him, and hardly was he housed when a procession bearing gifts marched to the curato. In front went one bearing flowers. Those who followed carried some kind of food, great pieces of meat, fowls, eggs, corn, chilies, and other supplies. The following morning we were awakened by a great explosion of firecrackers and rockets, and by pealing bells, announcing the early mass. After his religious duties were performed, the padre came down to the plaza to watch our work and use his influence in our behalf. When it was dinner time, he invited us to go with him to that meal. We had thought that the donation party we had witnessed was a generous one. After that dinner, we had no doubt of the matter. Hardly had we disposed of the many good things on the table when the padre took us to a large room, the parish schoolhouse, and showed us the arrangements he had made for our comfort. 4 beds descending in grade of comfort, from the one for myself to the one for Manuel, were shown us. Never was a party happier to move from one set of quarters to another. Called away the next morning by his religious duties, the priest left us in charge of house and household. The work went merrily on in the plaza. We quickly found, however, that the town was getting into a condition of intoxication, and long before noon every person in the place was drunk. At noon we were waited upon by a committee representing the town, who informed us that they appreciated the lofty honor which was conferred on the place by our presence, and stated that, realizing that we had brought with us letters from the President of the Republic and from the Archbishop of the diocese, they desired not to be lacking in the respect due to such distinguished visitors. Accordingly, they said they had arranged for the brass band to discourse sweet music for us while we ate our dinner. No sooner was this statement made than preparations were begun. The band stood around us in a semicircle, chiefly notable for its unsteadiness on its legs, and regaled us with a series of most doleful pieces. When word came that dinner was ready at the curato, the band accompanied us to our stopping place. The bandmaster announced his intention of personally serving us at the table. At the same time, orders were given that the musicians, standing without, should continue to play pieces throughout the repast. The last day of our stay at Tilantongo, the padre stated that it must be interesting to see the way in which a parish priest, returning from a visit to a neighboring town, is received by his parish. Accordingly, he planned that a picture should be taken of himself on horseback with all the people gathered around welcoming him. Telling us that he would be ready when we should have made our own preparations for this photographic effort, he waited for our summons. We quickly found, however, that the proposition, although hailed at first with joy, did not create great enthusiasm. We recommended to the people that they should get ready, told the musicians that the band should be prepared, and that soon we should send for the padre to be welcomed. When we finally succeeded in getting the matter underway, and were seriously thinking of summoning the reverend gentleman, it was reported that an old woman had been found dead in her lonely hut that morning, and arrangements were at once started for her funeral. In vain we suggested that they should wait until the picture had been made. Musicians and parishioners alike disappeared, going down the house where the dead body lay. The afternoon was passing. It would soon be quite too dark for a picture. Meantime, the cura, having become anxious in the matter, hastened from his house on foot to ask why he had not been sent for. On our explaining that a funeral was in progress, he was greatly outraged. We pointed out the house in front of which the funeral procession was now forming. He stood watching as the line of mourners approached. The person who had died was an aged woman named Hilaria. The body was borne upon a stretcher, as coffins are not much used among these people. The procession came winding up the high road where we stood. The band in front was playing mournfully. Next came the bearers, 2 of whom, at least, were sadly drunk. The corpse was clad in the daily garments of the woman, and the body sagged down through gaps in the stretcher. A motley crowd of mourners, chiefly women, some with babies in their arms, followed. One man, walking with the band in front, carried the book in his hand and seemed to read the service as they slowly passed along. When the procession had come near us and was about to pass, the padre stopped it. Expressing his dissatisfaction at the failure to arrange for the photograph which he had ordered, he told the bearers to take the corpse out behind the house and leave it there. They did so, and were arranged in a group with the padre in their midst, and photographed, after which the body was picked up again, the procession was reformed, and proceeded as if nothing had happened. The following morning at 6 o'clock we were again upon the road. We first descended into the valley, passing the miserable hut from whence the dead woman had been born. In all the yards we noticed peach trees loaded with their pink blossoms. From the deep and narrow valley we began to climb steadily upward. We passed along the side of a gorge, the bed of which had all the appearance of a giant stairway. Higher and higher we mounted, leaving San Juan d'Uci on our right. Great masses of grey clouds hung upon the summits of the highest mountain, their lower line coming very nearly to our level. The wind beginning to blow, the grey mass soon was whirled and spread down like a great veil around us. We were indeed glad when we began to descend and have a little shelter behind us, against the wind, and dry skies instead of damp clouds above us. Making a sudden descent, we found ourselves in a cleared district where the only trees left on the high summits were palms, which bore little round dates with round seeds. These were quite sweet and good. Small branches were scattered here and there along the road. After another descent and ascent, we found ourselves in an extensive forest of great gnarled oaks, thickly covered with tufts of air plants and with orchids. Many of the latter were in full bloom, forming masses of brilliant color. In making the descent from here, we found the slope composed of slippery limestone, with sharp, rain-channeled surfaces, where our horses with great difficulty kept their footing. Soon after we were down, we reached San Bartolo. This purely Mixtec town was a delightful spot. It is large and strung along 2 or 3 long straight streets. End of section 11. Section 12 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 11. In the Mixteca Alta, Part 2. The houses were in yards completely filled with fruit trees, chirimoyas, limas, granadas de China, aguacates, and oranges. Garden beds of spinach, lettuce, and onions were frequent. The houses were of poles set upright, with thick thatchings of palms. Beehives in quantity were seen at almost every house. At Tilantongo we had seen but few women in native dress. Here almost every woman was clad in native garments, many of which were beautifully decorated. The men wore brilliant sashes, woven in the town. When we reached the townhouse, we found the doorway decorated with flowers, stars, and rosettes made of palm. We were well received, and a capital dinner was soon served, after which we were escorted around the town by the authorities, who arranged for photographing everything that seemed to us of interest. But at 3 o'clock we left this pretty spot. Again we climbed much of the way over limestone roads. Santo Domingo, past which we journeyed, is a mean little town, with houses much like those of Tilantongo, but of a grey color instead of a reddish-brown. From here we plunged downward, and when we ascended again, followed along the side of a rock-walled canyon, with pretty cascades and magnificent masses of fallen rock. The last part of our journey was made by moonlight along a brookside over a road which seemed quite endless. With some trouble, we found the dilapidated old church and the municipal house. We took possession of the school, and after a miserable supper, thoroughly tired, lay down to rest upon the benches. The town, Magdalena de los Comales, is so named from the comales, or earthenware girdles, made there. Besides this characteristic product, the town makes a good deal of unglazed but polished red pottery. The forms are chiefly candlesticks, censers, and toys. Much weaving of palm is here done, and the hats of the place are rather famous. Famous, too, are the mantas, or women's dresses, of black wool, made in long rectangular pieces. The common grade sells for 6 pesos, and in using it is, like Indian dresses generally, simply wrapped about the figure and held in place by a sash or belt. Nowhere in our journey in southern Mexico have we met with the kind of scenery that we encountered between Magdalena and Tlaxcala. Its whole character was like that of New Mexico. Directly behind the town was a fine cart road worn in red sand pumice. Before the town rose a magnificent cliff which had been a landmark in our journey of the day before. The road running up the mountain, over grey and red pumice strata, was deeply worn, just like the road back to Cochiti, New Mexico. Here, too, were the same noble pines of forest. It was a full hour's climb to the summit, where we found a pretty brook tumbling over ledge after ledge into deep round basins of purest water. A long and rather gentle slope downward led to a valley filled with neat farmhouses and cleared patches. Our last ascent brought us to a mass of rounded hills composed of brilliant clays, yellow, brown, pink, red, and white. From among these hillocks, Tlaxcala, a magnificent picture, burst into view. It is compactly built. The flat-topped houses are white or blue-tinted. Trees are sprinkled through the town. The old convent, with the 2 towers of its church, dominates the whole place. A pretty stream flows along its border, and a magnificent range of encircling mountains hems it in on all sides. The descent was rapid, and we reached Tlaxcala with the morning but half gone. The jefes of the districts of Mexico are frequently men of ability and force. Rarely, however, have we encountered one so prompt and energetic as Javier Cordova, the jefe of the district of Tlaxcala. When he took possession of this district, not long before, deeds of robbery along the high road were common. In many portions of the district, acts of violence were quite the rule. Perhaps the largest agricultural district in the Republic, it possessed few of the conveniences of modern life. Under Cordova's administration, vast improvements have been made. The roads are secure, deeds of violence are rare, the advantages of the district are being rapidly developed, telephone and telegraph have been introduced, and a railroad is talked of. Although we had no letter from the governor addressed to Senor Cordova, when we showed him the communications for other jefes, we were received with the greatest courtesy, and everything was done to facilitate our work. We told him that we planned to visit the Triquis at Chicahuastla. He at once wrote letters to the town authorities and to Don Guillermo Murcio, living at that village. The plaster for our bust-making had not yet been received, but Senor Cordova promised, in case it came, to forward it after us promptly, and, in case it did not come, to send 20 miles into the mountains for the raw plaster, which he would have prepared and sent on to Chicahuastla. It was late in the afternoon before we started for Cuquila, where we planned to pass the night. It was a mistake to make so late a start. For the time, the road was fairly level, but at last we went up a brisk ascent, reaching the summit near sunset. The road down would have been a bad one, even in the daytime. As it was, if we had not had a good moon, we could hardly have made the descent. From the depth of the canyon, we ascended to Cuquila, thoroughly tired, somewhat before 7. It was with the greatest difficulty that we could find anyone of whom to ask our way to the town house. Our voices were sufficient to plunge any house into instant darkness and silence. After a long search, we found a man who agreed to seek the Presidente. He and the rest of the town officials finally met us on the road and, after reading our order, took us to the town house. It was only after persistent and dire threats that we secured food for ourselves and firewood to make the room in which we were to sleep endurable. It was long past 11 before we were through our troubles and lay down on mats to sleep. Though we had warned the town officials that we should leave at 7 and must have breakfast before we left, when we arose we found no steps whatever taken for our accommodation. Yet the town officials had been up long enough to be thoroughly affected by their early morning drinks. Feeling that patience had ceased to be a virtue, we summoned the authorities and told the Presidente that he had paid no attention whatever to his jefe's order, that we had had far too much difficulty in securing the bad accommodations we had been furnished, that their promise to prepare a suitable breakfast had been completely disregarded. We told them that our duty was to send immediate complaint to Tlaxcalan, that we would, however, give them one more chance. We should not stop for breakfast, but would proceed upon our journey hungry. If, however, we sent him further orders regarding our return journey, we should expect them obeyed to the very letter. With this, we mounted. In vain, the Presidente and officials begged us to wait, promising that everything should be prepared. Time was too precious, and away we rode. Soon after leaving Cuquila, we struck a 50-minute mountain, the summit of which we made at 9 o'clock exactly. Here we sat in the shade and lunched on bread and pineapples, but the day before in Tlaxcalan. From the summit, there was a slow and gentle descent around the ridge, and then a slow incline along an endless ravine, until at last we came upon a crest, from which we looked down upon one of the grandest mountain scenes of the world. A valley of impressive size, surrounded by magnificent mountain masses, lay below us, and just to the right, at our feet, was Chiapas. Few people in Mexico are so little known as the Triquis. Orozco Iberra, usually a good authority, locates them near Tehuantepec, in the Low Country. The towns which he calls Triqui are Chantal. The 5 true Triqui towns are in the high Mixteca. The largest is the town which we were now approaching. The Triquis are people of small stature, dark brown color, black eyes, aquiline, but low and rather broad nose. They are among the most conservative, suspicious, and superstitious of Mexican Indians. Most of them dress in native clothing and all speak the Triqui and not the Spanish language. As a people, they are sadly degraded through being exceptionally addicted to drink. Don Guillermo Murcio is a character. He and his family are almost the only mestizos in the place. He is a hale and hearty blacksmith and has lived for 15 years in this purely Indian town, where he has gained almost unbounded influence among the simple natives. His word is law, and the town government trembles before his gaze. He is impetuous in manner, quick-tempered, and on the slightest suggestion of disregard of his commands, freely threatens jail or other punishment. He received us cordially, and we lived at his house, where we were treated to the best that was available. We have already referred to the beautiful location of Chiapas. Its appearance is most picturesque. Unlike the Indian towns in the Mixteca, which we had so far visited, it has many houses of circular form with conical roof. It is possible that this style of construction is the result of African influence. At Chiapas we were on the very summit of the great watershed, and from it, when the air is clear, one may look down over a sea of lesser summits and mountain ranges to the waters of the Pacific. Along the Pacific coast, in the state of Guerrero, are whole towns of Africans, descendants of slaves who built their houses after the circular pattern so common throughout the dark continent. We did not find in the Trickies any admixture of African blood, but it is possible the mode of house building may have been influenced by Negro example. Our first glimpse of the town suggested a veritable paradise. At 11 the sky was clear, the sun almost tropical, the whole country smiled under its warm beams, but at 2 there came a change. Fogs so dense as to shut out the view of what was across the road drifted down from the summit on which we had seen cloud masses forming. Deeper and deeper, wetter and wetter, colder and colder grew the mist. All, wrapped in their thickest blankets, were shivering, crouched upon the ground, trying in vain to keep themselves warm. At first we thought this might be a rare occasion, but were assured that it is an everyday occurrence, and from our own experience of 4 or 5 days, we can easily believe that statement to be true. How any people can live in such a spot, suffering keenly 20 hours of the day simply for the 4 hours of clear sunshine and warmth, is inexplicable, and the nights were torments. Don Guillermo's house is well built of logs and plaster, but no house could keep out that bitter cold night air which chilled us as we lay in bed until we could hardly move. We have already stated that the people of Chiapas are conservative and superstitious. Our operations of measuring, photographing, and bust-making filled the town with alarm and concern. It was hard enough to get our male subjects. The women were yet more difficult. At first we failed to secure any, but after we had several times told the town officials that 25 women must be forthcoming for measurement, and Don Guillermo had stormed and threatened, the town government began to plan a mode of carrying out our wishes. Close by Don Guillermo's house was the miserable little village plaza, where the women of the town assembled with corn cakes and other articles for trade. There they met the traveling peddlers coming from Tlaxcala, from Coquila and the coast, and drove their bargains, mostly a matter of trade, not purchase, with them. Waiting at the place where we were working until 1 or 2 women were to be seen in the plaza, the town officials separated, going in 2 directions. In a few minutes, an anxious watcher, from our point of view, might have seen a gradually contracting circle of men surrounding the plaza. Usually at the same time that this circle was evident to the watcher, it became also evident to the women. With cries of terror, the poor creatures would start off as fast as their legs would carry them over the mountain trails, with the whole town government, 16 strong, in pursuit, with yells and screams. It was like nothing but the chase of deer by hounds. Usually the women, given strength by terror, escaped, but 1 out of 3 times, perhaps, the officials returned in triumph with their prisoner in their midst, who was at once measured and then, if need be, photographed. In course of time, these hunts supplied the 25 victims desired. It might not be uninteresting to describe the events of a single afternoon in a tricky town. On one occasion, having eaten dinner, we had scarcely begun our work when we heard a great uproar and din upon the road towards Santo Domingo. Looking in that direction, we saw a crowd of men and boys struggling towards us. As they came nearer, we saw that 6 or 8 of the party were carrying some awkward and inconvenient burden. It was a man, sprawling face downward. 2 or more held his arms, an equal number his legs. About his waist a belt, knotted behind, was tied, and then through the knot was thrust a strong pole, which was being carried by 2 men, 1 on either side. Struggling against those who carried him, raising his face and snarling and gnashing at the crowd, the prisoner presented a fearful spectacle. It seemed that, being drunk, he had quarreled with his friend, whom he had nearly murdered with his machete. About the middle of the afternoon, we heard a loud crying in the other direction, toward the church and jail, and on looking, saw coming towards us a man whose head was broken open and from it was streaming blood. His head and face were covered, and his white shirt, to the waist and even below, was soaked with the red fluid. He was wringing his hands and crying in a piteous manner. When he came to where we stood, he told his tale of woe. He was the mayordomo in charge of the church property. He had expected that the priest would make his visit to the pueblo on that day, and had so announced it to the people. The pious parishioners looked forward with interest to the coming of the padre. When the day passed, however, and the priest failed to appear, one of the more religious felt so outraged that he had broken open the head of the majordomo with a club on account of his disappointment. We told the poor fellow to go home and left his wife clean him up and change his clothing, promising that if he died, his assailant should be punished. That evening there was a little moonlight at Chiapas, the only time during our stay. As we sat eating supper, we heard an outcry in the direction of the church and jail. Asking Don Guillermo what might be the cause, he replied that there was probably some trouble at the jail. We insisted on going to see what might be happening. Don Guillermo, the plaster worker, Mariano, Manuel, and I, seizing whatever weapons were convenient at hand, started for the jail. We found an excited crowd gathered around the doorway. On a log before the door there sat a creature crazy drunk. I had never seen a case more horrible. He screamed, yelled, gnashed his teeth, struck and snapped at everyone around. The whole village stood in terror. I addressed the policeman, who seemed quite helpless. Why not thrust him into the jail? Quick, seize him, in with him. Encouraged by our words, they seized him, the door was quickly opened, and he was cast into the little room, which already contained more than 30 persons, the harvest of a single afternoon. When the door was locked, we saw for the first time why the policeman had been so timid. One of them came limping up to us, crying, and showed his leg. From his fleshy part, a good mouthful of flesh had been cleanly bitten by the madman. The wound was bleeding profusely, and the poor fellow wrung his hands and cried with pain. We had finished our measurements and photographs, but there had been no signs as yet of the plaster. Concluding that Senor Cordova had forgotten his promise, we were prepared to leave town early the next morning. After dark, 2 men came from Tlaxcalan, one of whom brought sufficient plaster for making 2 good busts. The plaster had been brought, in a crude state, 20 miles from the mountains to Tlaxcalan, had been calcined and ground there by prisoners in the jail, and then sent 15 miles to us over the mountains. We were interested in the men who brought it. One of them was a prisoner from the Tlaxcalan jail. He had been sentenced to 10 days for drinking, and it was he who carried the plaster. The other proudly informed us that he was a policeman and had come to make sure that the prisoner returned. Thoroughly delighted at their coming, we broke our custom and gave the men a trifle. Alas, the day! That very night both men, policeman and prisoner, were thrust into the local jail, helplessly drunk. One evening, during our stay at Chiapas, Don Guillermo begged me to go into the kitchen to examine a baby upon whom he was thinking of performing a surgical operation. The creature was a boy some 3 months old, pure Indian. We had heard him cry at night ever since we had come, but had not seen him. A tumor or some growth was on his neck below the chin. Don Guillermo handed me the razor in order that I might remove the swelling, but I refused the task. The story of the child is sad. It is the son of a young Indian boy and girl not married. That would not be a serious matter among the Trickies. For some reason, however, the mother did not like the child, and scarcely was it born when she went with it into the forest. There, in a lonely place, she choked it, as she thought, to death, and buried it in the ground. The town authorities, suspecting something of her purpose, had followed her and were watching at the moment. No sooner had she left the spot than they dug up the child, found it still alive, and brought it to Don Guillermo, who had kept it at the town's charge. The last night of our stay at Chiapas, just after supper, a cavalcade came to the door. It was the jefe of the next district, Huixquilucan, with a guard of 6 mounted men. Apparently a pleasant fellow, he was at the moment excited over a recent disturbance in his district. In an attempt which he had made to adjust a certain difficulty, he and his guards had been fired on and stones thrown from the height above them by the people of the Pueblo. One of his companions died from the effect of the attack. The officer plainly feared an outbreak or uprising, and was nervous and uneasy, though Don Guillermo assured him that in his house there was absolutely no danger. Finally we quieted down and all went to bed, we with the intention of an early start the next morning. After an uneasy night, I awoke about 5 o'clock. Just as I was thinking of calling my companions, I felt a faint trembling, which rapidly increased to a heavy shaking of the house in which we slept. There was a moment's pause, and then a second shaking, which began stronger than the other, but which lasted about the same time. It was the most serious earthquake shock we ever experienced in Mexico. Had the house been made of brick and plaster, considerable damage might have been done. Everyone was awake in an instant. The whole town was in excitement. The church bell was rung and the people flocked out into the street. The shock passed at exactly 5:20, and in other towns, notably in Oaxaca, it did considerable damage. 2 days before, we had sent word to the authorities at Huixquilucan that we should breakfast with them on our way back to Tlaxcala and ordered them to be ready for our coming. This was the opportunity which had been promised them for redeeming themselves and avoiding complaint to their jefe. Arriving at the town at 9:40, we were met at the roadside by some of the officials who led us at once to the townhouse. Here the whole town government was gathered to greet us. Politely each one, stepping forward, removed his hat and kissed my hand. Then they invited us to sit down at the table and breakfast, whereupon eggs, chicken, tortillas, and frijoles, the best the town could supply, were set before us. The whole government sat by, looking on as we ate. Immediately after breakfast, in accordance with our order previously sent, we were taken to see a potter at work. Huixquilucan is famous for 2 lines of manufacture, pottery and woolen garments. The pottery here made is skillfully shaped into wonderfully large vessels of different forms. The product goes throughout this whole district and even down to the Pacific coast 100 miles distant. Along the roads, it is a common thing to meet parties of 3 or 4 men carrying great loads of water jars, large bowls, etc., for sale or trade. While we were inspecting the potter's work, a slight shock of earthquake, almost too gentle to be noticed, passed through the place. At Huixquilucan, we found that we should not meet Señor Cordova at Tlaxcala. He had passed through the town the night before on his way to Huixquilucan with a band of soldiers to assist his neighboring jefe in maintaining order. Leaving our Huixquilucan reprobates in friendly and gentle mood, we started for Tlaxcala, where we arrived at 2:30. Something after 4 o'clock, we heard a violent ringing of the church bell and saw the people flocking out onto the streets, looking up at the church tower. Although we did not feel the shock, we saw that the whole church was being violently shaken and that the ringing bells, which we had heard, were not moved by human hands. This third shock of the day was more strongly felt in other districts than with us. In the city of Mexico, 300 miles away, it was the most severe of the day. The whole town was in commotion. People threw themselves upon their knees in the streets and prayed to the Virgin for protection. Later in the day, we saw a priest and a saint's figure passing through the streets, and as they passed, the people paid reverence. Surely the little procession, illegal though it was, must have been successful, for there were no further shocks. We found here a most interesting superstition which we had not met before, but which we heard several times later in other districts. We were assured that the earthquake was but one of many signs that the world was coming to an end. We discovered that thousands of the people expected the ending of the world in 1900, and when we asked why, were reminded that this was the last year of the century. This is certainly a survival of ancient superstition. The old Mexicans did not count their years by hundreds or centuries, as we do, but by cycles of 52 years each. It was believed that the world would come to an end at the close of a cycle, and important ceremonies were conducted to avert such a catastrophe. It is clear that the old idea of the destruction of the world at the close of a cycle has been transferred to the new mode of reckoning time. From Tlaxcala to Tepozcolula, there was a cart road, though it was possible that no carreta ever passed over it. It presented little good scenery. We passed the pueblos of San Martin Huixquilucan, San Felipe, and San Miguel. Just before reaching the first of these towns, the road passes over a coarse rock mass, which weathers into spheroidal shells. At Huixquilucan and some other points along the day's route, the rock over which we passed was a white tufaceous material loaded with streaks of black flint. Sometimes this black flint passes into chert and chalcedony of blue and purple tints. Here and there, along the mountain sides, we caught glimpses of rock exposures which looked snow-white in the distance. Between Huixquilucan and San Felipe there was a pretty brook, with fine cypresses along the banks and a suspension bridge of great logs. Having passed through San Felipe and San Miguel, a pleasant road through a gorge brought us to the valley in which Tepozcolula lies. The great convent church, historically interesting, is striking in size and architecture. The priest, an excellent man, is a pure-blooded Mixtec Indian, talking the language as his mother tongue. With great pride he showed us about the building, which was once a grand Dominican monastery. The old carved wooden cupboard for gold and silver articles used in the church service is fine work. The gold and silver articles for which it was built have long since disappeared. In the patio are many old paintings, most of which are badly damaged, and some of which have been repaired with pieces cut from other pictures not at all like the missing piece. Among these pictures is a series of scenes from the life of Santo Domingo. Of the figures in the church, two are fairly good. One, which is famous, represents Our Lady of the Rosary. In a little chapel are buried the remains of the old friars. Here also is a beautiful old carved confessional. In front of the old church is a great court surrounded by a stone wall, which is surmounted here and there with little pointed square pillars. To the right of the church is a mass of masonry, in reddish-brown freestone, consisting of a series of arches now more or less in ruins. When the convent was at the height of splendor, the crowd of worshippers was too large for the church itself, and these beautiful arches were erected to receive the overflow. In the church itself, the plaster in the domes of the towers and the coloring on the walls and domes had chipped and fallen on account of the earthquake the day before. In the ruins of the upper rooms of the convent proper, stone and mortar, dislodged from the decaying walls by the same shocks, lay in little heaps on the floor. The cura had 10 churches in his charge. He says there are 2,000 people in Tepozcolula, few of whom are Indians. In his 10 churches he has 12,000 parishioners. He seemed a devout man and emphasized the importance of his preaching to his congregation in their native tongue and his. So convinced is he that the native idiom of the people is the shortest road to their heart and understanding that he has prepared a catechism and Christian doctrine in the modern Mixtec, which has been printed. The town itself is desolate. The plaza is much too large, and dwarfs the buildings which surround it, and signs of desolation and decay mark everything. With the fondness which Mexicans show for high-sounding and pious inscriptions, the municipality has painted, upon the side of the townhouse, in full sight for a long distance, the words, "Nations to be great and free must be educated." From here to Nochixtlan there was nothing of special interest. For some 4 leagues the road was through a gorge. From this valley we mounted to the height just before reaching the town of Tlaxcala, from which we caught an extensive view down over the great valley in which Nochixtlan and his town lie. From Tlaxcala we had a rather tiresome, hot and painful ride, passing San Juan Tillo and Santiago Tillo. By 1:30 we were again in the city of Nochixtlan. End of section 12. Section 13 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 12. The Mixes Revisited. Part 1. 1899. After resting at Oaxaca from our trip into the High Mixteca, we made preparations for our new journey, leaving at 3 o'clock in the afternoon for the land of the Zapotecs and Mixes. Our late start compelled stopping at Tule for the night. In the morning, we went on to Tlacolula, where we nooned, in order to see the Jefe in regard to our work. He is a competent man, showed great interest in our plan, and gave valuable advice in addition to the orders to his officials. He warned us that we might meet some difficulty at Milta, where we were planning to make our study of the Zapotecs on account of the fiesta then in progress. He told us to notify him at once in case matters did not go well there. The fiesta at Milta should have been a 3 days affair. This year, however, it began on Sunday, with the result that it filled 4 days. Reaching there in the afternoon of Monday, we found the whole town in great excitement and dissipation. The plaza had been enclosed with a fencing of poles, and toros were the amusement of the afternoon. The country sports with bulls are different from the regular bullfights of the cities. Anyone takes part who pleases, and while there is little of trained skill, there is often much of fun, frolic, and daring. The bull is led into the ring from outside by a lasso. It is then lassoed from behind and dragged up to a post or tree to which it is firmly tied to prevent its moving. A rope is then tightly cinched about its middle, and a man mounts upon the back of the beast, fixing his feet firmly in the rope below, between it and the animal, and winding his hands into it above. The ropes which hold the bull are then withdrawn so as to set it loose. Dozens of men and big boys with jackets and serapes then torment the beast, which, plunging and dashing at them, scatters them in every direction. Sometimes the angry animal attempts to break through the fence, causing excitement and consternation among the crowds who have been hanging to it and looking over. When, as sometimes happens, he does break through, there is great scattering before him and closing in behind him until he is again captured. The man riding on the bull's back clings as long as he can, in spite of the plunging and other frantic efforts of the animal to unseat him. Comparatively few stay long in their uncomfortable position, and when they are thrown, much agility is required to escape from the furious animal. As we rode into town, these sports were in full blast. Everyone, save the bullfighters, was drunk. Now and then a tube of iron filled with powder was exploded. A band in front of the municipal house was supplying music. A little group of men with pitos and tambours strolled from place to place, playing. Much selling was in progress in the booths, the chief articles offered being intoxicating drinks. A cluster of drunken vocalists, sitting flat upon the ground, but almost unable to hold themselves upright, were singing horribly to untuned guitars. In front of the townhouse, a bench had been dragged out by the authorities for the benefit of the cura, who, seated thereon, was watching the sports with maudlin gravity. The presidente and other officials were standing by the padre, and all were drinking at frequent intervals. Thinking the moment opportune, I approached the party and handed them my documents, but both presidente and priest were far too drunk to realize my needs. Surveying the drunken town, I felt that it was necessary to act promptly and firmly if we were to accomplish anything before the fiesta ended. The only member of the government who was not extremely drunk that afternoon was the syndico. Calling him to me, I addressed him, scorning both priest and presidente. I refused to drink with them, saying that they were already too drunk to know their duties and that both should be ashamed of their condition. At this time the cura asked me if I were a clergyman. On replying no, he remarked that I looked like one. I told him yes, that I was frequently mistaken for one, that a priest in the Mixteca had even thought that I was a bishop. He then drunkenly inquired whether I were married, and on my replying no, made the astonishing observation that then it was certain that I could not be a priest, that every priest had one wife, bishops 2, and archbishops 3. This drunken priest had just been making certain observations to the presidente calculated to interfere with my work, and I felt that I now had my opportunity. So, turning upon him, I gravely reproved him for his remark. I told him that, in his language and his drunkenness, he was setting a bad example to his parish, that he should go at once to the curato and not venture forth during the time that we remained in the town. Half sobered by my order, he arose without a word, went to his house, and did not again appear for 4 days. Having gotten him out of the way, I turned to the drunken officials and told them that early the next morning I should begin my work, and that they must make the needful preparations, that I wished to measure, photograph, and make busts of the population. I told them that at present they were too drunk to aid me, but that the following morning things must be different, that enough at least to attend to my orders must be sober. After supper, attracted by the noise and hubbub, we set out to see the plaza. Torches were flaring in every direction, and considerable business was being done at all the booths. Crowds of drunken people were squatting on the ground in all directions. At the townhouse, the band of music was playing the jarabe, and 40 or 50 persons were dancing this lively dance. Old and young, men and women, boys and girls, all were taking part. No one paid attention to any other person, but each seemed to be trying to prove himself the most agile of the party. All were drunk, some astonishingly so. Occasionally, a dancer would bump against such an one who would fall head over heels. Immediately picking himself up, he would go at it again, with even greater vigor. Sometimes one fell of himself in a helpless heap, and lay where he fell until kicked out of the way or until the music stopped. All around was pandemonium. Yelling, singing, cursing, fighting were in progress. The jail was crowded, but every now and then a new case was dragged up. For an instant the door was opened, and against the crowd, pushing from within, the new prisoner would be crowded into the cell. At one time in the evening a cry arose that a murder was being committed in the jail. The door was opened, the policemen crowded in, and the two men who had clinched and were battling were torn apart. One was dragged outside and thrown into the woman's jail, and for a time the air was blue with the most insulting cries. Convinced that no work could be done in the afternoons, we labored with the greatest possible diligence each morning. The first morning, going to the town house, we ordered subjects to be brought. The Presidente was drunk, the Síndico also. Still, some of the town officials were found in a condition able to do our bidding. Having measured a few of the officials, we proposed to take such prisoners as still remained in the jail from the batch of the preceding day. There were 18 of these, and with them we made a good beginning. Among the prisoners we found our first subject for modeling. Oiling him, we began to make the molds. The back piece had been applied. The second piece, covering the lower part of the face and upper chest, was hardening, and we were busily engaged in putting on the final application over the upper part of the face. At this moment, the Presidente staggered into the jail. When his eyes fell upon our subject, he stopped aghast. For a moment he was unable to speak. Then he groaned out the words. Oh, horrible spectacle! To think of seeing a son of this town in such a position! As I was beginning to laugh and ridicule him, the old mother of the young man came bursting into the jail, weeping and trembling, to see what fate had overtaken her son. Wringing her hands, the tears rolled down her face, and her voice was choked with sobs as she asked pitifully whether he must die. She told me that he was her only support, and that without him she was absolutely alone. Taking the old woman outside while the mask should be completed, I chatted with her, and as soon as the pieces of the mold were removed, delivered her precious son unharmed into her hands. Just as we were ready for a new subject, a young fellow, better dressed than most, passed by. We called him to come in and be measured, but with a somewhat insolent manner he walked by, paying no attention to our words. Sending the policeman for him, they soon returned with the report, "No quiere, he does not care to come." To allow a first refusal was not to be thought of, so we ordered his return. Again the policeman came back with no result. Thereupon I declared that no more work should be done until he came, that time would be lost thereby, and the Jefe's order would be disregarded, but that it was not our fault. Upon this the Presidente informed us that the order was not explicit. It did not state that people must be measured. He would consult the civil code to see whether anyone but criminals must be measured. "Very good," said I. "Do as you like, but unless that young man is brought in, we shall send complaint to the Jefe. Send for the messenger at once to carry my report." At this stage the policeman returned, telling me that the young man wanted did not belong to this town, that he could not be found, and probably had gone home. We told them that we did not believe them, but that we would proceed with our work. However, I said that, if he really were a stranger but appeared again, I should order his immediate arrest and jailing. To this they all agreed, and we continued work until the town was again too drunk for anything to be done. About the middle of the afternoon, when the bullfighting was at its height, the young man wanted appeared in the ring as the chief fighter and attraction of the day. Stepping at once to the policeman, I told him that he must be brought immediately to the town house, that the bullfight must cease while other matters were arranged. With much grumbling and complaint, they obeyed. The young man dismounted from his bull and was brought by the policeman before us. Here we asked the Síndico the name and residence of the young man, and, as we supposed, he belonged in Mitla. Asking him why he had not come to be measured when he was told to do so, he replied that we had already measured him. Telling him that lying would not save him, I commanded him to appear the following morning for measurement, that otherwise he would be sent a prisoner to Oaxaca. In the morning he did not appear until officials were sent to bring him. After he had gone through the ordeal of measurement, he swore eternal friendship to me, and at no time afterward I was able to pass him on the street or in the square without his begging me to drink tepache with him. Mitla is famous for its weaving. Fine mantas of wool are made three in two chief styles, one a long strip of black and blue-black cloth, the other a rich red, sometimes banded or stripped with black. These Mitla mantas are widely sold to Zapotecs in all the district around and form the characteristic women's dress. The Zapotecs of this district wear something on their feet that more nearly resembles true shoes than the footgear of any other Indians in southern Mexico. The sandal of the man has a projecting heel flap which is bound around the ankles by means of thongs and forms a good protection to the hind part of the foot. The women have not only such a flap, even higher than that used by the men, but also a broad strip of leather over the forward part of the foot, leaving the toes peeping out in front. Between the heel flap and the toe covering, the foot is quite as well enclosed, excepting for the toes, as is in a white man's shoe. It was quite impossible, with the amount of work we had to do and the difficulties under which we labored, to give the least attention to the ruins. We arranged, however, to make a photograph of the town authorities standing in the great court of one of the fine old buildings, a court the walls of which are covered with beautiful mosaic decorations betraying taste and skill. The motley crew of half-drunk officials, miserably dressed, degraded, poor, in this scene of past magnificence, called up thoughts of the contrast between the government of old Mitla and the present, of past magnificence and modern squalor. Having accomplished all we wished at Mitla, we again struck eastward toward the land of the Mixes. Late in starting, we made no attempt to go further than San Lorenzo that afternoon. The old road was familiar, and from there on, through the following day, everything came back to memory. Even individual trees, projecting rock masses, and little streams were precisely as we remembered them from our journey of 3 years earlier. We reached Ayutla in the evening a little before sunset. Riding directly to the municipal house, we summoned the town government. We had not provided ourselves with orders from the jefe of the district, as Villa Alta, the jefatura, lay far out of our course. We planned to use our general letter from the governor. When the officials assembled, we presented our order and explained it. We told them what we needed for the night, and arrangements were at once made for supplying us. We then told the Presidente of the work we had before us, and informed him that, because his town was small, we should ask for only 35 men for measurement, and that this must be ready early in the morning, with no trouble to us. The Presidente demurred. He doubted whether the people would come to be measured. We told him that they would not come, of course, unless he sent for them. When morning came, although everything had been done for our comfort, there was no sign of subjects. That no time might be lost, we took the Presidente and 3 or 4 other officials who were waiting around the house. Then, with firmness, we ordered that he should bring other subjects. The officials were gone for upwards of an hour, and when they returned, had some 10 or 12 men with them. "Ah," said I, "you have brought these, then, for measurement?" "On the contrary, sir," said the Presidente, "this is a committee of the principal men of the town who have come to tell you that the people do not wish to be measured." "Ah," said I, "so you are a committee. Are you come to tell me that you do not wish to be measured?" "Yes." Waiting a moment, I turned to the officials and asked, "And which one particularly does not wish to be measured of this committee?" Immediately, a most conservative-looking individual was pointed out. Addressing him, I said, "And so you do not wish to be measured?" "No, sir," said he, "I will not be measured." "Very good," said I. "What is your name?" He told us. I marked it down upon my blank, and wrote out the description of his person. Then, seizing my measuring rod, I said to him quite sharply, "Well, well, take off your hat and sandals. We must lose no time." And before he really realized what we were doing, I had taken his measurements. Having finished with them, I turned again to the Presidente. "And what other member of the committee particularly objects to being measured?" As I spoke, another man was indicated. Turning to him, I said, "Let us lose no time. Take off your hat and sandals while we measure you." In an instant the thing was done. The operation was carried through. Before I had finished with the second case, the others began to smile and snicker, and when I was ready for our third subject, I simply asked, "Who next?" And they came one after another without complaint. Having measured all the members of the committee, I soberly addressed them. "Now, if there is any harm in this that I have done, you are all as badly off as can be. If I were you, I would try to get as many other people in the same position as I could, go out and bring in others." Before noon, the work was done, and we were ready to go on to Huixquilucan. We rested, however, the balance of the day, and spent the second night at Ayutla. The day had been given to drinking throughout the town. It will be remembered that the village proper lies on a terrace upon the slope above the townhouse. As we sat before the house in the afternoon and evening, we heard from time to time yells and cries above. Some policemen who were standing up there to keep order would then appear upon the edge of the slope, and waving their hands, would loudly cry for help. Then the policemen from the townhouse would run to their assistance, and in a little time the party would return, dragging one or more victims to the jail. This operation continued from early in the afternoon until late at night. Fully 15 or 20 persons were brought down from the village to the jail during that time. End of section 13. Section 14 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 12. The Mixes Revisited. Part 2. We had hoped to find the Valley of Clouds and the Great Cloud Cataract on the road to Huixquilucan, but were doomed to disappointment. When we stood upon the summit, looking down into what before had been the Sea of Mist, the whole place was clear, and everything to the very bottom of the valley was visible. The further journey seemed more tedious than before, and the latter part of the road seemed truly endless. There was not a breath of air. The sun poured its hot days down mercilessly. Long before we reached Huixquilucan, I felt, for the first time in Mexico, that I was suffering from fever. After 7.5 hours on the road, we reached the town at 1:30 in the afternoon, and went at once to the townhouse, where we were well received and arrangements were made for our comfort. When they saw that I was suffering, they brought out hammocks, of which I made no use. Making myself a bed of blankets upon the floor, I lay down in my misery and covered myself from the world, a blanket over my head. After some hours, I felt that we were losing time, and that we must at least make arrangements for the work of the following day. It was now dusk. I sent for the officials, and when they appeared, told them that, notwithstanding my suffering, I could not lose time, and that early in the morning they must bring persons for measurement. There was a good deal of discussion over the matter. The officials were dissatisfied that my order was not signed by the jefe of their district and dated from San Carlos. They suggested that we send a messenger to San Carlos to inquire whether the order was all right. I replied that 4 days would be consumed in going and coming, that time was precious, and that it was impossible for us to wait. Seeing that they were likely to refuse to do what I wished, I made a little speech in which I told them they had better do what I asked, and that promptly. No one so far had recognized me as having been there before. I told them that they had never had a better friend than I, that this was not the first time that I had visited Huixquilucan, that when I came before I had had difficulty, that my companion, presenting an order from the governor, had been badly received by their presidente, who tried to do him violence, that if I had reported this incident, they knew well what would have happened, that however being their good friend, I had never reported it. Having jogged their memory regarding the past, I suggested to them that a report of the previous occurrence, with their present disregard of orders, might be serious. I told them that they knew what I desired, that they might at once inform me whether it would be done or not. If they decided in the negative, the secretario and my mozo must start at once on foot to Oaxaca, carrying my complaint to the governor, that as for me, having started them upon their journey, I should leave early the following morning, going to some town where the people knew what obedience to the law meant. They at once promised that no time should be lost, and that the following morning I should have the subjects for whom I asked, that is, 35 men and 25 women. Nor it was simply promises. Having told them that I would begin early in the morning, whether I were well or ill, and that I wanted no delay, we found our 35 men waiting at 7 o'clock. At Huixquilucan, the system of public crying from the plaza is fully developed. The town lies in a valley, and most of the houses are on slopes surrounding the little plain or terrace upon which the plaza is situated, on which the government house is built. When aid was needed by the town authorities, whether zacate for our horses, food for ourselves, objects of inspection, or what not, one of the officers, whose business it seemed to be, stepped out upon the plaza and, raising his voice, would cry out what was needed by the authorities. Whoever had the things desired coming out before their houses would cry back the amount, description, and variety of the articles they could supply. This we found to be the constant practice. Notwithstanding the clearness of the preceding day, our day of working was cold, damp, and foggy. The sea of cloud and cataract of mists must have been in full operation. Where we were, a heavy wind was blowing, and before night, rain falling. We had not thought of the possibility of heavy storms or damaged roads at this time of the year, but before night came, the people of the village expressed surprise that we should talk of leaving the next morning. They assured us that at Cbteddy and Huixquilucan it was surely raining heavily, and that the roads would be wet, slippery, and impassable. Long before we went to bed, a gale was blowing, and we felt doubts regarding further progress. In the morning it was still wet and chilly. All told of terrible roads and risks in proceeding. We delayed. Finally, we decided to press on at least to Cbteddy. We had tried to send mozos forward with our baggage, but it was plain that they would not move until we did. Finally, somewhat after 9, we started. It was still heavy and chilly. We found the road much better than we feared. At some points it was slippery, but not for long distances. Until we were on the final descent to Cbteddy, we were sheltered from the cold wind. To be sure, here and there, where the road passed little funnel openings along the crest, we felt fully the cold wind loaded with mist. We noticed, what on the other trip escaped my attention, the profound difference in vegetation between the two sides of the hill upon the crest of which we were traveling. The one slope, cold and damp, was densely forested with trees, loaded with air plants and orchids. The other slope, warmer and drier, was far less heavily grown, and in large part with pines. Among the plants noticed by the roadside was a species of pinguicula, which was very common on damp clay cuttings. Its leaves form a close, flat rosette upon the ground, from which a slender stalk rises, with a single crimson flower. When we reached the final descent to the town, we caught the full force of the cold, mist-laden wind, which struck our faces and made us shiver. Yet it was on this very slope, so frequently cold and wet, that the oaks, covered with air plants and blooming orchids, were at their finest. Ferns in astonishing variety, from the most delicate through giant herbaceous forms to magnificent tree ferns. Lycopods of several species and selaginellas in tufts covered the slopes, and great planks of begonias in fine bloom showed themselves. Before we reached the village, we were forced to dismount on account of the slippery condition of the road and entered town on foot. In our other journey, Cbteddy made no impression on us. It is really one of the most picturesque and interesting of the Mixteca towns. It is built upon a slope, which is cut and built into a series of little terraced gardens. Clusters of groups of houses stand on the terraces. The houses are rectangular, built of adobe brick and heavy thatch, with a thick comb of thatch riding the ridge. Unlike most Mixteca churches, the church at Cbteddy is entire and in good condition. It is built of stone. The town is purely Indian, and the type is the best we had seen. Had there been light for photographing, we should have stopped there and done our work, instead of passing on to Huixquilucan. As it was, we spent the night and were well treated. Leaving early in the morning, we hurried to Cbteddy for dinner, the road being better than we had anticipated. The town is prettily distributed upon a curved crest. The houses are neat, built of adobe or of poles daubed with mud. Much fruit is grown here, and coffee is an important crop. In almost every yard, mats were spread out, on which coffee was drying or being sorted by people squatting on the ground. Considerable cotton is woven at this point. Leaving at 3:40, the evening ride through the forest was magnificent. The flora was such as we have before described. As we rode through the higher forests, we constantly heard birds, notable among which were the clarins, with their fine clear notes. It was dark before we reached Cuicatlán. Nowhere had we been better treated. We were shown at once into a clean room and were soon surrounded by bustle and preparation for our comfort. There are but 143 inhabitants, of whom 6, 4 men and 2 women, have goiters. We had been previously informed that the whole town was coitrous. There were 3 deaf mutes but no idiots in the town. Inquiring for books printed in the Mixteca tongue, we were informed that the choir master had one. On expressing my desire to see it, they sent to bring him. We were astonished at his appearance. The messengers who brought him carried him in their arms and set him down upon the floor, when we saw that he had been born without legs and with sadly deformed arms and hands. Yet, when once placed upon the floor, he moved about easily and had a cheery face and sunny temper. He was delighted to show us his book and took the greatest pride in reading from it. It is truly remarkable that he can do this. The book was written in the dialect of Huixquilucan of more than 170 years ago. The dialect of Huixquilucan was no doubt then different from that of Cuicatlán, and during the 170 years there had been great changes even in that town itself. As I watched the man read from his book, I noticed that he pronounced parts of words differently from the way in which they were spelled. How he had worked out for himself, unaided, the proper meaning and purport of the words was a mystery. I had intended to purchase the book, but found him so attached to it that I gave up the plan. Had he been a normal man, I should have insisted, but then, if he had been a normal man, he would not have had the book nor known how to read it. From Cuicatlán we rode steadily for 5 hours to reach Huixquilucan. There were considerable stretches of slippery road to be passed. The 2 coach rides, the bridges of vines, and the houses along the way were beautiful as ever, but the magnificent mountain forests were left entirely behind us. The old church at Huixquilucan is visible on the high crest for a considerable distance. As we made the final climb, the boys noticed in the trees structures 1.5 feet or 2 feet in diameter and somewhat dome-shaped. I should have taken them for wasps' nests, but the party insisted that they saw parrots come out of them, and that no doubt young parrots were in the nests. Immediately there was great excitement, for Manuel had all along wanted to capture a parrot to take home with him. The party stopped, and stones were thrown to drive out the birds, but with no result. Finally, Mariano climbed the tree, creeping out along the branches almost to the nest. Just at that moment, an unusually well-aimed stone struck the nest, but instead of parrots, out streamed a great cloud of wasps, which flew straight towards the mozo, who lost no time in getting down from his precarious position. We found Huixquilucan almost deserted. Hardly any of the town officials were there. Almost everyone was off, working in the coffee fincas. We quickly saw that we had made a great mistake in waiting for our remaining subjects until this town. Not only were men conspicuous by their absence, but the women were extremely hostile. They objected to our photographing their houses or themselves. They dropped the messenger whom I had sent to measure a house for the purpose of making a miniature reproduction of the premises with clubs. The mozos who had accompanied us thus far had no intention of going further, and the problem of getting carriers, which had troubled us ever since we had left Mitla, assumed serious proportions. It was with great difficulty and much bluster that we secured the food we needed and the mozos. When the mozos came, 3 out of the 4 whom it was necessary for us to employ were mere boys, the hardiest and best of whom was scarcely 10 years old. In vain we declared that it was impossible for such little fellows to carry the burdens that needed transportation. It was plain that they were our only resource. Starting the 3 boys upon a shortcut to San Miguel, the oldest mozo and ourselves went by another road to Cuicatlán. It was fortunate for us that the school teacher at this town was interested in our work. We took possession of the schoolhouse, showed our orders to the officials, and after much difficulty obtained our wishes. The town was almost as deserted as had been Huixquilucan, but after infinite difficulty we succeeded in getting sufficient subjects to complete our work. We had thought ourselves unfortunate at Huixquilucan and Cuicatlán. The worst lay before us. we found San Miguel deserted. Our 3 mozos who had been paid and ordered to go simply to that village and there to leave our things had left before we arrived. The man who had come with us we had dismissed before we realized conditions. The coffee had been gathered for the season. The chief man of the place was in the monies. There was no town government. Neither prayers, threats, nor bribes produced food for ourselves and our horses. 2 or 3 men around the place would not be hired as mozos. We finally were forced to leave our busts, plaster, photographic outfit, and plates on a bench under an open shed and go on alone to Santiago Gebea. It was a bitter disappointment because our previous experience at San Miguel had been so pleasant and interesting. When we left Cuicatlán that morning, it had been through clouds and drizzling rain. When we passed through San Miguel, conditions were but little better. From there, we went through a gorge road, everywhere passing little plantations of coffee, bananas, and tobacco. Finally, we began our last mountain or forest climb. The wind with the rain became colder and more penetrating. At the summit, we found a typical northern raging, and at points our animals and ourselves were almost blown from the crest. In good weather the road is long, but through this it was dreadful. Few towns compare in beauty of location and appearance from a distance with Santiago Gebea. It was nearly 5 when we drew up in front of the crowded townhouse. It will be remembered that this town is Zapotec, Cuicatlán being the last Mixteca town. The school teacher interested himself in our welfare, securing for us a real sleeping room with cots, putting our horses into the corridor of the schoolhouse, and arranging for our meals. Chocolate and bread were at once furnished, and at 8 o'clock a good supper was sent to our room. In the plaza outside, the wind was blowing a hurricane, and the cold cut like a knife, but the house in which we slept was tight and warm. In the morning we found the wild weather still continuing. It had been out of the question to send mozos to San Miguel the night before, and it seemed wicked to start them out in such a storm of wind, fog, rain, and cold. Still, our time was precious, and we ordered men sent to the place where our stuff had been left to fetch it. Meanwhile, we decided to wait until they should appear. Our animals had had nothing to eat the previous day, except a little corn we had brought with us from Cuicatlán. We therefore ordered zacate brought for them. The night before, I had inquired regarding the acquaintances we had made at San Miguel in our previous trip. I learned that the man had died less than a month before, but that the widow, the 4 boys, and the little girl, having finished their work at the coffee finca at San Miguel, were in town. Accordingly, we called at the house. The woman immediately recognized me and asked after Don Ernesto. The boys were sleeping, bedded on piles of coffee, but were routed from their slumber to greet us. At first, none of them remembered me, but the little girl did, and soon Castolo also. Their house was comfortable, and piles of corn, coffee, and bananas were stacked up in the place. They invited us to stop with them, but we were already well housed by the authorities. As we left, the woman went to the corner and, from a pile of similar objects, took 2 things neatly wrapped in corn husks. On opening them, we found that they were eggs, which are frequently wrapped in this way for storage in all the Indian towns. Although we had ordered food for the horses, at 7 o'clock it had not appeared. We called at the townhouse several times, but still no zacate. Our dinner came, and the afternoon passed, but still no fodder for the horses was produced, and the poor animals had eaten nothing, practically, for 2 whole days, although subjected to hard work and the pelting storm. We anxiously watched for the coming of the mozos with our equipment. The storm, though still raging, was abating, and we could see well down the road. When at 3:30 in the afternoon there was no sign of either men or fodder, we called the authorities to account. We told them that we would wait no longer in a town where our animals could only starve, that they must forward our boxes, plaster, and busts promptly to Tehuantepec, that we should hold them responsible for loss or delay, and that all should be delivered at the office of the jefe. Paying no attention to their entreaties that we should wait a little longer for the fodder, which they promised, as they had so many times before, would come soon, we saddled our animals and at 4:20 left the town. Just as we started, little Castolo appeared with 2 bunches of zacate sent by his mother, as a present to Don Federico. Certainly, there must be a new and better road from Gebea to Santa Maria than the one we traversed in our other journey, and which again, following from memory, we used. It was a fearful trail, neglected and ruined, over slippery rock and rough, sharp-splintered stone. Still we pressed on rapidly, making even better time than we had been assured at the town that we might expect to make. Never were we more happy than in reaching Santa Maria, lovely in the moonlight, with its great church, fine municipal house, cocoa-nut trees, and thatched huts. Here was no sign either of the water or the rain. The next day's journey was over the hot, dusty road with glimpses now and then of the distant Pacific and Tlaxcala for destination. The following morning we pressed on toward Tehuantepec through the dust and heat, reaching the city at noonday. To our great surprise, we found the mozos with the plaster, the busts, and the boxes of plates waiting for us since 4 o'clock in the morning. End of section 14. Section 15 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 13. About Tehuantepec. 1899. Since our former visit to Tehuantepec, that hot and dusty city had suffered terrible misfortune. Through a period of several months, it was subject to frequent shocks of earthquakes. For a time these were of daily occurrence, and on one occasion there were 17 in a single day. The town still showed the destruction produced by these earthquake shocks, although for some months past there had been none. Houses, stores, churches, all presented great cracks and bare spots from which plaster had fallen. Many of the people had left the city permanently. Those who remained were completely discouraged and unwilling to spend trouble and money in the repair of their houses. Tehuantepec is, of course, a city of considerable size, situated on a railroad. It has lost its importance since that thoroughfare was constructed. It was formerly the natural point through which all the produce of the surrounding country passed. The railroad has given similar opportunity to other places to the loss of Tehuantepec. Between earthquakes, the damage resulting from the railroad, and the location of the military forces at Huixquilucan, not far distant, the town is declining. It is still, however, the cabecera, and the jefe is a man of some force and vigor. Shortly after our arrival, I visited his office, delivered the governor's letter, and stated our purpose in visiting his city. He seemed interested, and at once stated that there would be no difficulty in carrying out my plans, that I would find plenty of women for measurement in Tehuantepec itself, that the 100 men had better be secured at San Blas, which, although independent in government, adjoins Tehuantepec. I suggested that it would be well to measure the women in the courtyard of his palace. He, however, replied, "By no means, it would be much better to go directly to the market, where the women are gathered in great numbers. A regidor will accompany you to arrange the matter with your subjects." Although convinced that his plan was bad, we arranged to begin work the following morning. With instruments and regidor, we presented ourselves in the market, picking out a suitable spot and preparing for work. Then I told the regidor to bring a subject. The marketplace was crowded, probably 200 or 300 women being there gathered. Approaching the nearest of them, the regidor politely asked her to step up and be measured. We were not, however, dealing with triggies. The women of Tehuantepec are certainly the heads of their houses. The men occupy but an inferior position. Possibly they are really larger than their husbands, but whether that be true or not, they give that impression to the spectator. The lady indicated lost no time in assuring the regidor that she had no intention of being measured, and he returned crestfallen to report results. He met with no sympathy. I told him he had been sent to bring the women, that my business was simply to measure them, that if he would do his duty, I would do mine. He made 2 other efforts, equally futile, and finally returning, said he thought an order would be necessary. I told him if he had not already an order, I did not know what an order was, that the jefe had distinctly told me what he was to do, that he was not doing it. He then said that he had better go to the palace a moment. Would I kindly wait? I waited. He soon reappeared and started in bravely with a new subject, but was again repulsed. Returning, he said that we had better go up to the palace and interview the Jefe again. I replied that I had no time to spare, that we had already lost 2 hours at the palace waiting for the Jefe to appear, and that I did not propose to lose more time, that he knew what I expected and must either do it or I would return to my hotel. He helplessly remarked that we had better see the Jefe, whereupon I picked up my instruments and departed to the hotel. Leaving my instruments at the hotel, I decided, while matters were adjusting themselves, for I had no thought of bothering myself further, to call upon the bishop. Sailing from the hotel, I met upon the street the regidor and 2 other town officials who were awaiting me. "Sir," he said, "will you not measure the women?" "No," said I am going to call upon the bishop. I have no time to waste." We went once to measure the women, but you had no power. Your Jefe plainly is a man without authority. "No, sir," cried he, "the Jefe has issued a strict order that the women must be measured." "No matter," I replied, "I have no time to waste. I shall make my call." With this I entered the bishop's palace and had an interesting visit with that prelate. When leaving the palace, I found the regidor and 4 town officials awaiting my appearance. He at once demanded whether it was not my intention to measure the women. He said that he had been to see the Jefe and that the Jefe said my wishes must be obeyed. I asked him where it was proposed to measure the women, and he replied that it should be wherever I pleased. "Very good," said I. "We will measure them in the courtyard of the Jefe's palace, have subjects brought there at once, and send a man to my hotel for my instruments." To the palace we went, and thither shortly 4 policemen brought a woman from the market. With bad grace she submitted to be measured, after which the 4 policemen went again to the market and soon after reappeared with a second subject. So the work went on, with 4 policemen to each woman, until our full number was finally secured and the work completed. 3 years ago, on my return from Guatemala, I met in this city an English doctor named Castle, who has lived here for many years, a man of scientific tastes and interests, who has employed his leisure in studying the botany, zoology, and Indians of the district. He is well informed and one of the few persons acquainted with the Chiapas. I counted on his help in approaching that curious and little-known tribe. The doctor's house is full of pets, 8 different kinds of parrots, a red and yellow macaw, a brilliant-billed, dark-plumaged toucan, an Angora goat, a raccoon, dogs and cats are a part of the happy family that prowls at large in his house. A little creature, an Indian, no more than 8 years old, has adopted the doctor for her father. She had come to him as a patient for a trouble by no means uncommon here, night blindness. In caring for her, he gained the little creature's heart, and she will hardly hear of leaving him to return home. The doctor accompanied us on our first visit to San Blas and told us many things, not only of the Chiapas, but of the Zapotecs and other Indians of the region. From the hotel in the heart of Tehuantepec to the town house of San Blas is a walk of only 20 minutes. Here for 3 days we did our work, returning to our hotel for meals and lodging. The work went easily, the men presenting little or no objection to our operations. Measurements, busts, portraits, all were taken. On the whole, the Tehuantepecanos do not present a simple, pure Indian type. The women seem to be purer than men. The secretario at San Blas had been to school. He is one of the few Indians of the district who has taken an interest in the study of his native tongue. He has already published a grammar of the Zapotec as spoken in his village. He has also printed a little tract for lovers in which high-sounding phrases are translated from the Spanish into Zapotec. He has also prepared and holds in manuscript a dictionary of the dialect containing some 4,000 words. The visit to the Chiapas we considered one of the most important and interesting of our journey. These people are conservative and among the least known of the native populations of Mexico. There are but 4 towns, with a total population of probably less than 3,000 persons. These towns are situated at a few leagues' distance from Tehuantepec, near the Pacific, upon narrow tongues of land, washed by salt lagoons. The nearest, largest, and according to Dr. Castle, the most conservative of the 4 towns is San Mateo del Mar. We had hoped that Dr. Castle might accompany us on our journey. This, however, was impossible, but he suggested that he would go with us part of the way. To avoid the great heat, we traveled by night, as there was moonlight. Hiring a carretero at San Blas, we loaded our materials and instruments into the cart and started it upon its way. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we rode from Tehuantepec, taking a roundabout road in order to see the hill which gives name to the town. It was Sunday, and many women and girls had been visiting the cemetery, carrying bowls filled with flowers to put upon the graves of friends. We saw numbers of young fellows sitting by the roadside and learned that they were the lovers of the young women awaiting their return from the cemetery. The name Tehuantepec means the mountain of man-eaters. These man-eaters were not men, but tigers or ocelots. The story runs that long ago this mountain was infested with wild beasts who destroyed the people of the neighboring villages. Fearing extermination, the people of the town decided to consult the Chiapas, who were famous for their nahuales or witches. The oldest and most skilled nahual of the tribe was employed. Having performed his incantations, he told them they might expect immediate deliverance, that he had conjured a deliverer from the sea. Soon there came forth from the water a gigantic turtle, who made his way slowly inland until he reached the bottom of the hill, which was the home of the tigers. The dangerous animals were just descending from the mountain in a double line, but the moment they caught sight of the mammoth sea monster, their bodies froze with terror and they were turned to stone. Terrified at the power of the creature he had conjured, the old nahual quickly made use of his most powerful incantation, with the result that the turtle also was transformed into stone. The proof of the truth of this story we saw in the lines of stone tigers on the mountain side and the stone turtle at the foot of the hill as we rode by. The doctor suggested that it would be well to take a guide with us from San Blas as far as Huixquilucan, as there were many side roads before we reached that town, and that, from there, we would need no help. We followed his suggestion. The road was almost level. It passed through a district covered with a dense growth of birch and thorny trees, except where the land had been plowed for planting corn. In the early evening we saw many birds. Flocks of parrots rose from the trees as we passed by. At one point Manuel shot a little eagle, which fell wounded to the ground. Our guide concluded to carry it on alive. All went well for some time, but at last, with no warning, the bird made a vicious dash, and with its claws tore through the trousers of the guide, making a great gash in his leg. The man promptly decided it was better, on the whole, to carry it further dead than living. The doctor turned back at sunset. We reached Huixquilucan something before 8 and found it a large pueblo with houses built of bamboo or cane. Here we had a good supper and dismissed our guide started out, by brilliant moonlight, for the last part of our journey. Shortly beyond the town, the road turned, for the moment, into the river, and after passing for a few rods in the river bed, struck up again onto the bank. At this place we made a fatal blunder. When the road went down into the river, supposing that we were about to ford, we kept straight across the stream. Finding a road upon the other side, we had no suspicion but what we were going well, and travelled onward. For a long time, we found trails of varying degree of badness. Sometimes the branches formed a complete tangle which, even in the daytime, would have required careful watching. As it was, the faces of the party were well scratched with thorns. Sometimes we seemed to be on a good road. At others, we had hardly found a trail. At one place, we passed the ranch Corral de San Diego. A host of barking dogs announced our coming, and we cried out to the old man living there to tell us the road. His directions were not clear, but in attempting to follow them, we retraced our trail and then struck into another road. Keeping to it until we really could not follow it further for the tangle, we retraced our steps until we came to a cart road crossing that on which we were. We started first to the right upon this, then, concluding we were wrong, turned about and went the other way. We soon found ourselves off the road again and traveling blindly through the brush. Coming to a round patch of clear sand, to which the trail on which we were seemed to have led us, we could find no way out. Convinced that we were hopelessly lost, we camped out upon the sand for the night. Fortunately, we had a little corn with us, which we gave to the horses, after which we tied them to the trees. As we lay upon the sand in the bright moonlight, we could hear the dashing of the sea waves not far away. The heat was intolerable and the mosquitoes venomous. We secured no rest, and at the first signs of day were ready for our start. The two boys went out to hunt a rabbit, but returned with most discouraging reports. While they were absent, Don Anselmo and myself were left in camp. Suddenly he cried out that our horses were running away. Such was really the case. The last one was just disappearing in the brush, and Anselmo started after them, leaving me to keep the camp. When the other two returned, they too started in pursuit. After a hard chase, the animals were captured and brought back. By 7 we had mounted and were on our way. We retraced our trail of the night before, going back to the cart road. A little before 8 we came upon a ranch, the Ranchito del Boca del Rio. Here we asked our way and found that we were still as far from San Mateo as when we left Huixquilucan the night before. Eating a light breakfast, we secured a guide who took us by the shortest way across the river back to the main trail for San Mateo, where he left us. The road was long and hot and sandy. Our horses could hardly keep up a decent walk. It seemed that we would never reach the town. More than an hour before we arrived at the town, we encountered little ranches belonging to it. Everywhere we saw flocks of sheep, cows, and horses. Curiously, the Juabes have always had herds since our first records of them, but they eat no meat. The country was more tropical than any through which we have passed. Clumps of palm trees were to be seen here and there. Pools of standing water, where horses and cattle stood cooling themselves, were frequent. The people whom we met wore little clothing. Men frequently had nothing but the breechclout and hat. Women wore a skirt but no upper garment. Children up to 10 and 12 years of age ran naked. Reaching San Mateo at 12 o'clock, we found the village excited at our non-appearance. Our carretero had arrived long before with our luggage. He had told the Presidente of our intended coming, and men from the town had been sent through the by roads to seek for us. The town lies on a level stretch of sand, and the houses are built of canes and thatched with palm. Most of the trees in the village are palms, some cocoa palms. The plaza is a large open space. On one side of it is the church, of stone and brick. On another side is the town building made of brick, covered with plaster and consisting of 3 portions, the Presidencia, Curato, and jail. A brick-paved corridor, roofed above, runs before the whole building. We were given the jail and Presidencia with the corridor. Here hammocks and a bed of palm stalks were prepared for us, and orders issued that eggs and tortillas should be brought us. The Juabes raise no crops. They are fishermen, and their food and living come from the sea. Their dried fish and shrimps, and the salt, which they make from the brine-soaked bottoms of dried lagoons, go far and wide through the country, and for this they get in trade the corn, coffee, chocolate, and raw cotton which they need. We had already spoken of their cattle, which is a source of income, though, as stated before, the Juabes rarely eat meat food. The Juabes present a well-defined physical type. They are of medium stature or tall. Their noses are the largest and most prominent in Indian Mexico and are boldly aquiline. The men are rarely idle. Even as they walk, they carry with them their netting or spindle with which they spin cord for making nets. It seems to be a law, and is certainly custom, that persons coming to the plaza are expected to be more fully dressed than when traveling on the road or when in their homes. Usually, white cotton drawers and shirt are worn in the plaza. Outside, practically nothing but the breechclout. There is an interesting commerce carried on in Juabe towns by Zapotec traders from Juchitán. As might be expected, this is entirely in the hands of women. Some women make the 2 journeys weekly between the 2 towns. They come in ox carts with loads of corn, fodder, coffee, chocolate, cotton, and the like. This they trade or sell. When they return to Juchitán, they carry with them a lot of salted and dried fish, shrimps, salt, and eggs. Upon these expeditions, the whole family accompanies the woman. The traveling is done almost entirely by night. These Zapotec women are shrewd at bargaining. They must be doing a paying business. It was interesting to see the primitive devices for weighing. The scales consisted of 2 tin pans of equal size and weight hung from a balance beam. The only weight was a stone weight in a pound. In case a Juabe woman wished to buy a quarter of a pound of cotton, the procedure was as follows. The weight was put into one pan of the scales, and a pound of cotton weighed out into the other. The weight was then removed, and the cotton divided so as to balance in the 2 pans. One of the pans was then emptied, and the remaining cotton again divided, with the result that a quarter of a pound of cotton had been weighed. One curious feature which we had not seen elsewhere, but which Dr. Castle had warned us we should find, was the nightly guard set upon us. As we lay upon our beds at night, looking out upon the white sand in front of us, we could see, by the moonlight, at some little distance, a circle of 8 or 10 men who spent the night sleeping within call. Another striking feature was the music which we heard in the late evening and early morning. In the early morning, 5 o'clock or earlier, and at sunset, there was service in the church. Later on, at 8, there was again singing in the churchyard, lasting until quite a late hour. One evening, on investigating, we found 8 or 10 men kneeling on the sand before the church door, singing in the moonlight. They were practicing for the procession and special service of the second Friday of Lent. The water life of the Juabes is at once picturesque and curiously tame. The men spend much of their time on or in the water. They make great dugout canoes from large tree trunks. There are usually no paddles, but poles are used to propel the craft sluggishly over the waters of the lagoon. Few of the men can swim. The fish are chiefly caught with nets, and both seines and throw nets are used. The lagoons are said to abound in alligators, and the men, when fishing, generally carry with them spears with long iron points, which are said to be used for protection against attacks of these reptiles. Great respect is shown the alligator, and curious superstitions prevail regarding it. Between San Mateo and the nearest of the great lagoons, the country ceases to be level and is covered with sand dunes. On these dunes there are great numbers of hares of a species peculiar to the locality. They make excellent eating, and Manuel kept our larder supplied with fresh meat, which was welcome, and which we could not otherwise have had among these non-meat-eating folk. An old Cbteddy woman, 70 years of age, with snowy hair and gentle face, was deputed by the town authorities to do our cooking. Her relatives live in Huixquilucan, and why she had chosen to live among these people I do not know. She took a motherly interest in all our party. Nothing was too good for us. She spent her whole time in hunting supplies and cooking and serving food. Not only did she insist on all our purchases being supplied at the cheapest rates, but her own charge for help and service was ridiculously small. From early morning until late at night, the poor old soul was busy in our behalf. On our leaving, she took my hands between her own, and kissing them, begged that we would send her a picture as a remembrance. The road to Tehuantepec at night was one of no adventure. We were impressed with the great number of families traveling in ox carts over these roads in the cool night air. It was a custom and habit of which we had before no realization. It lacked but 10 minutes of 1 o'clock when finally we rode up to the hotel in Tehuantepec. From the hostler we learned that every room was full, 5 persons in some cases sleeping in a single room, so we were compelled to lie down upon the porch outside until the morning. End of section 15. Section 16 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 14. On the Main High Road, 1899. After a day or two of rest, we started for Tehuantepec upon our return to Oaxaca. For the first time, we were to follow the usually traveled high road. Our hearts failed us as we thought of thus neglecting the lovely land of the Mixes, but it was on our program to see the Chantals. Starting at 7, we lost a little time in having a photograph of our party taken as we left the city, so that it was really 8:15 before we were on our way. Our plaster had been sent by carreta to Jalapa. We had a hot ride over the heavy, difficult sand road. At least half a dozen times we forded the Tehuantepec River, and everywhere at places which would have justified the name, Salapa, the sandy water. Finally, arriving at Salapa at 4 o'clock, we found it a large town of the usual hot, dusty Zapotec kind. The authorities bestirred themselves vigorously to locate us in comfortable quarters with an old lady of regal appearance and dignity. From the start, we feared that this royal appearance and dignity would be paid for, but the opportunity for comfort was not to be neglected. One of the houses of her royal domain was vacated for our use, and 2 good cots and a hammock were put at our disposal. The supper was abundant and capital in quality, and there was plenty of food for the horses. Strolling down to the river after supper, we found it broad but very shallow. It did not reach our knees at any point when we waded across it. The bottom was, as we imagined it would be from the name, moving sand. After a bath in the much too shallow stream for swimming, we returned refreshed to our comfortable beds. As anticipated, we found the bill, when presented in the morning, truly regal. After some demur, our queenly hostess reduced it slightly, but even so, we were reminded of the summer resorts of our own country. Tehuantepec, perhaps the largest of the Chontal towns, we found without the official head. While we were in Tehuantepec, the jefe received notice of his father's death. This notice had been duly sent to all the villages and towns within the district, and on a certain day, the presidente and other chief officers of the different pueblos gathered at Tehuantepec to express their sympathy by speeches and to present flowers to the official. It was for this errand that the presidente of Tehuantepec had gone to the cabecera. Had he been at home, perhaps we would have had no difficulty, but as it was, we found the government disjointed and nerveless. Constant nagging and harrying were necessary in carrying out our wishes. The town itself was not bad. It stands upon a sort of terrace, at a little height above the neighboring river. The townhouse is a long building occupying the whole upper end of the large rectangular plaza. At the lower end is the fine church and curato. Along the sides were tiendas, school, etc., well-built adobes and plastered over with tinted plaster. Behind the church, beyond the river, rises a handsome background of mountains. The long corridor in front of the municipal house was fine and broad, with a high roof and brick pavement. Oleanders bloomed before this corridor. The view from it was fine, and the air cool there even in the middle of the day. We accordingly took possession of it, working and sleeping there. So far as personal comfort was concerned, we were well cared for. We had good meals, comfortable cots, plenty of food for the horses, but as we have said, the work lagged, and it was only with the greatest difficulty that we could accomplish it. There is little distinctive about the Chontals as we saw them. The women dress much like the Zapotec women in the neighboring towns. The men present nothing notable in dress. Outside the plaza, the houses were built of light materials and resembled the ordinary cane-walled thatch huts of the Zapotecs. The people appear to be badly mixed, and this is not only with white, but also with Negro blood. Nevertheless, as we spoke upon subject after subject, a fairly defined type seemed to grow upon us. We could see that the Chontals are tall, with rather well-shaped faces, though somewhat high cheekbones, with light complexions, and with wavy or curly hair. When the work was finished, we had great difficulty in securing carriers to bear our burdens to San Bartolo. Enormous prices were demanded, and at last, angry over the attempted extortion, we threatened to leave all our staff behind us and hold the town responsible, reporting them to the authorities when we should reach Oaxaca, demanding that damages should be collected. These threats had the desired effect. The secretario, who had been the only member of the town government displaying energy on our behalf, promised by all that was sacred that our goods should be delivered promptly at San Bartolo, that if they were not already there on our arrival, we might safely arrange for further transportation from that town, convinced that the goods would come before we left. That we might not be too much delayed by this palaver regarding carriers, I had started the balance of the party ahead and rode on alone after them. They had left at 10:15, and we all had a hot, dry, dusty, thirsty mountain ride until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when we reached the ranch Las Vacas. It consisted of a dozen houses. We rode to the last one in the place, which consisted of brush and leafy branches and had an enclosed corral adjoining it, when we asked for lodging. The owner was a young Cbteddy who, with his wife, was strikingly neat and clean. A little girl of 7 was the only other member of the family. The house had but a single room, but there was a coro or cane platform and loft. Having fed our horses and eaten our own supper, I mounted to the loft, despite the advice of all the members of the party who predicted smoke, heat, mosquitoes, fleas, and other trials. They stayed below. There is no question that they fared worse from all the sources mentioned than myself. The woman worked until midnight, making tortillas and cooking chicken for us to carry as luncheon on the road. We had started by 4 in the morning and pushed along over the mountain road. The first portion of the road was well watered, but afterward it became hot, dry, and stony. Having gained the pass looking down upon the valley, we could see, at its further side, lying on a terrace, the Pueblo of San Bartolo, stretching out in a long line near the front of a mighty mountain, upon which plainly our way would pass. It was almost noon when we reached the municipal house and found that our carriers had already arrived and left the luggage. Here things were really quite as bad as at XIII, but here fortunately we had no work to do. The town was Cbteddy. One might suppose, from its being upon the main high road, that they would be accustomed to see strangers. We had hardly found a population at once so stupid and timid. It was with great difficulty that we found food to eat. Here we had to pay for beds, made of sticks tied together, belonging to the municipality, a thing which we had never done at any other town in Mexico. The people wear curious and characteristic garments. All the stuff used for clothing is woven in the towns, and not only the women's camisas, but the men's camisas and trousers are decorated with elaborate designs, birds, animals, and geometrical figures, worked in various colors. Even in purchasing examples of these clothes, we were compelled to make a vigorous display of our civil and religious orders. After some bickering, we arranged for carriers to San Carlos, which is the cabecera of the district. Starting by moonlight, at 2 o'clock in the morning, we struck over the enormous mountain mass to which we have already referred. Roads in the Cbteddy country do not go directly up the hillside, as in the land of the Mixes, but zigzag by gently diagonals up the slopes. The road was largely composed of jagged rock. 2 hours and 15 minutes were necessary for the ascent. The descent was bad enough, but a distinct improvement. At one place, however, we wandered from the main travel road and found ourselves in an abandoned portion of the road, full of great holes which were filled with drifted fallen leaves, so that their presence was not betrayed until our horses fell into them. The latter part of this descent was slippery, being over hard stone, which was worn almost to a glassy smoothness by the passage of many hoofs. A little before reaching Mixteca, as we looked down from the height, we saw an immense train of packed mules coming. In the good old days, before there were railroads, such trains as these were frequent. From Mixteca the road penetrated into contracting valleys, until finally it might, with propriety, be called a canyon road. At 8:30 we reached San Carlos, a mean town with no maison or other regular stopping place. We left the horses under the shady trees with the old farrier. While we rested and waited for breakfast, I called upon the jefe politico, who had received several communications from me and had become interested in my work. Our luggage was all at his office, and he promptly made arrangements for its further transportation. At breakfast, we received the cheerful news that Mr. Lang's horse had the lockjaw and showed signs of dying. On inspection, this proved to be quite true. The poor animal was in great pain and could eat nothing, though making every effort to do so. Our first thought was a shot in the head to put it out of misery, but the old farrier wished to try a remedio. He did his best, and it looked as if the animal might recover. It was plain, however, that he could not be used again that afternoon. Accordingly, an extra horse was rented for Mr. Lang's use. The remainder of the party was started on the road at 1:50, while I waited to give the remedio a chance to operate and the beast an opportunity to rest. At 3 I started, leading the sick horse. We had a fine ride in the cool of the evening over the mountain road past the little ranch El Quemado, beyond which we found an immense ascent. When we reached the summit, it was fast darkening, and I pressed on as rapidly as the led horse would permit. Finally, I reached Escondido at 7. Several large parties of packers, with their trains of mules, had already settled for the night. Campfires were burning. Here and there, drinking had been going on, and there was noise of loud laughter, singing, and dancing. Our party was already eating supper when I arrived, and my own meal had been ordered. Shelter was supplied us adjoining the house, where we spread our blankets and spent a comfortable night. We were late in starting, and were not upon the road until 7 in the morning. We found the high road most uninteresting. For long distances we descended, passing the ranch and emerging finally into a deep, hot gorge. By the time we reached Pichones, we were tired, hot, and thirsty. There, however, we could get no water, for man or beast, for love or money. Suffering with thirst, the road seemed long to the river near Totolapa, where we refreshed ourselves with water, but a heavier road than ever had to be traversed. Much of the way we followed the stream bed, fording repeatedly. The remainder was through deep sand and over rolling pebbles. Passing Juanico on a high bank overlooking the river at noonday, we were delighted to strike upon the rock road high on the river bank. Keeping to this trail, passing from plantations of bananas lying at the river level below us, and catching many pretty views of valley and of mountain, we at last reached Totolapa, completely worn out with the journey and the heat. Here we rested until the heat of the day should be past. We had expected at this town to secure a muleteer, as the one we hired from San Carlos had agreed to come only to this town. Here, too, we had expected to rent a new horse for Mr. Lang. Our muleteer, however, was much taken with the party and declared that he should hire himself to continue with us to Tlacolula. We quickly arranged with him, and at 4 o'clock prepared to leave. The sick horse was then at its worst. It had lain down, and for the time we believed it was really dead. It was out of the question for it to go further, so calling one of the villagers, I told him that he might have the horse, and if there was any possibility of curing it, he should do what might be necessary. From 4 to 7 it was a tiresome climb, largely through stream beds to Carvajal. It is a large rancho, but we stopped at the first house we came to, a miserable place, where, however, we got coffee, bread, beans, and eggs, and some mats for beds, which we laid out upon the ground under the open sky. Taking early coffee and tortillas, we were again mounted at 4 and on our way. It was the last ascent. The moon was shining brightly, and we could see that the road followed the edge of a fine gorge. When we once reached the summit, there was no further descent to make. We were on the high, flat tableland of Oaxaca, and from here to the capital city of the state, the road is level and passes through a rich agricultural district. Passing San Dionisio at 7, we pressed on as rapidly as possible to Tlacolula, where we arrived before noon, ready for the good meals and comfortable quarters which we well knew awaited us there. Tlacolula is a large town in the midst of a dusty valley. Its houses are large, rectangular constructions, well built of poles with fine thatched roofs. They stand in yards which are enclosed by fences of organ pipe cactus. The people dress well, and in almost every house they own an ox cart and a yoke of animals. While photographing there that afternoon, we suggested that we wanted a group of girls and women in native dress. Very well, I will take you to the house, where you can get one. Arrived there, the policeman at once led out 5 women and 4 children, whom he placed in line. After the picture was taken, we expressed our satisfaction and surprise that such a good group had been so readily secured at a single house. "Oh, sir," he replied, "we struck a lucky time. There's a funeral going on there." End of section 16. Section 17 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 15. Cuicatlán. 1899. Between Tehuantepec and Oaxaca, the railroad passes through a low, deep valley which is ever hot. Few people on the train passed through this valley without feeling its depressing influence. it would seem that travelers would hardly stop at stations within its limits unless impelled by actual necessity. The most important of the towns in this valley is Cuicatlán. Little of it is to be seen from the railroad, but in reality is a notably picturesque village. It is the cabecera of a district in which dwell three most interesting tribes, the Cuicuatecs, Chinantecs, and Mazatecs. We had time to visit only the nearest of the Cuicuatec towns. Cuicatlán itself is situated near one side of a valley through which runs a considerable stream. The distant bank rises in two magnificent mountain masses. The nearer bank, at the very base of which the town nestles on a series of little hills, rises into almost sheer precipices of purple conglomerate. These cliffs are hundreds of feet high and are apparently due to a gigantic landslide. The mass which fell must have measured fully 2 miles in length and still lies broken and heaped up at the base of the cliffs. The face of the cliffs and the fallen masses of rock at its base are cut into narrow gullies and gaps by water. The town consists of several clusters of houses scaled along the slopes of little hillocks and settled into the spaces between them. Gigantic cactuses surround the town, and cocoa palms rise to great heights within it. It is customary for travelers to emphasize the slowness of the Mexicans. Either we have been exceptionally fortunate, or the reputation is largely undeserved. We have been rarely delayed by sluggish action. Here, however, we found a jefe who would surely satisfy the most complaining. He was mild in manner, gentle in speech, fond of brilliant plans and schemes, all of which, however, were to be put in operation tomorrow and not today. It was with difficulty that we impressed upon him our necessity. We told him that we wanted animals to carry us to Papalo. In reply, he told us that Papalo was but a poor town, and he outlined a journey the traveling alone in which would occupy some 8 or 10 days. When we assured him that we had no time for such an enterprise, he said that it would be much better for the towns to come to us in Cuicatlán. He proposed sending tomorrow to those towns and assured us that, at the end of a week's time, we would have all the subjects we needed. So when we suggested that this too was loss of time, he had other brilliant plans, all quite as useless. With the utmost difficulty, we finally succeeded in getting him to arrange for animals to go to Papalo. From the very start, the route was uphill. Passing first through a section covered with a magnificent growth of 3 cactuses of 2 species, in fine fruit and flower, we found the vegetation varied as we mounted, and at last came up among the pines. There was a great variety of landscape and geological formation. Purple-red conglomerate with horizontal layers weathered into massive forms. Granitic schistose rocks, over which we later passed, gave their peculiar scenic outlines. We climbed steadily for fully 4 hours, and then looked down along a gently sloping hill trail to our town perched upon a slightly lower hill. Just at the edge of the town, we passed a gang of men and boys at work, making a level platform for the new plaza and townhouse. We congratulated ourselves that we should have no difficulty here in finding subjects. The town claimed 3,000 population. Many of them were certainly away upon their fields and ranches, scattered through the mountains and working fincas for wealthy landowners. The town itself is picturesque in the extreme. Notable among its features is the ruined church, the roof of which has fallen in. The walls still stand, bare and broken, but the decorations, some richly carved and gilded, are still unmoved within the demolished edifice. The damage was recent and represented a double catastrophe, lightning and earthquake. We could not begin work until the mozo came with the instruments. Finally, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we began measuring with no great difficulty. Before night, 15 subjects had passed through our hands, and 1 bust had been made. Even when we arrived, at midday, it was too cold for us to stay with comfort in the townhouse, though it was hot enough outside in the sunshine. When night came, it was bitter cold, and we went to bed early in hope of keeping warm, a hope without foundation. Early the next morning, we were ready for our work. Everyone had disappeared except those whom we had measured the night before. We requested the town authorities to bring in subjects. A few stragglers were dragged in and measured, and some pictures taken. Notwithstanding the poor way in which they had done their work, The policemen struck, declaring that they would not bring others until they had been paid. It was plain the town needed a lesson. We promptly paid the demand made upon us, and then, calling the Presidente and the Secretario, we told them that we must have a receipt for the payment to show the Jefe. We said that such a thing was unheard of, that for town officials to demand pay before they would agree to obey the order of their chief was mutiny. At first they flatly refused to give the receipt, but after a little consultation were anxious to return the money, and threats were freely made to throw the whole police force into jail. We said that this was not our desire. We were surprised at the demand, but having met it, we insisted upon having a receipt. A meeting of the town authorities being held to consider the matter, our request was again refused, but attention was called to the fact that some subjects were waiting outside to be measured and photographed, and thereupon refused to measure or photograph any person until my demand had been met. I showed them clearly the position in which they had placed themselves. I stated that when they had done wrong and a stranger demanded an official statement of the case, their duty was simple and clear. By this time, my own party was in arms. Photographer, plaster worker, Manuel, all were scared. They insisted that our throats would be cut that night. They called attention to the ugly manner and black looks of the town authorities. They declared that we had better flee, while yet there was opportunity. They insisted that they had not left comfortable homes to be murdered in cold blood. They begged that I would at least retreat from the position taken and consent to measure the subjects who were waiting. I assured them that it was far more important to teach the town a lesson regarding their duty to their higher officials than to measure a few Indians. Finally, after hours of uncertainty, black looks, mutterings, and refusals, the town capitulated, and the receipt was in my possession. Having gained my point, I called the attention of the town officials to the bearings of the case. I emphasized their duty to the Jefe. They knew quite well that it was out of place to demand money for obeying his order. I stated that I appreciated whatever work the policemen might have done, and that in due season I might have recognized it by a gift, but that demands were quite another thing. I showed them how important it was that, when trouble rose between them and a stranger, they should furnish any statement of the case he might, in justice, ask. Having stated the matter fully, I consented to receive back the money and tore up the receipt, much to their relief. Still, the work went slowly. No one was left in town but the officials and some women. The latter locked and barred their doors at the approach of any of the town authorities, and neither threats to burn their houses above their heads nor bribes would bring them forth. It was only after 3 days of hard work that 80 men and 25 women were secured. By that time, it was plain that the other men were safely out of reach, and we concluded that naught remained but to return to Cuicatlán to complete our work with representatives from other towns. This we did, although we found our Jefe still gentle, mild, and slow. Once in the hot valley, we concluded that we might as well see more of it. Leaving Cuicatlán at noon, a few minutes' ride brought us to the station at Tecombabaca, perhaps the hottest of the hot valley towns. Within it are ruins which have been strangely neglected by all tourists and investigators. Probably the great heat has killed whatever little enthusiasm might have been kindled in those who have seen aught of these ruins. When we reached the station in the hottest portion of the day, the valley seemed to glow. All looked hot and desolate. There were no mozos to help in carrying luggage, though the town was fully half a mile from the station, behind bare, hot, sandy hills. It is one of the poorest and meanest of the Mexican towns. A dreary plaza is surrounded by miserable adobe or adobe-plastered buildings. The only edifices that looked clean and neat were the school, jail, and townhouse. We found shelter at a sort of a maison where we could get no supper until 9 or possibly till 10. Rather than go inside the rooms, we took possession of the corridor, and there, with 2 cots, a table, and a floor, lay down to rest. But not to sleep. The town, small as it was, had 20 cases of la grippe. The woman of the house where we were stopping was one of these. Her husband, who came back from the mountains long after dark, appeared to have an affection and solicitude regarding her, which under other circumstances might have been quite touching, but which then was thoroughly exasperating. While he cooked his own supper, made chocolate for her, and heated hot water for her use, he kept passing back and forth between the kitchen and the sick chamber until later than 2 o'clock in the morning. The noise which he made and these repeated movements kept us all awake the whole night long. The night was hot and close, and new and unknown insects troubled us extremely. We were glad to be dressed and mounted the following morning. Riding across the river, we made the ascent to the summit, on which were the ruins of Tecomavaca Viejo. The ascent was so abrupt that our horses were repeatedly compelled to stop for breath. The trail passed through cactuses and spiny shrubs and trees, which tore our clothes more than all we had endured during weeks of travel. The ruins are unquestionably old. The hilly slope presents a succession of terraced platforms, one behind the other at different heights. The rock walls between these are banked up and faced with rock coated with plaster and mud. There are many pyramids and mounds. There are also curious subterranean stone-faced graves. Many curious discs of stone were found a foot or 18 inches in diameter and 3 or 4 inches thick. These were all reddish grit and had plainly been piled one upon another to form pillars. Along the forward edge of some of the terraced platforms, we found the lower desks of some columns still in place. While the amount of work represented in these cut terraces, banked rocks, and subterranean constructions impressed us greatly, it was difficult to get a clear idea of the relationship of the parts. When, however, we found ourselves at the station, waiting for the train, we looked back across the river toward 3 ruin-crowned hills. Then, for the first time, having visited the spot, we could clearly make out the relations. 3 natural mountains or hills, the greater central one flanked on both sides by lesser, had been utilized by the old builders. The natural rock masses had been cut and walled until they practically formed masses of construction, rising terrace behind terrace to the very summit. When the terraces were entire, with their temple-crowned pyramids, and with embankments and walls in full repair, these vast constructions must have been indeed impressive. End of section 17. Section 18 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 16. In Tlaxcalan Towns. 1900. A streetcar line, running for most of the distance downhill, connects Santa Ana with Tlaxcala, the towns being separated by 7 miles. When making this little journey to Tlaxcala in January 1897, we noticed in the car with us a stout, purely Indian man who seemed anxious to engage us in conversation. Knowing a few words of English, he was particularly anxious to practice them. He called our attention to the various villages, streams, and mountains in the country through which we were passing, and took delight in analyzing the native names and explaining their meanings. When we were returning in the afternoon, we met a gentleman who had been in the same car with us in the morning, and we inquired regarding our Indian acquaintance. He told us that he was a full-blooded Indian whose native tongue was Aztec and who lived in Santa Ana. Being the child of poor parents, the state had assisted in his education. He was now studying law in the city of Puebla. He was also a musician, and on this occasion had been upon his way to a public appointment where he was to sing. Later, in Puebla, we called upon this gentleman, whose name we found was Quechol, meaning a bird with a crooked neck, perhaps a flamingo. He was interested in our study, and said we ought sometime to visit the Indian towns of his people upon the slopes of Malinzi. In January 1900, having been delayed in our plans, we decided to spend a few days in Tlaxcala and secured his company. Our preparations were made at Santa Ana. At the home of his parents, we were hospitably welcomed, and chocolate and bread were furnished before we started on our journey. While this refreshment was preparing, we visited the old church, in front of which stood an aged cypress tree, hung with grey moss and blazoned with red flowers. We also entered some of the houses where, on domestic looms, the serapes for which the town is famous are manufactured. We visited also a private school for girls, established by a Señor Varela, who is noted as the first to introduce the industry of weaving wool into this community. While the memory of this gentleman is held in high esteem by these people, that of his wife is by no means savory. It seems that she was an avaricious, vain, and selfish woman with no sympathy for his schemes for the betterment of the people. Her feeling was well known, and she died heartily hated by all. When the time came for her burial, the grave was prepared and her body placed within it, but the earth twice refused to receive the corpse. It was then carried to the Sawapa nearby and thrown into its waters. The stream overflowed its banks and tossed the body upon the ground. Again the effort was made to thus dispose of it, but again it was thrown upon the shore. It was then suggested that it be carried to the Cuescomate, an extinct geyser crater, famous through all the country and popularly believed to be the mouth of hell. When the body was thrown into this opening, it is said the devils were seen to swarm aboard to receive it. It was almost noon as our little party started on foot in the direction of Malinzi. Our Indian friend, his brother, a white friend, our photographer, our Mexican boy, and ourselves made up the party, and we were followed by 3 mozos on foot carrying supplies of food. We struck out over a sandy plain where the foot sunk deep into dry sand until we finally reached a well-built wall of stone considered in the district a notable piece of engineering. It was constructed to turn the course of a little stream which, in times of flood, has frequently done damage to the town. From here our trail led us on through the sandy pine scrub, broken now and then by narrow gullies called barrancas with almost vertical sides. In every case, we were obliged to descend into these gullies and climb out upon the other side. After 1.5 hours of walking, we reached the village of San Pedro, where we stopped for dinner. The 2 Americans accompanying us lay down upon the ground, completely tired out, and were fast asleep within 5 minutes. Manuel assisted the local cook in preparing dinner, while we talked with visitors until the meal was ready. The houses of San Pedro are well constructed of stone, set in adobe, and have well-thatched roofs. The granaries, or cuescomates, are of unusual size and well built. They range from 6 or 8 feet in height to 12 or more, and are shaped like great urns, open at the top, which is protected by a thatch, generally 2-pitched. The temazcals were also unusually well built of stone, and frequently were neatly covered with white plaster. Soon after leaving San Pedro, in the afternoon, we came upon 2 Indian boys digging in the ground. Inquiring what they were doing, we learned that they were hunting honey ants, and in a moment our whole party was engaged in the same operation. These ants were found some inches below the surface, either singly or in roundish holes, containing half a dozen or more. The abdomen was swelled until it was as round as a pea and as large as a fair-sized currant, and was filled with honey. To get the sweet liquid, one takes the insect by the head or forward body, and pressing the honey bag, sucks out the contents. It is sweet and rich, with a little twang, as if fermented, and people in the district call it honey wine. 3/4 of an hour brought us to San Francisco, though we had to go down and up 2 large barrancas before we reached the town. It was almost sunset when we arrived. Sitting down before the townhouse, we sent for the agente. Soon after our arrival, the church bell rang furiously, and the din and clangor was kept up a long time. While waiting for the official, supper was prepared, though we had had some difficulty in arranging for it, and were in doubt as to where we were to spend the night. Before supper was ready, a motley crew poured into the room in which we sat. One large fellow carried a great sword strapped at his side, another bore a short sword, another a knife, another a large and ancient gun. Probably there were other weapons not in sight. This group of Indians was the agente and his guardia. We were objects of suspicion, and much argument and an abundant supply of huitzatl, strong drink, were necessary before we secured permission to spend the night at the house where we were to have supper. No sooner had this company withdrawn and supper been eaten than we prepared for bed. One wooden bed, with a mat of rushes, served for Señor Quechol and myself. A second mat, laid on the floor, formed the bed for our 4 companions. In the morning we took a walk to Axotla, where we wished to see an ancient painting. Here we encountered greater suspicion than before, and, after wasting the greater part of the day, accomplished nothing. It is true an Indian made a comalpa for us. This is a stringed musical instrument. Though the name is Aztec, it is unlikely that it was known before the coming of the Spaniards. Quechol says the word means mouth harp, coming from the Aztec cam, mouth, and the Spanish harpa, harp. We returned to San Francisco for our dinner, and at 4 o'clock again started on our journey. It was after 5 before we reached San Bartolome. As we drew near the village, we saw a magnificent double rainbow, brilliantly displayed upon the eastern sky against a cloud of almost inky blackness. Looking westward as we entered the village, we saw the sun setting in a sea of gold between Popocatépetl and Ixtaccíhuatl. Watching this magnificent sunset, we sat down before the old church, and almost instantly a crowd gathered to see what the strangers might want. Don Romualdo, in wandering through the village, found a temazcal in use, and hurrying to us, led us to see the method of its use. It is a dome-shaped structure with an entrance so low that one must crawl upon his hands and knees in entering. It is a sweat bath used for cleanliness and health. A quick fire, built inside, heats it thoroughly, after which water is thrown upon the hot stones to produce steam. 4 persons of both sexes were in the one in question taking a sweat bath. When we returned to our companions, sitting before the church, an Indian of the village, accosting Don Romualdo, claimed to know him. He also claimed my acquaintance and reminded me that he had been one of the subjects I had measured 2 years before in Tlaxcala. A score or more of natives had gathered in the moonlight around our party. Having heard some Indians singing, we tried to get these to sing some native songs. Only after Luis and Frank had sung some English songs, which were well received, we were able to hear Aztec songs in exchange. After a long delay, we were taken to the schoolhouse for supper and the night, and spent the balance of the evening in taking down a native song, the Tlaxcalteca, and witnessing the dance which accompanied it. A bed was made up for the party by putting various benches and tables together. Most of the following day was spent in visiting in the village, purchasing idols, and in making notes on life and customs. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we set out for Ixcotla. Near sunset, we reached the house of Quechol's uncle, old Isidro. Almost 80 years of age, he was straight and lithe as a man of 30. His house and all the lesser buildings of his place were excellent and in fine condition. A flight of steps led to the flat roof, from which we watched the sunset. In the yard were half a dozen hives for bees, made from the stalks of the maguey. The old man was rich and owned other houses, but he lives alone, his wife being dead and his daughters married. He is a master of the Aztec, and uses it in its most poetical and figurative style. He does not speak like common men, but his conversation abounds in metaphor and flowers of speech. When once one spoke to him of his lonely and solitary life, he said, "Alone and solitary? No, we are 3. There are here myself, my good angel, and my bad angel. I am never alone." Isidro knows all the boundaries of the fields, and can trace all the titles, and is frequently appealed to in land disputes, and even in law cases is summoned to give testimony. He received us heartily, offered cigarettes and ordered supper. To refresh us, he broke fresh leaves from the orange tree and steeped them in hot water, sweetening with sugar. After supper, good beds were made upon the floor, with plenty of mats and blankets. We had hardly risen in the morning when the village was thrown into great excitement by the appearance of a band of soldiers. They had come to arrest a young man supposed to be a leader in the local opposition to Governor Cahuantzi. This opposition was just at fever heat. The election was approaching, and a fierce effort was being made to oust the governor. 44 towns were in open rebellion, among them all of those which we had visited. There had been new laws passed regarding land and taxes. These had been resisted. The governor had threatened to send engineers to make new surveys and to bring land titles into question. The suspicion and distrust which we had met were doubtless in large part due to these measures and the fear that we were government spies. So great was the discontent, and so openly expressed, that it was said that on the Saturday preceding, in the plaza of Tlaxcala itself, there was a riot, with cries of derision and contempt, and firing of guns upon the palace. We were told that the nearest haciendero, who was friendly to the governor, was marked for assassination and would be killed within the next few days. Leaving at 10 next morning, we skirted Santa Ana and, having passed through San Pablo, came out upon the banks of Sawapa. This pretty stream has reputed remedial power, and in May hundreds of people bathed in its waters to protect themselves against smallpox. As we crossed the great stone bridge, we met a drunken Indian who attached himself to our party. Between him and the Mexican members of our party, there arose hostility and an exchange of angry words. To us personally, he was maudlinly affectionate and respectful. Finally, shaking him off, after climbing a considerable height, we stopped at Belen for a noonday rest and lunch. Dinner had been ordered. We seated ourselves in the shade when our drunken friend again appeared upon the scene and in great excitement begged me to move, as it was certain death for a heated and perspiring person to sit in the shadow of a Peru tree. So persistent was he that Quechol and Manuel lost all patience and ordered the local officials to arrest him. About the middle of the afternoon we were again upon the road, having passed the bare, fortress-like church of San Mateo and descended a long hill. Toward evening we crossed a fine bridge over a gorge of black basaltic rock, and shortly reached Santa Maria at Liwitzia, where we planned to spend the night. Here is a fine old church, with a facade absolutely covered with elaborate carving. A square tower rises at one corner. The great altar is a magnificent piece of carving and gold work. The windows are set with thin slabs of onyx. Within, near the church door, are two paintings representing the scene of martyrdom for which the town is famous. These pictures are ancient and represent some interesting details of Indian life at the time of the conquest. The headdress and mantle of feathers worn by the old chieftain, the dress and hair-dressing of his wife, war weapons and buildings are all shown. Here in 1527, the boy Cristobal, child of the great chief Axotecatl, and his wife Apaltzitzin, was killed by his father because he would not renounce Christianity. The little lad was only 13 years of age, and had been trained by Spanish priests. He was the proto-martyr of the New World, and the story of his martyrdom and the early church in Tlaxcala had been charmingly narrated by Mendieta. Close by the church stand the ruined walls of the monastery, impressive for their massive construction and the enormous space which was enclosed. It was dark before we finished the examination of these quaint and interesting old buildings, and we were glad enough to go to the house of the secretario, where we found good beds and elaborate furniture. In the room we were to sleep there was a nacimiento made in connection with the Christmas season. The table was covered with little landscapes, scattered over which were figures of many kinds, including a group of San Jose, Maria, and the infant Christ. Santa Maria is purely mestizo. In the morning, finding breakfast somewhat slow, we started for the walk, and passing by the old church, came shortly to the spot where the boy martyr was killed. From here we descended over a long slope of grey tufa to a pretty stream flowing through black basalt. The rock is hard and shiny, with cells on air bubbles scattered through its mass. Close by the water's edge we were shown some curious impressions on the nearly level surface of the rock, which were said to be the imprints of the knees of the Holy Virgin as she knelt here to wash clothes in the brook. There are also grooves made by the Virgin's fingers as she scrubbed the clothing on the rock. By the side of these impressions are two hollows marking the spot where the Holy Child sat with his mother as she worked. On the rock behind us is the impression of a mule's foot. Formerly there were two of these impressions, but in 1888 a tornado broke away the mass of rock on which was the other impression. Just below this place, the stream leaps in a pretty cascade which, with its white foam, contrasts strikingly with the black rock. The trail followed by Cortes on his way from Veracruz to Tlaxcala was pointed out to us, and we were told that Atlihuitzia in those days was an important city, numbering 5,000 solteros, unmarried men. On the way back to the village, we visited the Arbol Huérfano, Orphan Tree, a cypress, so called because it is the only tree of its kind in this district. Quechol says that a long line of such trees, at a distance of several leagues apart, was planted by the Spaniards, and he and the villagers mentioned a number of them in different places. Passing once more by the spot of martyrdom, a white capulin was pointed out as being the very tree represented in the picture of the killing. It was now almost 10 o'clock, and we found breakfast waiting. At Quechol's request, It was a purely Mexican meal consisting of Aztec dishes. We had tamales, atole, and, for the first time, champurrado. The latter is atole, corn gruel, mixed with chocolate, and is really an excellent dish. After breakfast, we left our friends off at Liwitzia and hastened back over the same road past San Mateo, Belén, San Pablo, and Santa Ana. The way was long and the sun was hot, but the road was beguiled with many stories regarding the places that we passed, for the whole state of Tlaxcala abounds in legend. End of section 18. Section 19 of In Indian Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. In Indian Mexico by Frederick Starr. Chapter 17. In the Chinantla, Part 1. 1900. Once more we found ourselves in picturesque Cuicatlán. Walking up the familiar street, we again found lodging with Doña Serafina. Having settled and taken a look out over the beautiful landscape visible through our windows, we interviewed the Jefe Politico, whom we found the same nerveless, well-meaning individual as ever. After grumbling and insisting that it was impossible to fit us out on such short notice, he finally promised that all should be ready the next morning. It was a sorry outfit that we found: one medium-sized mule for myself, and 4 small burros for the other members of the party. A boy from the jail was sent with us as mozo to carry our instruments. It was still early when we started through the hot, sandy, flat land covered with gigantic cactus trees, which swarmed with little birds of many beautiful kinds. We soon began to climb the great red rock cliffs, up and up and up endlessly. We had forgotten how long the road was, but it was longer than ever on account of the beasts we rode. Long before we reached Papalo, Manuel and Luis were on foot rather than longer submit to the torture of riding their little burros. As we neared the town, we were surprised to find a cloud effect almost as fine as that near Huixquilucan in the Mixi country. Had it had clearly defined banks on both sides, its resemblance to a cataract would have been complete. As it was, there was no boundary back of this side towards us, and the clouds plunged over and downward, as well as in the direction of the flow of the main mass. No one in the town recognized us. Supper and a night's lodging were readily supplied, but when we wished to secure new animals for the onward journey, there was difficulty. They were promised, indeed, for 7 o'clock, but it was long after 8 before we saw any signs of their appearance. Remonstrating, we were told that there was other business to attend to, and that the town officials could not devote themselves to us. With great difficulty, by 10 o'clock all preparations were made, and we started on the journey. The animals were not bad, but we had been told that there were 8 leagues of hard rock between us and Tepanapa, and 6 more from there to San Juan Sautla, our destination. We were told that we should spend the night at Tepanapa, reaching Sautla the second day. As we left the town, we overtook a funeral procession on its way to the little Hillcrest Cemetery, which we passed soon after. At first, the road was good, gradually ascending. It led us up a rising pine-covered crest, with a little hollow of deciduous trees in the midst. We were again getting into a region where the great hills presented 2 different slopes, one dry, pine-clad, the other moist and covered with the dense tropical forest. We soon found ourselves upon the damp slope on a forest, almost the counterpart of those with which we were familiar in the land of the Mixes. Great oaks were loaded with bromelias and dotted with orchids. Ferns of many beautiful kinds grew along the roadside. Unlike the forest of the Mixes, the trees here were hung with masses of golden yellow moss, presenting a curious and mysterious aspect. From here, the trail descended rapidly over surfaces of slippery stone and patches of mud. The air was heavier and heavier with moisture. Ferns abounded, and presently great tree ferns were to be seen here and there in all directions. Shortly, our road was through a true gorge, where the footing for the horses was precarious. Great masses of lycopods of several species covered the rocks, and little round tufts of a dark green plant with feathery foliage dotted the decaying tree trunks. The descent seemed endless, and for more than 2 hours we descended deeper and deeper into the dampness and darkness. It was 6 o'clock when we came upon a slope where the trail was easier and almost level, and it was after dark before we reached the first hut of the miserable ranchito of Tepanapa. Checking our horses, we called, but received no answer. Sending our mozo to the house, we asked for food and shelter, but were refused everything, as they said that they were in bed. A little lad, however, agreed to show us to the next hut, and we followed him as well as we could in the darkness, and over the slippery road some rods further. We found there 2 empty huts within an enclosure, and taking possession of one, brought in our things out of the mist, and soon had a fire built and a candle lighted. In vain we urged our mozo to hunt for food. He said that all the houses were empty, and if perchance one were occupied, no one would turn out so late to supply us. All were extremely hungry, and we had eaten nothing since morning except a tortilla or 2 with some eggs as we rode along. Manuel, Luis, and Frank slept in the loft, Ramon and I upon the floor below. The 2 mozos with the saddles slept in the other hut. The night was cold and the damp air penetrating. We arose early to go upon our way, but unfortunately yielded to the request of Luis and Ramon, permitting them to go in search of food. 2 full hours passed before they returned with a few tortillas and 2 eggs, so that it was 8:30 when finally we started. The road was slippery and muddy, descending constantly. A large portion of the way was through woods. At the bottom of the slope, we found ourselves by a fine brook, which we forded. Then began an ascent as precipitous, slippery, and unpleasant. The trail followed the bank of the stream. Passing through a dense jungle of vegetation, where the air was hot and wet, the flora was characteristic. Trees with large, coarse, broad pods, enclosing 2 or 3 great seeds, trees with acorn-shaped, red fruits, quantities of sensitive plants covered with pink flowers, occasional orchids bearing flowers of brilliant flame color, and vines with lovely blue pea flowers made up the bulk of the tangled growth through which we passed. At 2 places we crossed pretty streams with cascades and narrow gorges opening on to the gorge along the sides of which we were traveling. Where these streams crossed our trail, there were great masses of caladiums with their leaves of green velvet. We passed 2 little coffee plantations, the first of which was sadly neglected and overgrown with weeds, the second neatly kept. From these we rose again, and having gained the summit, looked down upon the village of San Juan Sautla. Riding to the townhouse, we met the Presidente and Secretario, the latter an intelligent fellow, who told us that the town was dwindling, numbering at present but 80 contribuentes. He ordered a capital dinner for us of chicken, fried bananas, eggs, frijoles, tortillas, and coffee. Though the Secretario was intelligent, the President was otherwise. He was good-natured, but a fool. With pride, he frequently remarked, "Yo soy Presidente, I am President." Then he whispered and mumbled, kissed my hand, assumed an air of great intelligence, and walked off with a peculiar tottering movement. These performances took place not once or twice, but every time the official made his appearance. Having fed us, the Secretario disappeared and did no more for us. While waiting for him, our attention was attracted by a curious drumming noise. It was due to women who were beating cotton. At the first house we visited, we found 3 women all busily occupied. An old woman sitting in the doorway was spinning thread. A second, somewhat younger woman with a baby in a blanket on her back, sitting on the ground, was weaving clothes. A third woman sat with a great cushion of moss in a bag of matting on the ground before her, over which was spread a deer skin, on which was laid raw cotton, which she briskly beat with beaters, made of 5 or 6 divergent sticks fastened together at one end. Such beating sticks are called mapajo. One is held in each hand, and the beating is briskly done, alternately with one and the other. The beating is intended to spread the raw cotton into a thin and even sheet before it is spun into thread. Returning to the townhouse, we began our work, but soon were interrupted. The town is situated on the slope over which the houses are scattered. From the porch of the municipal house, where we sat, we could see several huts upon the slope above. Groups of women and children gathered on the little terraces before the houses to look down upon us at our work. The Presidente and other officials had gone to bring us subjects when we heard an outcry upon one of these terraces. A man cried out to the officials, struggled, apparently with a woman, then fell. The police rushed up the bath. A moment later, a surging crowd of a dozen persons were struggling together with cries and shouts. In spite of the commands of the Segundo Secretario, we started for the scene of the disturbance, but long before we reached the spot, met a big topil with his head cut open and blood streaming down his face, soaking his garments. His arm was thrown around another man's neck, whose wrist he held, dragging him thus a prisoner toward the jail. 2 others followed, holding a bad-looking little man between them. The 2 had fought, and when the topil tried to take them, the little man, seizing a rock, split open his head. The 2 persons were thrust into the jail, and a guard sat. Great effort was made to find the stone with which the blow was dealt, in order that it might be used as evidence. The Secretario told the topil not to staunch nor wash the wound. With natural curiosity, the Presidente and other men were clustered around the jail, looking in at the prisoners, when the Segundo Secretario ordered them from the door. This man is a strange one. He is a Cuicatec who married a Chinantec wife. He is little, but important. He ever carries a queer old sword. When he first appeared before us, he impressively said, "No tengas cuidado, have no care." He told us that our comfort and our orders should be cared for, even though we were in a pueblo of mere brutes, unreasoning beings. He should charge himself and the officials with our needs. There were scarce 3 hours of daylight in the afternoon, and night set in, chilly and damp. Meanwhile, the Secretario, the Segundo, the Presidente, and the topils all had disappeared. In vain we urged that arrangements should be made for fuel, for beds, and for the mozo, whom we had ordered should be supplied to accompany the man from Papalo back to that town with the horses. It was now dark and late, with no sign of attention to our wishes. Through the darkness, we picked our way over a muddy road, slippery and soaked with water, to the Secretario's house, where we forcibly made known our wishes and said that attention must be paid to them. Before we got back to the town-house, our shoes were soaked with water and heavy with mud, while our clothing was soaked through with moisture from the air filled with mist and drizzling rain, and this in the midst of the dry season. During the afternoon, we had seen a curious-looking Indian dressed in a red flannel shirt, white drawers, and a cap, but with the regular red Chinantec neckcloth. He was a Mixtec from San Francisco Huixquilucan, who is in charge of the well-kept little coffee finca which we passed upon the road. He showed us a bottle of coffee essence of his manufacture. It was a heavy, oily, clear liquid, which I understood he had distilled from a weaker and darker coffee extract. It was exceedingly strong, and was supposed to be used for making coffee, a small quantity of the essence being put into a cup, with hot water and sugar. He desired us to test this, but a look at it was quite sufficient. He was a handy fellow, and did much to hasten the fulfillment of our orders. Under his direction, sleeping mats were brought, and he himself served our supper, when finally it was ready. We were so tired that directly after supper we lay down upon the mats spread on the damp earthen floor. We had hoped to start our man from Papalo back with our horses early. The officials had promised that the mozo to accompany him should be ready, but of course neither breakfast nor mozo was to be seen. So we again started for the Secretario's house. The Secretario himself was lying drunk in bed, and the Segundo was almost as bad. In vigorous words I made known my dissatisfaction. The Segundo, with his sword in one hand and tortillas in the other, almost too drunk to walk, led us to the town-house and summoned the people before him. He thundered forth his orders. "You dogs, children of a degraded race, wretched brutes! What do you mean? Why are you not bringing in breakfast for these gentlemen? Eggs, tortillas, frijoles, chicken? Why are you not supplying them? Obey his order. Fulfill your duty, you hear? If you do not fulfill your duty, you shall be punished. Hear and obey at once." Under this impulse, the men started and breakfast was soon disposed of. Work being slack, the boys went bird hunting. Manuel fetched a rara avis, a little old man of 95 years, who had an extra thumb on his right hand. Notwithstanding the small population of the town, there were 3 cases of extra digits. In addition to this old man with his extra thumb, 2 persons in the town each had an extra toe upon one foot. We have already stated that the president of the village was a fool. He had plenty of companions. One of them, who made himself quite useful to us, was an imbecile. He crossed himself, kissed our hands, nodded his head, and told us the most surprising things in regard to the subjects whom he brought before us. In connection with each case, he cried and carried on at a great rate, and finally insisted that he was going to bring me a raw egg as an offering of friendship, which he did. One of his subjects was his cousin, who was both idiotic and a deaf-mute. My impression was that there were several cases of deaf-mutism in the village. One man, whenever any of our party spoke to him, or in any way turned our attention to him, piously and vigorously crossed himself, grimaced and gesticulated as if in a fit. One man, who seemed exceptionally intelligent, after he had seen us make a plaster bust of one of his town fellows, stated with great delight that it was an idol representing Jesus Christ, and that we were going to use it in the church. Unlike any other Indian town we had visited, there is not even the pretense of an open school in this place. Nowhere else have women and children showed so great a fear of us and our work. From the moment that I showed an interest in the mapajo, the beating of cotton ceased, and the village was quiet. At no time during our stay did women or children come to the townhouse. Shortly after sending back our horses to Pabalo, we found that there were no animals for riding in San Juan Sautla. Fortunately, our next point, San Pedro, was but 2 leagues distant, and rather than wait until animals could be brought from Cuicatlán, we decided to walk. The night before we were to leave, we made arrangements for our carriers. The secretario had set the price at 2 reales a man. 4 were ordered, and an early hour set for the departure. When this time came, our men were in open rebellion. They refused to go upon the journey. We told the town officials that, if these men failed us, they themselves must do the work. The men were really scared, and stated that the people of San Pedro have threatened to kill us all if we came to their town. In vain we argued. They were sure that the whole party were going to their doom. For such a paltry sum no man would risk his life. At last, however, the officials decreed obedience, and our party started. At first we led the company, and the carriers came behind. The road led straight down the mountain side to a brook, and then up the opposite side to the summit, just beyond which lay our goal. As we started, he who had recognized the bust of Jesus insisted upon accompanying us away for friendship, and on the journey made various wise remarks regarding the busts. Hardly had we started when our men again rebelled. They would not make the journey for the price agreed upon. The risk was too great. They must be paid more if they went at all. I felt that patience had ceased to be a virtue. Telling them that we would no longer go ahead, we ordered them to take up their burdens and precede us, at the same time threatening to shoot them if they stopped without permission. After marching along in this new order, for the time, they indicated a desire to parley. They would carry their burdens to the foot of the hill, where they would leave them by the brookside. We could then go on to the village of San Pedro and send back carriers to bring them. To this proposition we gave no encouragement. The descent was abrupt. At the bottom was a fine brook with a hanging bridge of vines swinging from tree to tree across it. Here we stopped to drink the fresh cool water, cut some sugar canes, catch butterflies, and take views. One of the trees from which the vines hung was a perfect mass of ferns, orchids, and bromelias of many kinds. On the great slope back of us, toward the gap through which the brook had broken, were great cliffs of massive rock. Otherwise, the whole mountain slope was a sheet of richest green. The ascent was long and difficult, and the party went slowly, with many rests. It was amusing how, even at this distance, as we mounted the slope, we could hear the constant beating of the mapajo in the village behind us, as if in rejoicing at our departure. As we neared the summit, our carriers again made signals of a desire to converse. They would fulfill their whole duty, and would carry their burdens to the town house in San Pedro, but would we have the kindness, from here on, to take the lead? Oh, yes, we answered, we would take the lead, and they should see that nothing would happen. No one would harm us. We were not about to die. To make a favorable impression, we asked for a drink of water at the first house we came to, and passed the greeting with the few men, women, and children whom we met on our way into town. The greater part of the population was at church, where we found the service in progress, and we were obliged to wait until it was over before we saw the town officials. I told the secretary to summon the town government to the municipal house, which was a small affair no more than 15 or 18 by 20 feet, with walls of lashed poles and a palm roof. A narrow bench ran around the four sides, and two tables, one long and one short one, set at right angles, occupied the greater portion of the open space. A long wide bench was placed alongside of the larger. At one end there was a santo in a little shrine decorated with flowers and leaves. A little fire was built upon the floor, over which wax was melting, in which candles were being dipped. The secretary chanced to be a man whom I had met at Cuicatlán the year before. He recalled our work, and taking us to his own house, we soon had an excellent dinner. He seemed to be well-to-do, and had two houses built of slabs lashed vertically together. Nets full of jicaras, great stacks of corn neatly laid out, good tableware in quantity, and a kerosene lamp, all were evidences of his wealth. We ate at a good table, in the house where the corn was stored. The most astonishing thing, however, in the house was an old-fashioned piano, long beyond use. How it was ever brought over the mountains to this village is a wonder. When we asked him what we were to pay for the dinner, he replied nothing, that we would begin to pay later. The impression made upon us by San Pedro was more agreeable than that produced by Sautla. The town government is large and vigorous, comprising a dozen well-built young fellows. On account of the church festival, plenty of subjects had been brought together. We did not understand what the secretary expected, and therefore took up our quarters at the town house. We paid dearly for our misunderstanding. We waited long for supper, but none came. The presidente and the older men were at church. The secretary was nowhere to be found. While we were waiting, the young fellows who were making candles and a crowd of boys crouched about the fire and watched the work. Presently they laid down a couple of sarapes on the floor, and the whole group, 18 or 20 in number, dropped down upon them, a perfect mass of humanity, packed close together in the most curiously twisted attitudes, and were fast asleep in no time. They had no covering, but seemed to keep each other warm. After they were fast asleep, some of the other men appeared, and we urged the bringing in of supper. A handful of tortillas and 2 fried eggs were not a hearty meal for 6 hungry persons, nor were our sleeping accommodations satisfactory. With difficulty we got some mats and lay down upon the smaller table. Frank on the larger, Luis and Manuel rolled up on the ground below the latter, and Ramon and the mozo on the long bench. Half a dozen of the older men remained sitting about the fire. It can be understood that the room was fairly full. The men made no pretense of sleeping until past 10 o'clock, and 2 or 3 times during the night they broke out into loud conversation. End of section 19.